Hello everyone, welcome to Enigma Vault. I hope my voice and stories can be the bridge between your racing thoughts and peaceful sleep. If this journey can soothe you, please like and subscribe to my channel. You are safe here. Let the story begin. The moment the back of my head hit the metal step, the tinnitus was like countless bees exploding in my ear canal. There was a taste of rust in my throat, and I reached out my hand to touch it, and my palm was stained with warm blood. Probably because I bit my tongue when I was blown away by the airwave just now. Victor's voice pierced through the buzzing tinnitus like a poison needle dipped in honey. My child. His leather heels tapped on the metal floor once, twice, as if measuring the steps to death. I barely held up my upper body, and the double images in my vision gradually overlapped. The man in the navy blue suit was standing in front of the operating table, with the muzzle of the silver pistol against Adrian's left chest. Adrian's Adam's apple moved, his right hand still pressed on the console, his knuckles turning white. I saw a new scratch on the inside of his wrist, probably from when old Tom was pinching his neck just now, and he was trying to stop being scratched. "Dad," his voice trembled, "you said that the memory of Mom only needs pure love." Victor's expression was as soft as if he was attending Mass in church. He raised his free hand and gently stroked the top of Adrian's head. "So I need you to help Dad complete the last step." His thumb slowly pressed on the trigger. "Once these stupid townspeople become containers for Mom's memories, we can be with her forever." Old Tom's nails were still embedded in his neck, and drops of blood were trickling down the wrinkles. But his eyes suddenly turned to me. No, to behind me. I turned around suddenly and saw the surveillance screen at the end of the corridor flashing. In one of the pictures, Sophia was crouching and walking through the ventilation duct of the underground clinic. Her press card dangled from her collar. It was the last gift Ross gave her before the accident.
"Evan." Leah kicked the debris away with her tactical boots and squatted down to grab my arm.
Her police badge brushed against the back of my hand, and it was as cold as ice. "Lucas said the power source of the device is in the backup distribution room on the negative third floor." Her breath sprayed on my ear. Adrian just entered a string of codes into the console while Victor was not paying attention. The password to the family safe that he secretly memorized when he was a child. I followed her gaze to the holographic projection on the console. A line of coordinates popped up in the green data stream. Adrian's voice suddenly interrupted, with a trembling voice. "Dad always said, that the backup power supply is a double insurance for Mom's memory." His eyes were fixed on Victor's gun. "The negative third floor has electromagnetic shielding, and his memory tampering waves can't get in." Victor pushed the barrel of his gun in another half-inch. Adrian's shirt had little red spots on the front, like a pink flower that had bloomed out of season. I held Leah's wrist tightly, and could feel her pulse beating like a pile driver. "You take Sophia to contain Victor, and Lucas and I will go to the negative third floor." "No." Leah's eyebrows were knitted into a knife. "If you use your ability now, it will accelerate aging." "I'm already 50 fucking years old." I pulled my lips together, tasting the salty taste of blood. Being 10 years older is better than strangling myself to death while looking at these zombies. Lucas's voice exploded from the intercom. "The door to the negative third floor requires retinal verification. Victor's or..." He paused. "Or Adrian's." Adrian looked up sharply. Victor's pupils shrank, and I saw the veins popping out of his hand holding the gun. "Adrian, don't listen to them." His voice began to tighten. "Have you forgotten what your mother said before she died? She said we should always. She told me to live well." Adrian interrupted him. His tears fell on the operating table, splashing tiny water droplets. "I went to the cemetery last week and saw your fingerprints on my mother's tombstone. You go there every year on the anniversary of his death, but you never dare to tell the truth." Victor's face turned pale instantly. I took the opportunity to pull Leah towards the emergency escape, and Lucas's footsteps clattered behind us. When we went down to the second floor below ground, the emergency lights in the corridor suddenly went out. Lucas cursed in the darkness. He activated the memory interference wave. My temple was throbbing. This is the warning of the side effects of Whisper of the Dead. Every time before using this ability, the dull pain brought by aging will spread all over the body. I reached for the high-powered flashlight at my waist, and as the beam swept across the corner, I saw a curled-up body. It was a nurse working in an underground clinic. There was a purple mark on his neck, and his fingers were still in a scratching posture. Wait, I squatted down and gently pressed my fingertips on the eyelids of the corpse. Memories came flooding back. The last thing the nurse saw was Victor's face, holding up a silver disc and saying, "Go to sleep, help me take care of her." Then the disc flashed with blue light, and the caregiver's sight was drawn into another memory. He was standing in an elementary school classroom, handing warm water to a sick little girl, who was Victor's wife Marion. This is a memory anchor point. I wiped my face, sweat and blood stains on my chin. Victor anchored the townspeople's memories to Marion's life, so they were controlled by Marion's voice. The beam swept across the wall, and I saw an arrow painted in red paint. Before the nurse died, he wanted to remind us that the backup switch room is in the direction of the arrow. Lucas's glasses flashed. The interference wave needs to be continuously powered, so there must be a protective device in the switch room. He took out a black block from his backpack. This is my improved electromagnetic pulse device. It can short-circuit the protective net for 3 seconds. We moved forward along the wall. As I turned the corner, I heard the sound of metal rubbing against metal. When the flashlight swept over, I saw a steel cable hanging from the ceiling, with a half-ton ventilation duct tied to the end. The teeth on the cable were cutting slowly, and it would fall down in 10 seconds. Whisper of the Dead. Lucas lowered his voice. I gritted my teeth and grabbed the body of the cleaning cart next to me. The deceased was a middle-aged woman. In the last scene, she was standing on tiptoe to clean the vent. Suddenly, she saw the timing device on the cable. When the number jumped to 03, her own terrified face was reflected in her pupils. 3 steps to the left. I pulled Lucas over. The crisp sound of the steel cable breaking almost brushed the back of my neck, and the metal pipe hit the place where we were just now, and the flying fragments cut my forearm. Lucas's pulsar fell to the ground. When he rushed over to pick it up, I saw blood oozing from the back of his neck. It was caused by the flying iron pieces just now. Thanks. He put the pulsar in my hand, and the sweat on his forehead dripped onto the metal floor. If you don't leave now, the energy of the interference wave will be overloaded. The door to the underground 3rd floor finally came into view. A red warning light rotated on top of the door, and retina verification in progress flashed on the electronic screen. I took out the contact lens I asked Adrian for. He said it was a retinal sample he stole from Victor when he was a child, while he was sleeping, and had kept it hidden in a teddy bear. 3, 2, 1. Lucas pressed the pulsar. The red light of the electronic screen suddenly turned green, and I quickly placed my contact lenses on the scanning area. The door opened with a click, and a strong smell of burning hit me in the face. In the center of the switchboard room stood a silver device as tall as a person, with countless cables wrapped around it like blood vessels, and an energy ball on top emitting a faint blue light. That's the core energy source for memory tampering. Lucas's voice trembled. If you smash it, all the tampered memories will backlash. I finished for him. The memory of Marion's death will explode like a bomb in the townspeople's minds, but it is better than being controlled to commit suicide. I picked up the fire axe from the corner and swung it towards the energy ball. The moment I did, the whole building suddenly shook violently. Dust fell from the ceiling. I heard Leah's voice rushing over the intercom. Evan, Victor activated the backup plan. All the clocks are running backwards, and old Tom's wounds are beginning to heal. Damn time is twisting. The moment the fire axe chopped into the energy ball, The blue light exploded into pieces. I was thrown against the wall by the gust of wind, and stars appeared in front of my eyes. When his vision returned, Lucas was coughing while holding onto the console. There was a hole in his white coat, revealing the burns inside. Sophia screamed from the intercom, "Look out the window." I staggered to the observation window. The main street of Grey Harbor Town glowed an eerie purple in the twilight. Old Tom, who had just been strangling himself, was walking backwards towards home. The blood on his neck seemed to have been rewound and was disappearing bit by bit. The newsstand on the corner is hanging with old newspapers from 1995, and I clearly remember that today is October. Time loop. Lucas's voice was as if his throat was strangled. Victor's final plan is to use a memory tampering device to distort time and make Marianne forever stop 30 seconds before her death. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor. When Leah rushed in, the shoulder straps of her police uniform were crooked, and there was a scratch on her face. Adrian followed behind her. The front of the young man's shirt was covered in blood, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. That was the light I had seen during FBI training, the light that had finally broken free from the shackles. Victor ran to the underground laboratory. Leah wiped the blood from her face. He said, "The ring of time requires the memories of 7 people." She looked at me. "Evan, we have to—" "Let's split up," I interrupted her, and handed the fire axe to Adrian. "You take Lucas to chase Victor, and Sophia and I will investigate the source of the time distortion." I touched the memory crystal in my pocket. It was taken from the victim at the scene of Marian's death. The murder case 20 years ago may contain the key to unlocking the time loop. Leah pressed her finger lightly on the police badge. That was the secret signal we agreed upon. Adrian gripped the fire axe tightly and nodded at me. Sophia fished out a miniature video camera from her bag, and the lens flashed red. She was recording again. I took a last look at the time flowing backwards outside the window. Old Tom's figure has disappeared in the street scene of 1995, and the hands of my watch are jumping counterclockwise. With every movement, the wrinkles on the back of my neck become deeper. "Let's go." I pushed open the door of the distribution room, and the dull pain brought by aging flooded over my body like a tide. But this time, I heard different voices, not the whispers of the dead, but echoes of the future, which were slowly seeping into this collapsing world. Through the cracks in the distortion of time, I slid down the rusty outer wall of the distribution room, feeling the numbness and soreness from aging seeping out from my bones. Sophia squatted down and patted my shoulder. Her miniature camera still had a small red dot on it, like a vigilant eye in the dim light. "Evan, you look uglier than the corpse I photographed in the morgue last week." "Thank you, Miss Reporter." I curled my lips and took out rubber gloves from inside my coat. The scope of time distortion is expanding. Just now, when I passed by a convenience store on the corner, I saw a can of Coke growing back to the shelf from the broken glass. The date on the label was May 17th, 1995. That was my 8th birthday, and the day my family was wiped out. "Try this." Sophia handed over an evidence bag containing half of a frozen index finger. I recognized this as the body found at the alley half an hour ago. The deceased was wearing a black leather jacket and had a faded anchor tattoo on the inside of his wrist, the symbol of the dock workers in Grey Harbor. He was clutching this when he died. She shook the evidence bag. I took pictures of the surroundings, and there were no footprints of other people, but his watch stopped at 3:17 in the morning, which coincides with the point when time began to flow backwards. I put on a glove and pinched the finger, and the skin on the back of my neck suddenly felt like it was burned by fire. When the power of Whisper of the Dead comes up, it always brings with it this burning sensation, like someone is stabbing my brain with a rusty needle. An image emerged from the darkness: a damp warehouse floor, a rusty chain hanging down, and a man in a leather jacket smashing a silver metal box with a wrench. His breathing was rapid and the camera was shaking violently. It It was his first-person perspective. Suddenly, the metal box began to buzz, his hands began to tremble, and black blood oozed from between his nails. At the last second, he looked up at the camera, and a face was reflected in his pupils. It was not Victor, but a woman with blonde hair tied up behind her head, and earrings in the shape of a blue moon. Blue moon earrings. I loosened my fingers, and cold sweat dripped down my chin to my collar. Sophia immediately raised her camera and pointed it at me. Who did you see? 20 years ago. I pulled off my gloves and stuffed them into my pocket. When my mother died, she was wearing the blue moon earrings. The warehouse's iron gate was in the old port area 5 kilometers away, and Lucas's locator made a shrill beep when we arrived. He squatted on the mossy steps to adjust the equipment. The hem of his white coat was stained with blood, probably scratched by broken glass when he was chasing Victor just now. The time entropy value has a negative peak here. He pushed his glasses. The lenses were fogged up. It's like throwing a stone into a pond. The place where the ripples are the most violent is the source. Adrian used a fire axe to chop open the rusty door lock, and the sound of metal friction scared away a few crows. The interior of the warehouse was more spacious than I had imagined. There were several old-fashioned sodium lamps hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the huge silver device in the middle. It had 7 spiraling metal arms, each tipped with a memory crystal, exactly the same one I had taken from Marian's body. There were crooked letters engraved on the bottom of the device. I leaned in to decipher them, and my throat suddenly tightened. Hastings, my family name. Protective field. Lucas's voice was trembling, and his locator screen was full of garbled characters. This is a neural impulse barrier. Contact will trigger it. Shit. The sirens blared faster than his curses. 7 metal arms, lit up red at the same time, and men in grey suits crawled out from the cracks in the ground. Their eyes were cloudy greyish-white, and their left wrists were wrapped with the same copper bracelets as Victor's. When the first puppet rushed over, I smelled the scent of preservative fluid. They were corpses with tampered memories, exactly the same as the witnesses at the scene of the family massacre 20 years ago. Hit the heart. Adrian's fire axe split the shoulder of a puppet, and sawdust mixed with black liquid sprayed out. My father wrote in his diary that the memory core is in the 3rd thoracic vertebra. I pulled out my pistol, and the recoil made my palm numb. Aging has made my aim worse, and the first shot missed the target, hitting the puppet's ear and embedding into the wall. Sophia held the camera as a weapon and hit a puppet on the knee. The moment the metal shell cracked, I saw bloody wires wrapped inside. It was not mechanical, but was modified from living human organs.
Evan.
This way. Lucas waved from behind a rusty container, holding the memory crystals torn from the device in his arms. These crystals are syncing brainwaves. If I could cut it off. A puppet grabbed his ankle, digging its nails into his calf. I rushed over and kicked the thing's hands away, put the barrel of the gun to the back of its neck and pulled the trigger. The moment the bullet penetrated, its eyes suddenly became clear for a moment, and I saw a little girl's face reflected in it. She was 70% similar to the woman with blue moon earrings that I saw in the dock worker's memory. It's Marianne. Sophia's voice was shaking as her camera recorded the scene. Victor is using Marianne's memory as a template. Evan, look. I followed her camera lens and saw that the memory crystal in Lucas's arms was emitting light blue mist. The mist drifted towards the device, and the 7 metal arms began to rotate counterclockwise. The sound of a baby crying filled the air. It was the clearest fragment in my memory. On that day when I was 8 years old, I was hiding in the closet and heard my sister Lucy crying from the living room. Found it. Lucas suddenly shouted. He pulled open the protective plate at the bottom of the device, revealing a row of silver interfaces. This is the memory input port. Victor wants to put the memories of 7 people into the time loop. Evan, the crystal in your pocket. I fished out the crystal I had taken from Marian's body. my hand shaking as I handed it over. The feeling of aging became stronger, as if there was a layer of frosted glass in front of my eyes, and I couldn't even see Lucas's face clearly. The moment the crystal was inserted into the interface, the device beeped, and the red light of the metal arm turned into a faint blue. The protective field has weakened. Adrian chopped down the last puppet, black liquid dripping from the axe blade. Go over there quickly. As we rushed to the device, the iron door of the warehouse slammed shut. The sound of metal friction made the sodium lamp above head shake, and a strange sound came from outside, as if many people were talking at the same time, but the content could not be heard clearly, mixed with the sound of clock gears turning. Suddenly there was a snowflake on Sophia's camera lens, and a little red dot went off and on, and then on and off. It's the backlash of the closed loop of time. Lucas stared at the locator, sweat on his forehead. Victor is kneading the memories of the past, present and future into a ball. Evan, listen. I held my breath. Amid the sound of gears and vague voices, I heard my own voice. The voice of a child, 20 years ago, crying, "Mom." I also heard Leah's voice, when she said in the morgue yesterday, "You can't use your abilities anymore." The clearest sound was Victor's laughter, like a rusty bellows pouring in from all directions. Adrian gripped the fire axe tightly, and the axe blade glowed coldly in the dim blue light. Lucas swung the tool bag over his shoulder, cracking his knuckles until they turned white. Sophia picked up the camera on the ground, and the little red dot finally lit up steadily. I touched the wrinkles on the back of my neck that were deep enough for my fingernails to penetrate, and fished out the last vial of adrenaline from my coat. This was something Leah had forced on me, saying, "Save it for your life." The sound outside the iron gate suddenly became clear. It was the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole. Very slowly, as if someone wanted us to hear it on purpose. Get ready. I bit open the adrenaline injection, and the cold liquid flowed through my veins throughout my body. Whatever is behind the door, we have to smash the time ring to pieces. The sodium lamp went out completely at this time. In the darkness, in the faint blue glow of the device, I saw the 7th memory crystal slowly rising from the top of the 7 metal arms, engraved with my name, Evan Hastings, in the crooked handwriting of my 8-year-old self. The sound of the iron door latch shaking was like a rusty needle, tingling the nerves in the back of my neck. I licked my cracked lips, and adrenaline ignited a line of fire in my blood vessels. The injection Leah had given me was taking effect. My temples were throbbing violently, and I could clearly hear the roar of my carotid artery. "Lucas, how long will it take?" I asked in a low voice. The old neuroscientist was squatting in front of the protective device, his toolkit open, the silver instruments inside glowing coldly in the dim blue light. His fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, and the sweat on his forehead fell on the metal panel. When I made a memory tampering device for Victor 3 years ago, I left a back door, but this broken thing has been upgraded. It must be. He suddenly stopped. His nails scratched a raised pattern. Found it. This is a biological lock made of memory fragments of the deceased. It must be. Use memory fluctuations of the same frequency. I took over the conversation. Just now when I closed my eyes and activated Whisper of the Dead, the memories of the dead wrapped around the device pierced into my brain like broken glass. There was a man in work clothes who stared at the patterns on the protective device and muttered, "Resonance," before he died, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices, drawing the same symbols on the metal as the ones Lucas was pressing at this moment. Lucas raised his head sharply, his eyes behind the lenses lit up. "Did you read the guard of the device?" I touched the back of my neck. The skin there was wrinkled, like dried orange peel. The 10 seconds I used my ability just now made me at least 5 years older. "There are 3 guards. The last one is a mechanic. He was modifying the program before he died." I pointed to the red indicator light on the lower right corner of the device. "Adjust the frequency to 7.8 Hz. to resonate with the Earth's magnetic field, and the lock will open. 7-8. Schumann resonance frequency. Lucas's fingers quickly typed on the console. Old Victor even used metaphysics. The sound of keys on the other side of the iron gate suddenly stopped. I heard the crunch of broken glass leather shoes, well-polished ones, the same kind Victor wore to church every Sunday. Adrian gripped the fire axe so tightly that the anti-slip glue on the axe handle turned white. Sophia held the camera in front of her eyes, and the small red dot looked like a vigilant eye in the dark. Leah reached for the pistol at her waist, and the holster buckle popped open with a click. Drop. The protective device beeped, and 7 metal arms suddenly retracted into the wall, revealing a door embedded with memory crystals behind it. A faint blue light poured out from the crack in the door, distorting our shadows on the wall into strange ghost shapes. The core area. Lucas wiped his sweat. The time memory matrix should be inside. These crystals store tempered memories. If the matrix collapses, it can smash the time ring to pieces.
I finished speaking for him and kicked the door.
The door panel was hollow and fell to the ground with a clang, revealing a glass dome as high as 2 stories inside. Hundreds of memory crystals were suspended in the air, each emitting light of a different color, like stars encased in amber. Energy shield. Leah pressed her fingers on the transparent barrier outside the dome. The temperature is 42 degrees, the same as human body temperature. She looked up at me. Is Victor imitating the womb environment? I narrowed my eyes. The crystal in the center is particularly large, and inside it floats fragments of my memories from when I was 8 years old. The burnt carpet, my mother's hand lying in a pool of blood, and a toy truck on the windowsill stained with blood. The energy source is not here. My throat tightened. When I read the mechanic's memory just now, he last looked at the ventilation vent in the basement. The iron door of the basement was hidden under the carpet on the right side of the dome, and was so rusted that it almost merged with the ground. Adrian hit the door hinge 3 times with the back of the axe. The door hinge let out a dying scream, and the smell of mold and rotten meat rushed out. I fished out my tactical flashlight and shone it inside. The concrete steps were covered in dark brown marks, not rust, but dried blood. Watch out for the stairs. I stopped Sophia, who was about to rush down. The beam of light swept past her feet, where there was half a bloody nail with a small rose painted on the nail, exactly the same manicure as the nurse Mary, who disappeared 3 months ago. At the deepest part of the basement there is a metal box, half a person's height, with the surface engraved with the same symbols as the protective device. A cloud of translucent mist floated on the top of the box. If you looked closely, you could make out the facial features. A high nose bridge, blue eyes, and a scar on the left eyebrow. It was old Tom, the night watchman who was found dead in an abandoned factory last week. Memory guardian spirit. Lucas's voice trembled. A defense system made from the obsession of the dead. Where did Victor get it from? The mist suddenly condensed into a solid entity. Old Tom's neck twisted towards us at a weird angle, and black memory fragments crawled out of his eye sockets. It was the scene before his throat was cut. Victor stood in front of him, holding a syringe in his hand. Go to sleep, Tom. Your wife needs you to guard the last door. His weakness is in memory frequency, I yelled. When he used his ability just now, a beeping sound flashed through old Tom's dying memory, which was very similar to the sound made by the frequency regulator in Lucas's equipment. I grabbed Lucas's wrist. Turn it to wife. He heard Victor humming a song before he died. I gritted my teeth, and the skin on the back of my neck began to crack. Green sleeves. B flat. 60 beats per minute. Lucas's fingers flew over the regulator. Old Tom's body suddenly began to tremble, and black fragments burst out from his 7 orifices, hitting the metal box with a clanging sound. Adrian took the opportunity to swing the fire axe, and the axe blade chopped into the gap of the metal box. Leah drew her gun and shot, and the bullet hit the guardian spirit, and the fog dispersed and gathered again, but it no longer approached. Crack. The moment the metal box cracked, the entire basement shook violently. The dim blue light of the memory crystal shone through the gaps in the steps, casting flickering spots of light on the wall. I rushed over and pulled out the power cord from the box. It was a silver wire wrapped in black cloth, and felt icy to the touch. This was the energy source, connected to the core of the time memory matrix. It's cut. Sophia's camera recorded the scene of the silver wire breaking. The matrix is beginning to collapse. There was a roar of glass breaking from the direction of the dome. I looked up and saw the suspended memory crystals exploding one by one. Red ones, the tampered murder case; blue ones, the erased witnesses; and gold ones, Victor's wife's dying memories. The crystal in the center with my name engraved on it broke into two halves, and the 8-year-old me fell out of the fragments and disappeared in midair. Well done. A familiar baritone voice sounded from behind. I turned around suddenly and saw Victor standing at the door of the basement, wearing a neatly tailored suit with his late wife's pearl brooch pinned to his breast pocket. In his hand he held a diamond-shaped crystal, inside which flowed a faint blue light similar to that of the time matrix. But do you think? He smiled and raised the crystal. The air behind him suddenly twisted into a vortex. Is this the end of the closed loop? A hand stretched out from the vortex, pale and covered with age spots, exactly the same as my hand at this moment. Was it my future me, or my past me? His lips moved, and the words he spoke were swallowed up by the roar of the vortex. Leah's gun was pressed against Victor's temple. You're crazy. Her voice was shaking. The Matrix collapse will destroy the memory of the entire Grey Harbor town. No, dear Sheriff. Victor's eyes passed us and fell on the collapsing dome. This is just the beginning. He pressed his thumb on the crystal. The real game. The vortex suddenly expanded, swallowing up the lights in the basement. I heard my childish voice again, this time clearer, crying with blood foam. Mom, save me. Victor's laughter mixed in with it, like a thin needle piercing every nerve in my body. It's just the beginning. The incandescent light in the basement shattered into stardust in the vortex, and I smelled the smell of rust exploding in my nostrils. It was my own blood, oozing from my gums. My old teeth are very loose, and I accidentally bit my cheek when I turned around just now. Come closer. Leah's gun did not shake. She leaned her back against me, and her body temperature seeped through her police uniform. This reminded me of 3 days ago in the morgue, when she pressed my wrist through her rubber gloves to check my pulse. At that time, I could still put on a cynical smile and say, "Sheriff, this is too old-fashioned to ask me out for coffee." Now the skin on my wrists is so loose that it can be pulled into wrinkles, like crumpled brown paper. Victor's crystal flickered in the dark blue vortex, and the pearl brooch on his chest pocket suddenly emitted a cold light, just like what I saw when I hid in the closet 20 years ago. That's how my mother's blood flowed over that day, the dark red tide flowing over my sneakers and my father's pocket watch. Later at Victor's charity auction, I saw the watch hanging on the inside pocket of his suit, the energy threshold of the time matrix. Lucas's voice squeezed in from the left. He held up his glasses, the lenses covered with swirling reflections. Last time he used the crystal to connect to the time anchor point under the clinic. It lasted for 17 minutes before he needed to replenish his memory. Now open the vortex and teleport at the same time. He needs chaos. Adrian suddenly interrupted. The young man who always wears a black turtleneck sweater, rolling his Adam's apple. Dad always said that a perfect time loop requires unexpected variables. Your intervention is a variable, and he wants to put the variable into the box he designed. Box. As I stared at the crystal on Victor's fingertips, I suddenly remembered the diary I found in the abandoned steel mill last week. It belonged to his late wife Claire. The last page reads, "John said time is a river, and we are all fish. But I want to be a fisherman. even if I have to use souls as bait. John is Victor's real name. Claire died in childbirth, and the child did not live for more than 3 days. The hand in the vortex reached out again, and this time I saw the ring clearly. G and C was engraved on the inside of the silver ring, exactly the same as the wedding ring I found in the secret compartment of Victor's study. That was his hand. Was it him? 50 years later. Or Evan? Leah pulled my arm, and I realized that I had staggered forward 2 steps without knowing when. My old knees were protesting. Every movement felt like someone was twisting the joints with a rusty screwdriver. But I smelled a faint scent of bitter almonds floating on the edge of the vortex. The same smell as the scene of the murder 20 years ago. The bitter orange blossom perfume that my mother often used. He's leading me. I licked the blood from the corner of my mouth, my voice hoarse as sandpaper, using my memory as an anchor. Leah's gun barrel left a red mark on Victor's temple. If you move again, I'll blow your head off. That would destroy the entire chain of memory in Grey Harbor. Victor laughed like a church choir. Sheriff, why do you think those bodies you dissected had no memories? I had already drawn their consciousness into the time matrix as fuel, including, he glanced at me, including the last words little Evan heard while he was hiding in the closet. A child's voice suddenly exploded above my head, and the blood-soaked cry hurt my eardrums. Mom, save me. My eyes went dark, and the scenes from 20 years ago seemed to be fast-forwarded. Mom collapsed in the middle of the living room, with a knife in the chest. Dad's body rolled down the stairs, and the blood on the back of his head turned into roses on the carpet. And I, 5-year-old Evan, curled up in the innermost part of the closet, digging my nails into the wood, watching the black leather shoes outside the crack of the door stop in front of Mom's body. Now, Lucas screamed through the tinnitus. Only then did I realize that the blue light of the vortex dimmed for a moment. Victor's thumb paused on the crystal, which was his habitual action every time he extracted memories. Claire's diary wrote, when John pressed the crystal with his left hand, he would pause for half a second, as if he was confirming with his past self. I bit my tongue, and the smell of blood brought my consciousness back into focus. The ability of the dead to whisper surged up along with the pain, and the memories of the dead that I had sealed away. The truck driver thrown into the canal, the homeless child who died in the abandoned church, and the Asian girl Rose, Sophia's sister, who was found in the alley behind the clinic last week. The images of their death exploded into pieces in my mind, and then condensed into a knife. Fuck your closed loop. I growled and raised my hand. Under my aging skin, the blood vessels bulged like earthworms. The memory of the deceased rushed into the vortex through her fingertips. That was the last thing Rose saw. Victor, standing next to the operating table, the crystal pressed against her forehead, her memory being drawn into the blue light and sucked into the crystal. It was the truck driver's fear before his death. Victor's face in the rearview mirror overlapped with the owner of the black leather shoes outside the closet. 20 years ago. It was the mother's last moment of consciousness. She looked up at the murderer, and what was reflected in her pupils was not a stranger, but Victor Marlowe, who always smiled at her at the community charity dinner. The vortex screamed like shattering glass. Victor's suit was blown up by the air wave, and his pearl brooch fell to the ground with a pop. Leah took the opportunity to pull the trigger, but the bullet stopped in midair, like a movie with the pause button pressed, and a faint blue light condensed on the surface of the bullet. Nice counterattack. Victor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spiderweb cracks appeared on the crystal. But you should look at what you look like now. I touched my face, running my fingertips over the newly opened wrinkles at the corners of my eyes. Every time Whisper of the Dead is used, life goes back 1 hour, but this time, I clearly felt like something was being drained away more. Maybe the time vortex itself is accelerating my aging. It's my turn. Victor raised the crystal, and the blue light seeping from the cracks suddenly turned blood red. The vortex no longer swallowed the light, but instead beat like a heart. And with each beat, a layer of the basement wall peeled off. I saw rusty steel bars behind the cement, and behind that were bricks, and behind that were soil. The building had been stripped of its outer shell over time, revealing its foundation from the 1920s, its wooden boards from the 1880s, and its rocks from the 1790s. Hold on tight. Adrian rushed over and grabbed my arm. Lucas ran towards Sophia with his memory tampering device, and the four of us piled up in a ball. Leah's gun finally fell to the ground with a dull thud, and on the rocky ground of 1790, the sound sounded like it came from another world. Then everything started to turn around. I saw my 5-year-old self standing on the rock, looking up at my adult self. I saw Leah in her 1950s floral dress, holding a swaddled baby. I saw Victor kneeling in the 1920s mud, with the body of a young woman in his arms. It was Claire, more alive than in the photo, her hand stroking Victor's face, her lips moving as if to say goodbye. When I regained my balance, the sharp pain in my knee told me that this was not a dream. The air around me was freezing cold, and the white breath I exhaled condensed into mist in front of me. Looking up, the original basement ceiling was gone, replaced by a lead-gray sky. In the distance stood several abandoned steel blast furnaces, with rusty pipes coiled in the weeds, like giant snakes. This is... Sophia's voice trembled and she pointed at the ground. We were standing on a railroad track. The sleepers were badly rotten and the nails were covered with green rust. The marks on the rails showed that this was a product of 1912, the oldest freight railway in Grey Harbor Town, which was abandoned 30 years ago. The time anchor point. Lucas touched the railroad track, his fingers stained with rust. Victor teleported us to the origin of the time matrix. This is where he first gained the power of time. First time. Leah picked up a stone and threw it towards the blast furnace. The stone suddenly stopped in midair, then flew back upside down and fell into the puddle at her feet. The ripples on the water surface were counterclockwise. Adrian squatted down and drew a circle on the mud with a branch. Dad said that in the winter of 1987, he dug up a crystal in this scrap metal factory. That day, Claire had just had a miscarriage, and he knelt in the snow and cried. And then the crystal glowed by itself. His voice suddenly stopped. Then he looked up at the top of the blast furnace. I followed his gaze. On the platform of the tallest blast furnace there stood a figure. He was wearing a smart suit with a pearl brooch in his breast pocket. Although I was far away, I could still see clearly what he was holding. A diamond-shaped crystal exactly the same as the one Victor had just held, emitting a faint blue light. And his face is exactly the same as Victor, who is standing in front of us now. The wind suddenly picked up, carrying with it the smell of rust and bitter almonds. I heard laughter in the distance, a familiar baritone voice mixed in with the sound of the wind, clear as if it was right next to my ear. Welcome to the real closed-loop Evan game. We've only just begun. My back teeth were sore from biting them, and a rusty taste rose in my throat. Not from fear, but from the bleeding gums caused by aging. Ever since I saw Victor on the blast furnace, I felt like a rusty needle was circling in my temple, and every time it circled, the wrinkles at the corners of my eyes deepened. Leah's tactical flashlight beam swept across the ground. The blue-gray stone bricks were covered with dark patterns that looked like blood vessels or some lost alphabet. Half an hour ago we were standing in the mud of the scrap metal factory, watching the stones flying back in time, and the next second the sky collapsed, or rather the sky was crumpled into a ball. What was hanging above his head now was not the night sky, but a bowl of fog emitting faint blue fluorescence, with occasional spiderweb-like cracks that let out a few blood-red lights. Is this fucking quantum foam? Lucas's fingers flew over the instrument on his chest, which was a modified version of the brainwave monitor he had brought from the laboratory. The frequency of the energy fluctuations completely overlaps with the resonance peak of Victor's crystal. When he looked up, his lenses were covered with a layer of white mist. Evan, have you tried to use your ability? I tugged at my wrinkled leather jacket, my joints clicking. Whisper of the dead. Requires contact with the dead. But there aren't even any dead mice here, except for the bricks we stand on, which are probably older than Greyhaven itself. I squatted down and pressed my palms into the cracks between the bricks, feeling the coolness running up through my blood vessels. Don't force it. Leah put her hands on my shoulders, her body temperature seeping through the tactical uniform. Your current state? 52. I interrupted her, looking down at the age spots on the back of my hands. 1 year older, every hour, right? When I used my ability in the morgue last week, I was still 48 in the mirror. Adrian suddenly squatted down and ran his fingertips over a raised brick pattern. There is the same pattern on the edge of the carpet in my father's study. His Adam's apple moved. On the day my mother had a miscarriage, he said that after digging up crystals in the scrap metal factory, he had a dream. In the dream there was a white house with these patterns all over the walls. Sophia's camera suddenly beeped, and she raised the lens to the light fog above our heads. Look at this. On the display screen, silver threads were oozing out of the dark blue fog, as if someone was weaving a fishing net. Lucas's instrument suddenly emitted a piercing scream. He grabbed my arm and said, "Go. The source of the fluctuation is over there." We followed him through 3 corridors covered with vines. The leaves of the vines were translucent, and we could see the dark blue liquid flowing inside. When the building appeared before my eyes, I almost choked on my breath. It looked like a church gnawed by time, with half of its spire collapsed, but the rest strangely intact. And the patterns on the stained glass were not saints, but entangled snakes and crystals. The door was made of some kind of metal, and had the same dark patterns carved into it as the ground. Leah pulled out a tactical knife, and inserted it into the crack of the door. The moment her muscles tensed, the door opened by itself, and the wind brought the musty smell of old book paper. Inside was a circular hall with rows of niches embedded in the walls. In each niche stood a black stone slab with light golden words floating on the surface. Lucas rushed over, fingertips almost touching the nearest slate. Is this a variant of Sumerian cuneiform? No, it's even older. He took out a pen and scribbled on his notebook. It says box of memory, cocoon of time. Evan. Sophia's voice was trembling, and she shone her flashlight towards the center of the hall, where a skeleton was lying, wearing a 19th century suit and a pearl brooch on his chest. My temple throbbed. When I squatted down and touched the skeleton, the dull pain of aging flooded over my body like a tide. White light exploded on my retina, and I saw, in a scrap metal factory with snow falling, a man in a suit was kneeling in the snow, holding an aborted baby girl in his arms. His face was exactly like Victor's, but younger. Then his hand touched something. There was a diamond-shaped crystal buried under the snow, emitting a faint blue light. The man's tears dripped onto the crystal, and the snow suddenly began to flow backwards. The baby girl's blood flowed back into the mother's body through the snow, and the woman's belly swelled up again. Ugh! I turned my head sharply, my stomach churning. Leah immediately supported me, and I could feel her heartbeat hitting my back through my clothes. He saw Victor's memory of his first contact with the crystal. Lucas's voice trembled. This is the wrinkle of time. Victor's crystal tore the first crack in 1987, and now he is weaving a larger cocoon. There was a sudden click in the niche. I looked up and saw the pale gold words on the black slate flowing like sand blown by the wind. Then the floor began to shake, and a wet hissing sound came from farther down the hall. Stand back. Leah had already drawn her gun. In the white light of the tactical flashlight, I saw several distorted outlines emerging from the shadows. Their bodies were like elongated wax figures. Their skin was translucent, and you could see the blood vessels entangled inside, and their eyes were 2 dark blue crystals. As the first monster pounced upon me, I smelled bitter almonds. Its claws scratched across Leia's shoulders. and the sound of tearing fabric was mixed with her moans. I picked up the stone bench next to me and threw it over, but I saw the monster's body pass through the stone bench like water, and the next second its hands had already grabbed Sophia's neck. Hit the eye. Adrian's voice came from the right. He raised the bronze candlestick torn from the wall and smashed it hard on the eye socket of another monster. The moment a dark blue crystal burst into pieces, the monster screamed and its body began to dissolve, like a snail sprinkled with salt. Leah's shooting skills were terrifyingly accurate. She fired 3 shots in a row, and all the bullets penetrated the third monster's eyes. I grabbed a piece of slate and stabbed it into the eye socket of the monster that was strangling Sophia. The moment the crystal shattered, I saw countless fragments of memory pouring out of its body. A baby's cry, a woman's laughter, a bloody scalpel, all of which were the contents of the old photos in Victor's study. They are the embodiment of memory, Lucas shouted from behind a stone niche. Victor's crystals are absorbing the memories of the living to feed them. When the last monster dissolved into a pool of blue-black slime, Adrian kicked the slime on the ground and suddenly squatted down. There is a secret door here. He pulled away the slime, revealing a movable stone slab, and underneath was a section of stone stairs leading downwards, with a faint scent of jasmine in the air, the same smell as the incense in Victor's study. At the end of the stone steps is a circular room, with a 1-meter-high crystal ball in the center, with galaxy-like light flowing inside. When my hand touched the surface of the crystal ball, Whisper of the Dead automatically started. This time, there was no severe pain of aging, but instead it felt like being soaked in warm water. I see. Victor knelt in front of the crystal, holding a corpse in his arms. It was a woman in a red dress, whose face was 70% similar to Adrian. Claire, I can bring you back to life. His voice was filled with tears. Use the cocoon of time to preserve your memories, and use the lives of others to feed them. At the scene of a family murder, 20 years ago, the murderer's knife stopped in midair. The blood flowed back into the body of the deceased. The corpse sat up. There was no light in the eyes, only blue crystal fragments. In my own childhood, when I was 5 years old, I squatted in an abandoned warehouse and saw through the cracks in the wooden boards a man in a suit holding a crystal. Outside the warehouse, my parents fell in a pool of blood, and the blood was flowing back into their bodies. This is his testing ground. I let go of my hand, and ripples appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. He is practicing manipulating time, so that Claire can be truly resurrected. So where are we now? Sophia's voice was tight. In his cocoon, Lucas touched the base of the crystal ball. Time can flow backwards and pause here, but the price is to devour the memories and lives of the living. Boom. The door of the room suddenly slammed shut. I looked up and saw that the walls around me were slowly squeezing inwards. The sound of stone bricks rubbing against each other was like a giant beast grinding its teeth. Leah immediately took out a multi-purpose military knife to pry the door open. Adrian used a candlestick to knock on the wall looking for a mechanism. Lucas frantically flipped through the stone tablet text he had just copied, and Sophia held up her camera and took pictures non-stop. I leaned against the crystal ball and could feel its vibrations through my back. The dull pain of aging came over me again, and this time I didn't hide from it. Instead, I closed my eyes. Before I lost consciousness, I heard Leah's voice with a reassuring calmness. Evan, tell us about the memories you saw. We need to find Victor's loophole. The wall was squeezing faster and faster, and stone chips fell at my feet. But no one screamed. No one panicked. Leah's knife made a metallic scraping sound in the crack of the door. Adrian found a loose brick. Lucas suddenly shouted, "Found it." Sophia's camera kept flashing, and I, touching my reflection in the crystal ball, had a light burning in the eyes of that 50-year-old man. The game has just begun, then I'll stick with you till the end. The stone chips felt like fine needles when they fell into my collar. I reached out to brush them off, but I felt the lines on the surface of the crystal ball, Those spiral cuts were slightly hot in rhythm with the pressure of the wall. Leah's saber was stuck in the crack of the door, and the sound of metal friction was so painful that it hurt her eardrums. This door is made of solid cast iron, and can't be pried open. When she turned around, there was dust on her forehead, which made her blue eyes look brighter. Adrian inserted the candlestick into the loose brick gap and pried up half a brick with a click. The rusty gears were exposed inside. Mechanical transmission, the wall is pushed by these old gears. He kicked the gear and the metal made a dull sound. But the power source is not here. Lucas's fingers moved quickly on the slate, rubbing, and suddenly he slapped his thigh. The squeezing frequency is 3 times per minute, which matches the vibration frequency of the crystal ball. He grabbed my wrist and pressed it on the crystal ball. Do you feel it? The blood vessels on the back of your hand beat faster with each vibration. This thing is draining your life energy to maintain the trap. I closed my eyes. The dull pain of aging seeped through my bones, like someone was slowly grinding my spine with a rusty saw. But when I concentrated, the fragments that were squeezed into my consciousness began to surge. The memory of death. White mist floats on the surface of the crystal ball. I saw Victor standing in the same room 30 years ago, holding a woman in a lace dress in his arms. There was a knife wound on her neck, and blood was dripping down Victor's suit, but his expression was as gentle as if he was coaxing a sleeping child. Don't be afraid, Anna. I will use the memories of all the dead to build you an eternal city. He is collecting memories of death to maintain time magic. When I opened my eyes, the white mist in the crystal ball condensed into the outline of a woman. The wall is squeezed to create new deaths and replenish energy. Leia's saber suddenly made a buzzing sound. She stared at the dark red liquid seeping out of the crack in the door. It's hydraulic oil. She turned to Adrian and yelled, "Smash the gears." Adrian picked up the candlestick and smashed the gears. Amid the metal sparks, Lucas dragged me towards the crystal ball. Memory fluctuation is the key. You use your ability to interfere with it, and I will use the ancient characters I copied to reverse the code. He took out a micro oscilloscope from his pocket, and the waveform on the screen was fluctuating with the vibration of the crystal ball. Follow my count once every 3 seconds, and use memory shock to offset the fluctuation. The pain of aging suddenly became acute, and I could see the skin on the back of my hand sagging at a rate visible to the naked eye. But when I touched the crystal ball again, the memories of the dead came flooding back like a torrent. The miners silenced by Victor, the girl locked in the basement, and that stormy night 20 years ago when I hid in the closet and saw my parents' bodies being dragged through the living room, and the murderer's blood-stained leather shoes leaving footprints on the floor exactly the same as the ones Victor was wearing today. Now Lucas pressed the button on the oscilloscope, and I gritted my teeth, and through the most painful parts of my memory, my mother's hand reaching for the closet before she died, and my father's last cry of "run" from his severed throat, into the crystal ball. The crystal ball made a shrill buzzing sound. The speed of the wall's compression suddenly stopped, and the gears made a dying whine. Leah shouted and pressed down with the saber. The hydraulic oil in the gap of the door spurted out with a hiss, and the door bounced open with a bang. I almost fell down when the draft blew in with the smell of rust. Leah held me, and following her gaze, I saw a person standing at the end of the corridor, Victor Marlowe. He was wearing a well-tailored dark grey suit and holding a silver coffee cup in his hand, welcoming guests as if he were in his own living room. "Welcome back, Evan." His voice was as mellow as aged red wine. "I have been waiting for the climax of this drama for 20 years. Adrian's knuckles turned white. He promised me not to touch anyone from this town. Oh, my dear son. Victor put down the cup and rubbed the rim with his fingertips. Why do you think I let you live until now? Because you are Anna's favorite little angel. His eyes swept over us and stopped at the faint butterfly birthmark on Leah's neck. The blood of the Crawford family is really interesting. Anna's surgery back then used the genetic sample from your family. Leah's hand was already on the pistol at her waist, but I gently stopped her. I could feel the turbulence of time in Victor, the air around him like crumpled paper, the occasional glimpse of age spots beneath his suit, and deeper still, the peeling of rotting flesh. "You won't be able to hold on for much longer," I began. "Every time you manipulate time, you speed up your own death." Victor smiled, a smile that cracked like porcelain. "Smart. So I need the last batch of death memories. Enough for Anna's consciousness to completely occupy this body." He raised his hand, and the window at the end of the corridor suddenly shattered, and the cold wind blew the broken glass and stabbed over. "And you are just the perfect sacrifice." The battle was more chaotic than expected. Leah's gun hit Victor, but the bullet seemed to hit a pool of water, and its trajectory twisted and nailed into the ceiling. The dagger thrown by Adrian hung in the air, and was crushed into scrap metal by invisible hands. Lucas activated the memory tampering device, but the blue light net was torn into pieces the moment it touched Victor. I gritted my teeth and approached. The pain of aging has become numb, and now I can hear the crisp sound of bones with every step I take. When I was only 3 steps away from Victor, I reached out and pressed his shoulders. Memories burned the retina like concentrated sulfuric acid. I saw Victor standing in my living room on a stormy night with the blood from the knife dripping onto my mother's wedding dress. I saw him injecting Anna with the memory fluid of the deceased in the basement laboratory in 2001. I saw him tearing off the human skin mask on his face in front of the mirror 10 minutes ago, revealing the rotten flesh crawling with maggots underneath. "Your time magic requires the suffering of the living to maintain it," I gasped. "And you yourself have long been dead." Victor's pupils contracted violently. His right hand rose uncontrollably, revealing the stitches on his wrist. The skin there was peeling away, revealing the rusty gears underneath. Lucas suddenly rushed over and shoved the memory device into my hands. "Use your ability as a conductor." I gripped the device tightly and poured the most horrifying scene in Victor's memory. The last time Anna looked at him. It was not love, but fear. Into it, a blue blade of light pierced through Victor's chest, and the scream he made was not like a human, but more like the noise of metal rubbing against each other. "It's over." Leah's gun was pressed to his temple, but Victor still had a smile on his face. His body began to become transparent, like smoke blown away by the wind, but voices came from all directions. "Do you think you can save Grey Harbor by stopping me?" "No, my dear children." The ground suddenly began to shake. I leaned against the wall and looked up, and saw that the hands of the wall clock at the end of the corridor were turning backwards, and the second hand jumped from 12 to 11, and then to... There was a crisp sound of breaking glass outside the window. It was the old church in the town center. The holy image on the stained glass was distorted, and Jesus' face turned into Anna's. Leah grabbed my arm, her palms sweaty. "Evan, this is the final stage of the Memory Immortality Project." I looked at the place where Victor disappeared. The air there still smelled of rotting meat. He turned the entire town into a memory container. Now, time and space are in chaos. There was a siren sound coming from the distance, but it was 3 beats slower than usual. Adrian pointed out the window, his voice trembling. "Is that the house where I lived when I was a child? But it was demolished 10 years ago." Lucas's oscilloscope was jumping wildly, and the waveform on the screen was a complete mess. Sophia's camera kept flashing. In the photos, some of us were 20 years old, some were 50 years old, and in one photo, I saw myself lying in a coffin, side by side with my mother from 20 years ago. Victor's laughter was still ringing in my ears. I touched my face and found that my skin was so loose that wrinkles could be formed. The aging process was accelerating. But what was even more terrifying was that I heard a familiar voice coming from the street. It was my father's voice, calling my nickname. It was my mother's voice, saying it's time to go home for dinner. They are all dead. But now, their voices are in the wind of Grey Harbor. Leah held my hand tightly. Her body temperature came through my palm, as real as the last anchor. We have to find the source of the time turbulence. Her voice was soft, but enough to cover the whispers of the dead. Evan, this time I will take you home. I looked at the distorted street scene outside the window and suddenly laughed.
So what if I get old? So what if time is messed up?
As long as there are still people who remember the truth. As long as there are still people who are willing to fight against this mess. The game has just begun. I pressed my knuckles against the wooden table in the police station and could feel the moisture seeping through the wood grain. This is the oldest building in Huigang Town. 20 years ago, when I was squatting at the door waiting for my father to get off work, the wall paint had already begun to peel off. What is crawling out of those cracks now is not mold, but a faint blue light, very much like the energy flow of the time device in Victor's laboratory. The oscilloscope shows that the energy fluctuation frequency is jumping around 0 Ts. Lucas pushed up his glasses, and the blue light of the screen cast a blue-gray shadow under his eyes. This is not a natural disorder, more like some kind of preheating of the startup program. He tapped the keyboard, and the waveform suddenly exploded into glaring sawtooth. Look, it's jumping to 1.2 now. Victor needs a stable energy field to complete the final stage of memory immortality. Sophia's camera clicked, and I caught a glimpse of myself in the viewfinder. The left half of my face had the wrinkles of a 50-year-old, while the right half had the outline of a 20-year-old. These photos will overlap different timelines when they are developed. She turned the camera upside down on the table, and the metal shell was so hot that you could fry an egg on it. I just took a photo at the clinic. One of them was of the town hall in 1998. My grandmother said that the mayor, old Hansen, broke his neck on the steps that winter. Adrian suddenly clenched the corner of the table. The young man who always wears a turtleneck sweater. His Adam's apple rolled violently at this moment. My father, he needs an anchor. His voice was like a rusty gear. When he started collecting the memories of the dead 10 years ago, he always said that human consciousness is the most stubborn anchor. The more severe the time turbulence is, the closer his device is to the critical value. He looked up with red eyes. At the moment the critical value appears, there will be a gap of 0.3 seconds in his protective field. Leah's pen made deep scratches in the notebook. The second button of her uniform was loose, revealing the pale blue veins on her collarbone. That was the wound she had been cut open this morning to help me block the time fragments. Evan, she turned to me, her badge flashing coldly under the chandelier. Your whisper of the dead can read memory fragments, and now is the best time to find his weakness. I touched my cheek. Under the loose skin, the contours of the cheekbones look like sandpapered stones. Every time I use my ability, aging feels like a tide flooding over my ankles. And now the tide has reached my chest. But when I looked out the window, in the newsstand on the corner, the 1985 Grey Harbor Times was overlapping the front page of 2023. Old Joe the hot dog seller had half the body of a strong 40-year-old, and the other half was a skeleton tortured by lung cancer. The voices of the dead came up again. The last syllable of my mother calling me Little Ivan. The crisp sound of my father's leather shoes stepping on the blue stone slabs, and the sound of a knife cutting through flesh and blood that I heard while curled up in the closet at the scene of a family murder 20 years ago. Let's go. I pushed the chair away, and the wooden legs made a harsh sound on the ground. Leah's hand grabbed my wrist in time, and the temperature of her palm was like a red-hot needle, piercing through those illusory echoes. Follow me closely. She took off her police hat and stuffed it into my hand, her hair brushing the back of my hand. This time I will take you home. The fountain pool in the center of town is twisting. Hippies in 1970 were playing guitar by the pool. Drug dealers in 2010 were making deals. And at this moment, Victor Marlowe was suspended half a meter above the ground on the water. He was wearing an off-white suit, exactly the same as the one he wore at last week's charity dinner, except that the silk handkerchief in his left breast pocket was oozing with dark brown blood. It was caused by Adrian stabbing him with broken glass 3 days ago. "Welcome to the feast of time, dear Evan." His voice was like crushed ice dipped in honey. "Look, they are all here." He raised his hand, and the hippies in the fountain suddenly froze, and the drug dealer's movements retreated back to before he raised his gun. My wife's last smile, my daughter's first cry. As long as you collect enough memories, death is just a misunderstanding. I could hear my joints popping. In the body of a 50-year-old, the bones of a 20-year-old hurt as if they were about to break. Leah made a detour from the left. Adrian went around behind the fountain, and Lucas set up an energy jammer on the second floor of the bakery 300 meters away. Sophia's camera kept flashing, the flash piercing through the distorted time and space, illuminating the floating shadow behind Victor. It was a woman in a floral dress, his late wife Helen, whisper of the dead. I chanted silently, and the last thing I saw before closing my eyes was Leah nodding at me. In the darkness, fragments of memory came like a rainstorm. Victor was debugging a time device in the laboratory. He crushed a pocket watch. Blood dripped on the gears. Helen was lying on the hospital bed. Her fingers stroked his face, and she said, "Don't go crazy for me." On a winter night 20 years ago, he stood outside my house. The knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. "Look here." Adrian's roar tore through the darkness. When I opened my eyes, a ball of faint blue light was gathering in Victor's right hand. In that ball of light, Adrian's figure changed from a young man to a child, and then to a baby in a cradle. Leah's baton hit Victor's waist. Amid the crisp sound of metal collision, I saw a flash of red light on his left chest. It was not blood, but a crystal embedded under the skin, like a piece of solidified blood amber. "Energy node." Lucas's voice exploded from the headset. "Now." I staggered over. The dizziness brought on by aging made the edges of his vision darken, but the red light of the crystal became clearer and clearer. Victor turned to look at me, and there were two versions of me in his pupils. The 5-year-old me, huddled in the closet, shivering, and the current me, with fire burning in my eyes. His hands pinched my neck. Fragments of time brushed across my cheek, and my left ear suddenly became deaf. That was me in 1999, and my hearing was damaged by the explosion. "You can't win." His breath smelled of rust on my face. "The memory will last forever, and you." Had bit the tip of my tongue. The moment a smell of blood rushed into his throat, the power of Whisper of the Dead flooded back like a tide. Helen's voice exploded in his mind. "Victor, look what you have done." My mother's screams, "Stay away from my son," and Adrian's cry when he was born, mixed with the last whispers of everyone he had killed in the past 20 years. The crystal suddenly burst into a blinding light. Victor's hand loosened, and he staggered back. The skin on his chest cracked into tiny cracks, and red light leaked out from the cracks, as if his heart was bleeding. Leah's baton, Adrian's broken glass, and Sophia's camera flash all hit him at the same time. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared in his protective field, and I could even see his true appearance through the cracks. Not a philanthropist, but a madman with sunken eye sockets and bloodstains under his fingernails. But at this moment, Oliver Gray rushed out from the alley. He was holding a metal briefcase in his arms, and the corner of the briefcase hit the wall, making a hollow sound. "Stop." His voice was filled with tears. "Even if you kill him, those politicians, they signed an agreement. As long as the plan is completed, Gray Harbor will be declared an experimental area, and everyone's memory will be tampered with." He opened the briefcase, and inside was a stack of documents with steel stamps. The top one was signed by the Department of Homeland Security. Victor suddenly laughed. He covered the wound on his chest, blood dripping from his fingers into the fountain, staining the hippies of 1970, the drug dealers of 2010, and us at this moment. So you see, he said in a voice as light as a sigh, this game has never been mine alone. Leah's baton fell to the ground with a dull thud. Adrian squatted down and covered his face with his hands. There was an electrical noise coming from Lucas's headset, and Sophia's camera screen went completely black. I looked at the distorted street scene in the distance, and suddenly remembered what my mother often said. There are secrets hidden in the fog of Grey Harbor Town. But the most terrifying secret is that people would rather believe lies. The whispers of the dead came again on the wind. This time it was not the parents, but a more distant voice, like bubbles rising from deep water. I turned around and saw a girl in a blue dress in the shadows at the alley entrance. Her face was obscured by mist, but I knew who it was. Veronica Blake, a phantom from my childhood. She raised her hand and pointed at my chest. There, I could feel my heartbeat. 1, 2, like typing in Morse code. Time was still flowing, but this time, I heard new sounds. I stared at the shadow in the blue skirt at the corner of the alley, and my throat tightened. The wind blew the smell of blood and rust into my nose. The blood in the fountain pool was surging with the turbulence of time. The hippie patches of 1970 and the drug dealer tattoos of 2010 overlapped in the ripples into blurred blocks of color. Leah's baton was still lying on the ground, with a thin layer of frost on the metal surface. That was the low temperature brought about by the turbulence of time. Evan, the sound of the blue skirt was like a silver bell immersed in ice water. Only then did I realize that the fog around Veronica was dissipating, revealing half of her face. Her left eye was a familiar amber color, exactly the same as my mother's eyes in the family photo in my childhood bedroom. Did you hear that? She raised her hand and lightly touched my chest with her fingertips. What is your heartbeat saying? I pressed my left breast. The pulse was beating rapidly, one beat faster than the other, as if someone were typing something in Morse code. Suddenly, a certain picture flashed into my mind. I was 6 years old, curled up in the closet, and through the gaps in the wooden boards I saw a man in a suit squatting in front of my mother's body. He pressed his gloved hand on my mother's forehead and muttered, "The seeds of memory need a living container." "That's Victor," Veronica said. "When you were 6 years old, he turned you into the key to activate eternal memory." I took a step back, and my back hit the marble of the fountain. Blood splashed on my trouser legs, and I felt freezing cold. "Who are you? Do you remember Helen?" She tilted her head. "Your mother always said, little Evan is having a blast with Helen's daughter again. There is no Veronica Black. I am the last memory of your mother that you have left." I suddenly remembered my mother's last whispers before she died. I was hiding in the closet while she lay on the living room floor, her floral apron soaked with blood. She looked towards the entrance and whispered, "Evan, the secrets in the fog can eat people, but you must remember that love is sharper than any memory." Veronica reached out her hand and passed her fingertips through my palm, bringing a gust of warm wind. "Come with me," she said. "The abyss of memory holds all of Victor's secrets, including why his wife committed suicide and how Leah's father died." Leah's father. I remembered the old newspaper I found in the town library last week. In 1995, Dr. Crawford, director of the Grey Harbor Neuroscience Institute, committed suicide in the laboratory, and there was a half bottle of cyanide next to his body. Leah was only 3 years old at the time, and was sent to live with relatives in Chicago. She always said that her father was taken away by depression, but I have seen a photo in her office. Young Dr. Crawford and Victor standing at the door of the institute, their arms around each other and smiling brightly. "Let's go." Veronica's voice suddenly became urgent. "The time turbulence is about to crush this place." She turned and walked into the mist, her blue skirt like a leaf sinking into a deep pool. I gritted my teeth and stepped in. The coolness instantly enveloped the whole body. When my vision cleared again, I was standing in a silver corridor. There were countless glowing fragments hanging from the ceiling. Some were yellowed photos, Some were bloody pocket watches, and some were jumping numbers. Those were the timestamps of memories. This is Victor's memory bank. Veronica's voice came from all directions. He spent 30 years collecting the memories of the dead, hoping to seal his late wife's consciousness here. But he didn't know that fragments of your mother's memories had slipped in, like a thorn in his plans. I reached out and touched the nearest shard. It was a family photo. Victor in a three-piece suit, with a blonde woman in a pearl necklace, holding a baby in her arms. Adrian, the woman's smile was faint, but there were shadows in her eyes. That's Clara Marlowe, Veronica said. In 1992, she discovered that her husband was using death row prisoners for memory transplant experiments at the institute, and she wanted to escape with her son. Victor locked her in a lab and injected her with mestics. The fragments suddenly twisted and turned into Clara's face. Her pupils dilated into gray, and her nails scratched bloody marks on the glass wall. Those children, their memories are fighting in my mind. John Victor's real name. Please let me die. The next fragment is Dr. Crawford's laboratory. He stood in front of the cryo chamber and recorded to the camera. John's experiment has gone out of control, and the memory transplant will cause consciousness to collapse. Clara's situation is not an accident. It is inevitable. If anything happens to me, remember to go to the crypt of the church in Grey Harbor, where there is... The screen suddenly went black. I heard the sound of metal rubbing and turned around to see a dark shadow floating at the end of the corridor. Its outline kept changing, sometimes turning into Victor's face, sometimes turning into Clara's hand, scratching the glass, and finally condensing into a monster holding a sickle with countless memory fragments hanging on the sickle. The guardian of the memory abyss. Veronica's voice was filled with warning. It is the product of Victor's twisted obsession, and it will devour all those who try to get closer to the truth. The sound of the sickle cutting through the air brushed past my ears. I staggered and hid in the memory fragments beside me, but bumped into another scene. I was 6 years old, squatting in the closet, and saw through the gap that Victor took off his gloves, revealing the family mark on his wrist, exactly the same as the thorn rose on Leah's wrist. I see, I said softly. Leah always said it was a tattoo from her mother, but her mother died when she was born. The real family mark comes from her father, Dr. Crawford, and from the joint research with Victor. The guardian's scythe came down again, this time slicing my left shoulder. The severe pain made me bite my lip, and the bloody smell was suddenly mixed with the sweet scent of apple pie. That was the smell of my mother, who would bake apple pie every Saturday morning, and the aroma of cinnamon would fill the entire street. Fight back with your memories, Veronica shouted. The guardians fear not violence, but pure emotion. What your mother called love. I closed my eyes. The autumn of 1989 suddenly came to my mind. My father squatted in the yard to teach me how to fish. His coarse cloth coat was stained with engine oil, but he carefully held my hand. My mother stuffed the freshly baked apple pie into my school bag and reminded me, don't let the dog next door steal it. And that rainy night I had a high fever. My parents took turns carrying me to the town hospital. My father's back was like a warm mountain. These memories heated up my body, flowed out through the wounds, and turned into golden light. The guardian let out an ear-piercing scream, and its body began to shatter, each fragment reenacting Clara's plea, Dr. Crawford's warning, and my mother's dying smile. Take this. Veronica's voice was suddenly close. I opened my eyes and saw a crystal in her hand, which contained a memory. The second half of Dr. Crawford's video, the third tombstone in the crypt, engraved with Anchor of Time. This is the key to unlocking Victor's eternal memory. She pressed the crystal into my hand. But now, you have to leave here. Only then did I realize that my left hand was becoming transparent. The walls of the silver corridor began to squeeze in, and memory fragments fell like meteors. What's going on? The memory abyss is absorbing your vitality. Veronica's mist thickened again. You have read too many memories of the dead with Whisper of the Dead, and your consciousness resonates with this place. There is a price to pay for leaving. What price? She didn't answer. I saw age spots on the back of my right hand, and my skin was wrinkled like dry bark, a sign of accelerated aging. But what was even more terrifying was that my heartbeat slowed down. 1 beat, 2 beats, and the intervals between them became longer and longer, like an old clock that was about to stop.
Evan.
Leah's voice was heard from a distance. I turned around and saw a white light at the end of the silver corridor. The figures of Leah, Adrian, and Lucas were swaying in the light. Veronica pushed me and said, "Go. It will be too late if you are any later." As soon as my feet stepped into the white light, I heard her last words. "Remember, love is sharper than any memory. But sometimes, love also requires sacrifice." The white light hurt my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying on the ground by the fountain, and Leah was holding her coat under my head. Her face flushed with anxiety, and the thorn rose on her wrist was faintly visible as she moved. "You disappeared for 10 minutes. She grabbed my hand. "But your hair is completely white, and your skin looks like you've aged 20 years. I touched my face. The skin touched by my fingertips is loose and dry, and the person in the mirror should have deep nasolabial folds. But the crystal in my hand was still hot, and Dr. Crawford's voice echoed in my ears. The third tombstone in the crypt, the anchor point of time." Victor's laughter came from the other side. I looked up and saw him standing at the entrance of the alley, the wound on his chest healing. In the mist behind him, a huge vortex of memory emerged, and Clara's face could be vaguely seen in it. "Congratulations, Evan," he said. "You finally got the key. But you know what it takes to open the door." He raised his hand, and I saw the thorn rose on his wrist glowing. Leia suddenly trembled and lifted up her sleeves. The rose was also glowing, echoing Victor's mark. "It's blood." Victor smiled. "The blood of the family, and the life force of the dying." I clenched the crystal in my hand. The pain of aging surged up from the bone marrow, but what was clearer was the sound of the heartbeat. This time I understood the Morse code. It was my mother's name, Helen, over and over again, like a song with no ending. Leah took my other hand. Her palms had lines from the rubber gloves commonly used by forensic doctors, but they were surprisingly warm. "We still have time," she said. "Right?" I stared into the vortex of memory behind Victor and heard Veronica's voice echoing in the wind. "The price has already been paid, Evan. Are you ready to exchange the rest of your life for the future of Greyhaven?" I stared at the thorn rose on Victor's wrist, and its light hurt my eyes. Leah's arm was hot in my palm, and the same mark was flickering with the rhythm of her heartbeat, like 2 lanterns tied by the same string. "Price?" My throat tightened. Veronica's voice was still lingering in the vortex of memory. "Exchange the rest of my life for the future of Grey Harbor." This was the 3rd time I heard this sentence. The first time was when my mother was dragged out of the house, her bloody hands pressed on the back of my neck, her nails digging into my skin. The second time was when Clara's body was in the freezer in the warehouse, her frozen fingers clutching half of an old photo. This sentence has become a tattoo engraved on my bones, and every time it jumps it hurts so much that I want to curl up. Victor's smile was like a rusty knife. "Do you think you got the crystal key?" That was just the first brick to open the door. The vortex behind him suddenly surged, and Clara's face was torn into pieces, revealing an even older scene behind it. The night of the massacre of my family 20 years ago, I hid in a wooden box in the attic, watching 4 masked men kick open the bedroom door. My mother's screams mixed with my father's gunshots, exploding into a scarlet in my memory. Leah's fingers suddenly tightened. "Evan, listen to me." Her voice cut through the roar of the vortex. I saw the autopsy report of Victor's wife in the autopsy room. There were traces of crystal implants in her hippocampus. Lucas said that memory devices require a living energy source, and the source of that energy, I continued, my throat rolling, is the abandoned nuclear reactor beneath the town. The one that closed down 50 years ago, right? Victor's pupils contracted for a moment. That's enough. I looked down at the crystal in my palm. Its originally clear lines now glowed dark purple, like blood stagnating in blood vessels. The numbness and soreness of aging creep up my spine, and I can hear the crisp sounds of my joints. Every time I use Whisper of the Dead, my biological age goes back 1 hour. But this time I'm going to go the other way, and use my remaining vitality as fuel.
You're crazy.
Victor took a half step back, and the mist condensed into ice at his feet. That will turn you into a mummy. It's better than watching Greyhaven become your graveyard. I pressed the crystal against my forehead, and the wind from the abyss of memory suddenly rushed into my nostrils, bringing with it the smell of rust. Leah's hand was pulled so hard that it hurt, but she didn't let go. Instead, she put her other hand on the back of my neck, just like my mother did. "Hold on," she whispered. "I'll count to 3. 1. Veronica's face emerged from the vortex, and her fingers painted with scarlet nail polish touched my forehead. 2. My mother's Morse code suddenly changed. This time it was run, short and long, and as urgent as a death warrant.
3.
Severe pain exploded from every nerve ending. I saw age spots on the back of my hands and white hair sticking out from my temples. My vision blurred and cleared in an instant. A crack appeared on the edge of the abyss of memory, and the sound of sirens, the smell of burning, and Leah's screams poured in. The light from the real world is so bright that I can't open my eyes. When my vision returned, I was kneeling on the rooftop of the abandoned hospital in Grey Harbor Town, with glass shattered into starbursts under my feet. There was a thumping noise downstairs, and Leah's tactical boots tapped out a rapid rhythm on the metal stairs. Evan, he activated the memory barrier, and Adrian was stuck on the second floor. I stood up holding onto the railing, my knees cracking under the weight. The sky outside the window was a strange purple-gray color, and thick smoke was rising from the direction of the city hall. Was that the underground clinic where Sophia was hiding? No, it's more likely to be Victor's memory laboratory. Lucas said that there is an energy pipeline connected to the nuclear reactor. Where's Lucas? I pulled off my coat and wrapped it around my shoulders. The chill of aging felt like an icicle piercing my bones. It's on the negative first floor control console. Leia threw me a tactical knife, with her initials engraved on the blade. He said the connection point between the crystal and the reactor is in Area B of the ventilation duct, and needs your key to cut it off. But first, she pointed to the one-way mirror in the corner, which reflected another me, wearing the same leather jacket as mine, and with an identical scar under his left eye as mine. That's your clone, grown with your childhood blood. Victor needs it to complete the memory transfer. The clone suddenly turned around. Its pupils were a cloudy grayish white, out of focus. I subconsciously reached behind my waist, where the revolver my father left behind should have been. But I felt nothing at this moment. All I brought back from the abyss of memory were crystal and an old bone. It has your abilities. Leah's voice dropped, but without the pain. There was a sound of glass breaking downstairs, and Adrian was shouting, "Dad,
Don't come over here." Victor's laughter was like a low-frequency vibration penetrating the floor and reaching his heart. I gripped the tactical knife tightly, the handle still retaining the warmth of Leah's palm. "You hold Victor back while I take care of the clones." I shoved the crystal into Leah's hand. "Once I've severed the connection, use this to smash through his energy core." She didn't take it. Instead, she grabbed my wrist and forced the knife into my hand. "Remember what I said in the autopsy room 20 minutes ago?" She rubbed her fingertips over the age spots on the back of my hand. "You promised me that you would drink the whiskey I hid in the sheriff's office alive." My throat tightened, and I nodded vigorously. The clone had smashed the mirror and rushed over. It was 3 times faster than me, and its nails were as long as the claws of a wild beast. I dodged to the side and the tip of the knife cut its forearm. There was no blood,
only a liquid with a blue glow gushing out, which was the memory culture fluid that Lucas mentioned. "You're not me," I gasped, stepping back, my back pressed against the iron bars of the ventilation duct. "You don't have your mother's Morse code. You don't have Clara's tears. You don't have..." The clone suddenly grabbed me by the neck. It was so powerful that I could hear my cervical vertebrae groaning. As my vision began to go black, I felt the bulge on the back of its neck. That was the lens interface, the same location as described in the autopsy report of Victor's wife. "Whisper of the dead," I yelled. The pain of aging came back again. This time I didn't hide, but took the initiative to face it. Fragments of the clone's memory rained down on his brain. The white walls of the laboratory. The man in a white coat implanting a crystal into its heart. Victor standing in front of the observation window and saying, "Perfect." The burnt cake my mother baked on my 5th birthday. The touch of cream on the tip of my nose. Those were my memories. Stolen and fed to this monster. The clone's hands loosened. It covered its head and stepped back, a hint of confusion flashing in its gray pupils. I took the opportunity to pull out my tactical knife and stabbed it into the joint at the back of its neck. The blue light suddenly surged, and the clone let out a scream similar to an electric current overload. Its body began to disintegrate, like an old movie with the fast-forward button pressed, and it began to turn into powder from the fingertips. "Evan," Leah's voice exploded from downstairs. "The reactor countdown is only 3 minutes left." I stumbled toward the ventilation duct and pried open the bars with my knife. The wind in the pipe carried the unique metallic smell of nuclear radiation, which made my face hurt. Lucas's voice came from the intercom. "The B-zone connection point is at the 3rd bend. Aim your crystal at the slot. Yes, now." As soon as the crystal was attached to the slot, the whole building began to shake violently. I saw Victor downstairs raise his head, the elegance on his face completely shattered, revealing bluish-gray skin and bulging eyeballs, which were the side effects of excessive use of memory energy. Leah's baton hit him in the chest. Adrian locked his arms from behind, and Sophia rushed in with a camera in hand, flashes flashing in a row. "It's cut off," Lucas shouted, "but Victor has activated the self-destruct sequence, and the reactor will explode in 3 minutes." I climbed out of the pipe just in time to see Victor pull the remote from his pocket. He pressed his thumb on the red button and laughed out loud. "Being buried with my wife in Greyhaven. How romantic is that?" "No." Leah rushed over, but was too far away. I rushed towards Victor, my aging body protesting, each step feeling like treading on broken glass. The moment the remote brushed against my fingertips, Victor pressed the button. The blast surged up from the soles of my feet. I was thrown flying and hit against the wall. Before I lost consciousness, someone grabbed my wrist. It was Leah, and her tactical boots made a harsh friction sound on the ground. We rolled into the fire escape, and the door slammed shut behind us. The firelight came in through the crack in the door, illuminating Leah's face in flickering light. She held me in her arms, and I could hear my own rapid heartbeat, and another heartbeat. When the explosions died down, Leah helped me to my feet. The window of the fire escape was broken, and moonlight leaked in, illuminating the ground, where lay a dried corpse, wearing the same leather jacket as me, with a scar under his left eye. "It's me." As I stood there, I looked down and saw that the skin on the back of my hands was as smooth as before, and the age spots had disappeared without a trace. Leah's phone is ringing. She picked up the phone and her face turned pale. Sophia was at the door of the city hall. Her throat rolled. She said she saw Victor, and Victor from 20 years ago standing side by side on the steps. I touched the back of my neck, where there was a coin-sized bump. The clone's crystal interface. The wind from the ventilation duct suddenly changed direction, bringing with it a burnt smell from 20 years ago, and a cloud of ash that fell at my feet. It was a half photo, In the photo, a little boy was hiding in a wooden box with his eyes wide open, reflecting the shadows of 4 masked men kicking open the bedroom door. The sound of sirens came from far away. Leah squeezed my hand. Her palm still had the lines of the rubber glove, but it was surprisingly cold.
Evan, she whispered. Did you hear that?
I heard it. It's Morse code. This time it was not the mother's name, but loop, shorter and longer, over and over again, like a song with no ending.
When the wind from the fire escape blew in, the crystal joint on the back of my neck suddenly felt hot.
The mummy, wearing my old leather jacket, lay at my feet. The scar under his left eye was in the exact same position as the one I had seen in the mirror for 30 years. Even the light brown mole at the end of the scar was exactly the same.
Evan?
Leah's voice trembled, and the cold light of the phone screen made her face pale. Sophia said there were 2 victors on the steps of the city hall. I looked down at the back of my hand. Half an hour ago, this place was covered with age spots, but now the skin is as tight as when he was 30 years old, and the lines of the blood vessels are extremely clear. The clone's crystal interface throbbed slightly beneath the skin like a tick with its tail stepped on. You go first. I took off my coat and covered the mummy with it. I'm going to the police station to find Lucas and check the whereabouts of the clone. Leah's fingers clasped my wrists, the lines of her rubber gloves hurting. Don't use your powers. She stared at the back of my neck. You're not in the right state right now. Police sirens blasted at the entrance of the alley. I took out my car keys and put them in her palm. Remember to turn on the police lights. The archives room at the Greyhaven Police Department smelled like musty old newspapers. Lucas was squatting in front of the server, tinkering with it, with coffee stains on the hem of his white coat. The old man had never changed his clothes since he was kicked out of Victor's laboratory. The last surveillance footage of the clone was 3 hours ago. He pushed his glasses, which had cracked into 3 pieces, and a blurry image popped up on the screen. A man in a leather jacket was standing under the cooling tower of an abandoned steel plant, looking up at the moon.
That posture was exactly like the one I was in last week when I was squatting in the alley behind the bar and throwing up from acid reflux.
Movement track. I tapped the keyboard. Lucas pulled up the heat map. The red dots started from the underground clinic in the east of the town and extended along the railway line towards the memory abyss. The abyss of memory is a taboo in the town of Grey Harbor. After the fire 20 years ago, the ruins of the old mental hospital in the north of the town became a black hole that swallowed up signals, and even the satellite map was full of noise. He's heading for the abyss. Lucas's finger hovered over the words memory abyss. Do you remember Victor's lab log? He said the abyss is a crack in time. There was a sudden sharp pain at the back of my neck. I held onto the corner of the table and caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flashing through the rain outside the window. It was the corner of a leather jacket. Chase. The scrap iron piles at the steel mill shone coldly in the rain. I was climbing up on the rusty iron plate. The moment my boots slipped, I heard the sound of glass breaking in front of me. Evan Hastings. This sound came from the abandoned laboratory. I kicked open the half-open door, and the smell of mildew mixed with rust hit me in the face. Daniel Wu leaned against the operating table with a silver collar tied around his left wrist. That was Victor's control device. I had seen it in the laboratory. The electric current would directly burn the nerves. He told me to wait for you. Daniel's pupils dilated. He said you would come to save me. I reached for the pistol at my waist, but paused the moment I touched the handle. Daniel's right hand was hidden behind his back, his knuckles white. Whisper of the dead, I whispered to myself, pressing my fingertips against his cold temple. Memories flooded back like a tide. Victor's face appeared in the darkness. Your sister's dialysis machine needs a new filter. Daniel. Then there was the sound of metal collision, and the moment the collar was buckled on his wrist, severe pain ran through his nerves throughout his body. The last scene shows the clone standing at the entrance of the memory abyss, holding a glass tube in his hand with a translucent gel floating in it. Reverse the drug. I let go of my hand and Daniel slumped to the ground, his collar clicking to the ground. He needs this. Daniel pulled off his wet shirt, revealing a fresh stitch on his chest. If the clone is to replace you, it must completely cover the original body's vital signs. In that tube are your stem cells, cultured from a blood sample from 20 years ago. The rain poured in through the broken window and wet a piece of paper at my feet. On it was Lucas's handwriting. The coordinates of the entrance to the memory abyss have been located. Marcus Reynolds will appear at 10 o'clock tonight. The phone vibrated at this moment. Leah sent a video. On the steps of City Hall, old Victor in a custom suit was shaking hands with young Victor in a leather jacket. In the shadows behind them, a man in a baseball cap was walking towards the alley. It was Marcus Reynolds. I lost him. Leah's voice was windy. He went into the underground warehouse of the old textile factory. Evan, the warehouse wall has the same totem carved on it as the one in my family's old house. I helped Daniel up. His temperature was rising. Go to the bureau to get the anti-control serum. Where are you going? Memory abyss. I touched the port on the back of my neck. The clone wants me dead. But what Victor wants is loop. Daniel looked up suddenly. I heard it in his lab. He said that only by letting time repeat itself can the memory of his late wife be kept alive forever. The rain is getting heavier. As I rushed into the parking lot, I caught a glimpse of my face in the rearview mirror. The fine lines around my eyes were gone, and even the scar from chasing drug dealers was so light that it was almost invisible. The clone is absorbing my life force at an accelerated rate, and it is now standing at the entrance to the memory abyss, holding the key that can completely replace me. Leah's second message popped up. The door to the underground warehouse is open. There was a machine inside, and the screen displayed Memory Abyss Entrance Authority Verification. Marcus was typing in the password, his hands were shaking. I stepped on the accelerator, and the tires splashed high in the water. In the rearview mirror, the cooling tower of the steel plant gradually blurred into a black shadow, while in the direction of the abyss of memory, a faint blue light penetrated the rain curtain like a pair of open eyes. Leah's last message was a photo. On the wall in the corner of the warehouse, a line of words was written in blood. Want to enter the abyss? Ask your family's secret first. The wipers swung back and forth, turning the blood words on the photo into blurry red marks. I stared at the coordinates of the memory abyss on the navigation, and the interface on the back of my neck suddenly began to heat up, as if it was counting down. On the other side of Grey Harbor, Leah was squatting in the shadows of an underground warehouse, watching Marcus enter the last number. The metal door made a dull roar, and the wind rushing out from behind the door carried the burnt smell of the fire 20 years ago. The sound of the wipers scraping across the windshield was like a blunt knife cutting my nerves. The phone screen flickered on and off on my lap. Leah's last message with the bloody photo was still on the screen. The bloodstains were swept into a blurry red mist by the wipers, just like the blood on the wall of my living room 20 years ago. That day I hid in the closet, listening to my mother screaming, watching the blood seep in from the crack in the door and snake across the floor. 3 kilometers to go. Adrian's voice came out from the car's Bluetooth, with a hint of electrical noise. Lucas was fiddling with his broken laptop in the passenger seat. The blue light from the screen made his eye sockets turn blue. The positioning signal of the memory abyss suddenly increased. The coordinates are shown to be underground in the old sugar factory. Victor set the entrance in his great-grandfather's property. It's quite shady. I stepped on the accelerator, and the engine of the broken Ford let out a dying roar. The connector on the back of the neck was burning hot, which was a sign that the clone was absorbing life force. When I was shaving this morning, the person in the mirror had age spots at the corners of his eyes, and the skin on the back of his hands was like dried orange peels. Every time I used Whisper of the Dead, I would age 3 months earlier. Now I probably look like a 50-year-old alcoholic, but I'm actually only... The car radio suddenly made a crackling sound. and Leah's voice burst out. Evan, I'm on the 3rd floor underground. There's a 1923 Grey Harbor Town Chronicle in the reference room. Inside it is shit. The sound of electricity swallowed up the second half of the sentence. I swerved the steering wheel to avoid the rusty iron sheets on the road. The chimney of the sugar factory finally emerged from the rain like a blackened tombstone. Adrian shouted into the intercom. There are 4 guards at the back door with stun batons. Before he finished speaking, I had already crashed the car into the bushes. The car door was thrown into the mud. The rain poured in through my collar, and I was shivering with cold. The metal door of the underground warehouse was half open, and a faint blue light leaked through the gap. I took out the Glock hidden in my boot, and just as I was about to pull the trigger, I heard the dull thud of something heavy falling from behind the shelf on the left. It was Leah. She was leaning against a rusty steam pipe, her left face swollen and purple, and her right hand was clutching half a yellowed notebook. They triggered the alarm. She panted, her voice hoarse like metallic friction. Marcus's men blocked me in the data room. I escaped by smashing the ventilation duct. She held up the notebook, and the gold-plated letters on the cover dimmed in the blue light. Look at this. Victor's great-grandfather was the founder of the Memory Association. They used the memories of the living to feed the abyss and maintain the time loop. Leah. The sound of an alarm suddenly tore through the air. Red lights swirled overhead, illuminating the dark figures pouring in from the stairwell, at least 8 of them, all wearing tactical vests, stun guns crackling in their hands. I recognized the tall man in the lead. He was Victor's personal bodyguard, Raymond, who handed me a bottle of whiskey at the charity dinner last month. Now his mouth was grinning, revealing the black hole where a front tooth was missing. Mr. Hastings, his voice sounded like sandpaper scraping against iron. The boss said he'd like to treat you to tea, but he'll have to charge you some interest first. He waved his hand, and the bodyguards fanned out. Leah stuffed the notes into my arms and picked up the wrench at her feet. You go to the right, I'll go to the left. Her knuckles were white, but I noticed the light blue lines on the inside of her wrist. Exactly the same marks left by serial killers at the scene last week in the autopsy room. I watched her cover the scar with her white coat. Raymond's stun gun was already smashing down on his head. I dodged to the side and the barrel of the gun hit his Adam's apple. I heard the crisp sound of cartilage breaking. The bodyguard on the right grabbed my arm and pressed the stun gun against my lower back. The moment a current ran through my spine, I gritted my teeth and rammed my knee. This was an old trick I learned in the FBI. I twisted my knee joint, and he immediately knelt down with a scream. Whisper of the Dead automatically starts at this time. Blood dripped from Raymond's nostrils onto the ground. I stared at the red drop, and suddenly fragments flashed before my eyes. Raymond handed Marcus medicine in the corner of the warehouse. Marcus's hand holding the medicine bottle was shaking, and Victor's voice was in the background. Your mother's memory storage capacity is only 17% left, son. If you don't listen, she will disappear completely. Marcus, I yelled, and took advantage of the chaos to kick away the bodyguard who was on top of me. Leah's wrench hit the other guy on the back of the neck, and the guy collapsed like a sack. There was a sudden sound of brakes at the stairs, and Adrian and Lucas rushed in, the former holding a shotgun and the latter holding a homemade electromagnetic jammer. Blue sparks flew across, and the 3 bodyguards' stun batons short-circuited at the same time.
Marcus is on the -4th floor.
Leah wiped the blood off her face. He is opening the door to the memory abyss, but the password may be wrong. I kicked open the fire door, the sound of metallic impact echoing down the hallway. The lighting on the -4th floor is even dimmer, with only emergency lights on the wall that light up every 10 meters. There was a man standing in front of the metal door at the end. He was wearing a dark gray suit, and his back looked very much like Victor, but when he got closer, he realized it was Marcus. His blonde hair was stained with sweat, his tie was crooked at his collarbone, and his left hand was holding a half-filled syringe.
Don't come over here.
He raised his gun, the barrel of the gun trembling. My dad said. He said you would destroy the abyss, and my mom. I thought of the scene in Raymond's memory, Marcus kneeling in front of the cryo chamber, in which a woman was floating, her silver hair tangled in the glass like a ball of solidified mist. Your mother is Mary Marlowe, right? I slowly lowered the gun. She saved me 20 years ago by stuffing me into the escape tunnel when my house caught fire. Marcus's gun swung. I continued. Victor is using the abyss to tamper with memories. He made the whole town forget the murder of the whole family 20 years ago, and the sacrifice of Miss Mary. If your mother knew what he is doing now, shut up. His voice suddenly broke, like shattered glass. My dad said that the abyss can turn back time, and can take my mom back to when she was 20, back to the summer before we moved to New York. He raised the syringe. This is a drug to maintain memory storage, but he said that a more vivid source of memory is needed. So there are those murders. So you helped him kidnap Daniel Wu. I thought of the body of the Asian youth in the morgue. Did you know that his sister Sophia is still looking for him? Marcus's tears fell on the front of his suit. He suddenly turned around and smashed the combination lock of the metal door with the butt of his gun. Sparks flying. The combination is my mother's birthday, 1958 of 6115. But she changed the last digit. He took out a bronze badge from the inside pocket of his suit, with a coiled snake engraved on the edge. This is the family key which can open the secret room. Inside is the contract between my father and Leah's father. They exchanged the memories of the townspeople for the power to control time. The alarm suddenly changed its tone and became a shrill beep. Dust began to fall from the ceiling, and a dull explosion was heard in the distance. It was Victor. He activated the self-destruct sequence. Follow me. Marcus pulled me towards the ventilation duct at the end of the corridor. The secret room is behind the boiler room, and it leads to the entrance to the memory abyss. Leah grabbed the corner of my clothes from behind. Her fingers were incredibly hot. Evan, look at this. She shook the pocket watch she had taken from the document room, and the inside of the dial was engraved with to Mary, 1983-615. It was the same set as Marcus's key. The iron door of the boiler room had been deformed, and boiling steam was pouring out from the gap. Marcus inserted the badge into the keyhole, and the pocket watch was stuck in the groove next to it. With the sound of metal friction, a crack suddenly appeared in the wall, revealing a staircase inside, extending downward into the darkness. 7 minutes left. Lucas's voice exploded from the intercom. The self-destruct sequence will detonate the fuel tanks on the 3rd underground floor. We have to do it before then. Go down first. I pushed Leah into the secret passage, and Marcus followed behind. The stairs were carved out of stone and had a musty smell that had lasted for who knows how many years. After turning 3 corners, the view in front of me suddenly opened up. The walls of the cave were inlaid with glowing crystals, and on the stone platform in the center was a leather diary with blood stains on the cover that had turned black. It was the one that my family lost 20 years ago. That's my mother's diary. I reached out to touch it, and as my fingertips just touched the cover, the crystals on the ceiling of the cave suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. The ground began to shake, and in the distance there was the roar of breaking steel bars. The self-destruction program had spread here. Hurry up. Marcus dragged me deeper into the cave. The entrance to the abyss is under the crystal altar, Leah shouted while holding up the diary. It contains Victor's weaknesses. His time manipulation requires the memory source of a living person, and the clone. The shaking suddenly intensified, and a piece of gravel hit me at my feet. I looked back and saw that the stone door at the entrance of the cave was slowly closing, and the red light leaking through the gap was getting dimmer and dimmer. Leah's hand was hot in my palm, like an endless fire, and the connector on the back of my neck was so hot that it almost melted my skin. The clone should have been standing at the entrance to the abyss, holding my face, my memories, and my life. 3 more minutes. Lucas's voice was filled with tears. We stumbled up to the altar, the crystals shattering under our feet. A cold wind blew out of the black hole in the center of the altar, carrying with it the burnt smell of the fire. 20 years ago, mixed with the scent of freshly turned earth. That was the breath of the abyss. Marcus pressed the bronze button on the altar, and countless translucent hands suddenly stretched out from the black hole, as if trying to grab something. Leah stuffed the diary into my arms, and said loudly, "It contains a method to reverse aging. Victor's laboratory is in..." "Shut up." A familiar baritone voice exploded from behind. I turned around and saw Victor standing in the gap of the stone door, his suit spotless and a remote control in his hand. His silver hair had a tinge of gold in the red light, and his eyes were the same grey-blue I'd seen on the clone's face, like the surface of a frozen lake. "Welcome to the end, Evan." He smiled and pressed the button, "but unfortunately you won't be able to make it." The cave began to shake violently, and the crystals above fell. I dragged Leah towards the black hole, and Marcus pushed us from behind. The wind blew into my ears. I heard Leah scream, saw Victor's smile twisted in the red light, and saw the clone's face suddenly appear in the depths of the black hole. Exactly the same as me, only younger, without the scar in his eye. The joint at the back of the neck broke in severe pain, and the power of aging receded like the tide. I suddenly remembered what Miss Mary said when she stuffed me into the tunnel on that rainy night, 20 years ago. "Remember, child, the abyss can swallow up memories, but it can also reveal the truth." Now the truth lies at the bottom of the black hole, and the flames of self-destruction are spreading behind it. Can we catch it before it explodes? Can the clones be stopped? Can you hold on to me? Leah's hand tightened in my palm. The blue light deep in the black hole suddenly became stronger, like a pair of open eyes. The fall into the black hole was longer than I had imagined. I counted my heartbeats as the wind blew into my ears. 1, 2, and on the third beat, a burning sensation suddenly exploded at the back of my neck. It was the implanted neural interface self-destructing, like someone was digging into my spine with a red-hot awl. The wrinkles of aging are fading from under the skin. I feel my sunken cheeks swelling, and the wrinkles at the corners of my eyes look like they were erased with an eraser. But this is not the joy of rebirth. It's more like the awakening of a more dangerous force. "Hold this." Leah's voice pierced through the wind. She had unbuckled her tactical belt at some point. The moment the metal buckle brushed against my wrist, our bodies hit the surface of some kind of rubbery ground. The moment I looked up, I was so shocked by the scene before me that I was speechless. The blue light flowed above my head like a liquid galaxy, with countless translucent fragments of memory suspended in it. The crying of a baby wrapped in a blood-stained swaddling cloth, the tobacco-smelling uniform of the old sheriff, as he patted my shoulder, Mary's flour-stained hands as she stuffed me with hot cocoa. All the details that I thought I had forgotten long ago were glowing at this moment, like shredded movie film. "This is the memory abyss." Lucas's voice came from the communicator. He stayed on the ground floor to crack the self-destruct program. At this moment, the background sound was mixed with the hissing of electricity. The memories of all the dead in this town over the past 100 years have been sealed here by Victor. Every piece of light you see now is someone's memory of the last 30 seconds. The same source as your ability. Leah had already taken out a tactical flashlight when the beam swept across the memory fragments. A girl in a floral dress suddenly stretched out her hand from the light. My pupils suddenly shrank. That was Jane Parker, the survivor of the family murder case 20 years ago, who should have been buried in the cemetery at the age of 12. There was still dirt between her fingernails, and her sobbing voice penetrated the air. "Evan, the rats in the tunnel. They are gnawing on my toes. Don't look into their eyes." Leah grabbed the back of my collar, her tactical boots rolling over a piece of rusty memory. That was the homeless man whose body was thrown into the scrap steel factory last week. Victor is using collective memory to build a cage. These fragments will interfere with your ability. We need to find the clone's anchor point first. He shares your memories and should be in the most chaotic area. The communicator suddenly rang, and Adrian's voice was panting. Father is at the central altar. He activated the memory fusion device and was pouring his deceased wife's consciousness into the core of the abyss. Lucas said the energy pipeline must be cut off within 3 minutes. Let's split up. I took off my coat and wrapped Leah's hands. Those memory fragments were drilling into her skin like leeches. You take Adrian to the altar, and I'll find the clone. Remember, whatever you see, don't believe it. Leah finished for me. She had already raised her gun, and a bullet shattered a bloody memory that was trying to wrap around her ankle. Communications will be cut off in 30 seconds, and we will meet in the core area. When she turned around, I saw a light blue mark on the back of her neck, exactly the same mark that serial killers leave on their victims. This discovery made my chest tighten, but I didn't have time to think about it. I closed my eyes and invoked the power of Whisper of the Dead. The familiar stinging pain exploded from my temple, but this time it did not feel like the fatigue of aging. Instead, it felt like boiling spring water rushing through my blood vessels. Come find me, brother, a voice sounded in the back of my head. I turned sharply and saw the clone standing 10 steps away. He was wearing my old leather jacket from when I was 20 years old, and there was no scar on the left corner of his eye that went through his brow bone. That was the scar I got from broken glass when I was rescuing an informant during FBI special training. At this moment, his pupils were the same gray-blue as Victor's, like 2 frozen lakes. You are not me. I reached for the pistol at my waist, but found my hand passing through his chest. He smiled, his fingertips tracing a floating fragment of memory, which was the picture of my mother in the kitchen, baking apple pie, on my 7th birthday. But I have all your memories. At 2:17 last Wednesday morning, you were in the bar at the old pier, drinking your 3rd shot of tequila and yelling Miss Mary's name across the lake. My throat tightened. The details that I had buried with alcohol were now coming out of his mouth, like sharp pieces of broken glass. He pressed his hand on my heart, and the memory fragments under my skin began to heat up. Do you think you can get away with using aging as an excuse? But Mr. Victor said that emotion is the cancer of memory. Look, I don't have any of that. His other hand clamped onto the back of my neck, and although the joint there self-destructed, it left a burning scar. My abilities erupted uncontrollably, and countless images flashed before my eyes. The pain of the clone when he was injected with the drug in the laboratory. Victor stroking his hair and saying, "You will be the perfect vessel." And myself. No, those are my memories, cut out by Victor's team with a scalpel and transplanted into this young body. You have no emotions. I suddenly laughed, letting those fragments of memory cut my retina. So you don't understand why Miss Mary would rather be stabbed 7 times than push me into the tunnel. You don't understand why Leah insisted on putting the case files on my wine table even though she knew I was an alcoholic. And you don't understand. I grabbed his wrist and pushed my deepest memory over. That was 3 days ago when Leah held my aging hand in the morgue and said, "The light in your eyes is still there." The clone's pupils contracted violently. His skin began to crack, like ceramic baked by high temperature. The emotional memories that he considered a burden were now pouring out of the cracks. The crying of babies, the sweet smell of baking apple pie, the old sheriff's admonition when he patted my shoulder. "Don't repeat your father's mistakes." He screamed and stepped back, scratching his face with bloody marks on his nails. "This is impossible," Mr. Victor said. "Victor is wrong." I held up the metal tube I pulled out of the memory fragments. It was the old wrench that Lady Mary had given me to pry open the secret door of the tunnel. Emotions are not cancer. They are anchors. The moment the metal pipe hit the back of his neck, the clone's body was like smoke blown away by the wind. I staggered and held onto the memory column beside me. Only then I realized that the back of my hand was covered with age spots. It turned out that the burst of power just now had overdrawn my life, but there was no time to regret. As Leah's scream came from the communicator, the altar's energy core is out of control. Victor activated the ultimate program. He wanted to make the entire memory abyss. Boom. A muffled sound exploded from the ground. I looked up and saw that the blue light above my head was condensing into a black vortex, and those memory fragments were falling madly as if they were being sucked away by a vacuum cleaner. Leah stumbled over, her police uniform torn to pieces, holding the unconscious Adrian in her arms.
Victor's laughter came from afar, mixed with the roar of twisted metal. You think you have stopped the clones?
No, this is just an appetizer. The ultimate defense of the memory abyss is to make all memories disappear. Leah finished for him, her face frighteningly pale in the shadow of the black vortex. Lucas said that Victor wanted to overlap the real space of the abyss and Grey Harbor Town. In 30 minutes, the memory of the entire town will be devoured, including ours. I squeezed Leah's hand. The mark on the back of her neck now emitted a faint blue light, echoing the vortex and the abyss of memory. There was the sound of glass breaking in the distance, coming from the direction of Sophia. There was also Daniel's roar, mixed with the roar of equipment exploding. In the center of the vortex, I saw Victor's figure fading, his smile like a knife engraved in the air. Say goodbye to your past, Evan. After all, the abyss can devour memories, but it can also reveal the truth. I blurted out Miss Mary's words. Victor's smile froze. He probably didn't expect that I would remember this sentence for 20 years. The black vortex of wind blew up the corners of my clothes. Leah's hands were shaking, but she held them tighter. Behind us, Adrian began to wake up. In the distance, Lucas's communicator shouted, "Hold on tight, for the last time." And in the deepest part of the abyss of memory, something was breaking out of its cocoon. Was it the truth, redemption, or even more terrifying destruction? No time to think. I dragged Leah towards the center of the vortex, and the power of aging surged again like a tide. But this time, I heard my own heartbeat, strong and powerful, like a beating war drum, because I know that there are some memories that even the abyss cannot swallow. And Victor would soon learn that, in the darkness, a forgotten fragment of memory suddenly emits a blinding white light. It was a tunnel on a rainy night in 1995. 7-year-old Evan curled up in a corner, holding a locked iron box tightly in his arms. At the bottom of the box was a yellowed note, the handwriting blurred by rain, but still legible. "My child, if you see this letter, it means I have failed. But remember, Victor Marlowe is not your father, your father." The memory fragments were like a group of crazy silver flying fish, smashing towards us with sharp whistles. The ultimate defense mechanism that Victor activated was far more terrifying than I had imagined. I felt like my body was a fallen leaf that could be torn apart by this violent force at any time. Leah's shield was crumbling, and Adrian's spells began to become intermittent. We are trapped in this cage, woven of fear and pain. We must find a way to break the impasse. Lucas's voice was barely audible in the strong wind, but I could still catch the anxiety and a hint of despair in his tone. I forced myself to calm down, my mind racing. Victor, this madman, turned the memory of an entire town into a weapon. The source of this power is the collective consciousness of the townspeople. Their fear and pain have been distorted and amplified by Victor, turning them into a sharp blade capable of destroying everything. Wait. Collective consciousness. Fear. Pain. Isn't there a glimmer of hope? A glimmer of courage? A bold idea came to my mind. Since this abyss of memory is the prison of the collective consciousness of the townspeople, perhaps they can use the light deep in their hearts to fight against this darkness that devours everything. Lucas, the source of power for this defense mechanism is the collective consciousness of the residents, right? I asked loudly, afraid that my voice would be drowned out by the whistling wind. That's right, Lucas nodded with difficulty. Victor used a forbidden ritual to imprison the consciousness of all residents here. Their negative emotions were infinitely amplified to form this force. So, what if we can awaken the hope and courage deep in their hearts? My heart began to beat violently, and a feeling of almost crazy excitement surged in my heart. Lucas's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. How can it be easy? Their consciousness has been completely devoured by fear and pain. We can't get close to them at all. No, we can try, I said firmly. Whisper of the dead. Maybe we can do it. Whisper of the dead, my special ability, allows me to sense and influence the consciousness of the dead. And perhaps I can also touch the consciousness of these imprisoned residents. It's too dangerous, Evan. Leah's voice was filled with worry. This force is too strong. If you go deeper, you will die. There is no other way, Leah. I looked at her. You guys defend the attack from the outside and buy me some time. Leah wanted to say something, but finally nodded silently. Adrian and the others also understood what I meant. They responded to me with firm eyes and did not retreat even when faced with such a desperate situation. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and sank my consciousness into the core of the abyss of memory. The memory fragments around me were even more violent, like countless sharp blades, cutting my spirit. The severe pain made it almost impossible for me to breathe. I gritted my teeth and moved forward step by step with firm belief. I felt as if I was in a chaotic ocean, with countless broken fragments of memory like floating ice, colliding and rubbing against each other, making creepy sounds. I saw the happiness and sorrow that the townspeople once experienced, the love and hate, the hope and despair. Everything was intertwined together to form a bizarre picture. I tried hard to find the consciousness of those imprisoned residents. Their existence was like the faint starlight flickering in the darkness, elusive but real. I stretched out my hand and tried to touch the starlight, but was pushed away again and again by the violent energy fluctuations. My body was growing weaker, and my consciousness was becoming blurred, but I couldn't give up. I had to find them and awaken the light of hope deep in their hearts. I seemed to hear a voice, faint and distant, yet extremely clear. It was calling me and guiding me in the direction of progress. I followed the sound and walked forward with difficulty, through the fog, through the darkness, through the fear. Finally, I found it. The moment my defense mechanism broke down, I felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from me. The imprisoned residents cheered. Their consciousness bodies flickered like stars lit up again in the night sky. But this joy was short-lived, and Victor disappeared. He took that damn clone and quietly escaped deeper into the abyss of memory, in the chaos. Damn it! I cursed softly. My heart suddenly contracted, and an ominous premonition came to my mind. We broke down the defense mechanism, and let the tiger go. Victor must have another trick up his sleeve. He won't give up. Lilith floated to my side. Her illusory figure seemed a little dim. Evan, what should we do now? Her voice trembled a little, and I could feel her inner uneasiness. I took a deep breath, and tried to calm myself down. We must find him before he causes another disaster. My tone was firm, but my heart was filled with anxiety. The abyss of memory is vast and boundless, like a boundless maze. Finding Victor in it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But where should we start? John's voice was filled with despair. He used to be Victor's assistant and knew Victor's cunning and cruelty well. I looked around, and the liberated residents were looking at me blankly, with hope glittering in their eyes, but also with a hint of fear. I knew I had to give them an answer, a direction. I closed my eyes and tried to find a clue in my chaotic thoughts. Victor, clone, memory abyss. These words kept circling in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered what Victor said earlier, that he wanted to create a perfect world. A perfect world. Where would he build this perfect world? A picture flashed through my mind. It was in Victor's laboratory. I once saw a drawing, that depicted a strange spatial structure, complex and mysterious. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now I think, could that be where Victor is hiding? I opened my eyes suddenly and said, I think I know where he is. There was a hint of excitement and a hint of uneasiness in my voice. Where? Lilith asked anxiously. I pointed to the depths of the memory abyss and said, in the core of the abyss, there is a special space. I have seen its drawings in Victor's laboratory. The core of the abyss? John's expression became more serious. That is the most dangerous place in the memory abyss, full of unknown horrors. I looked at Lilith and John. Their eyes were filled with worry, but also with a hint of determination. We all know that this is a life and death battle, and we must unite to defeat Victor. I took a deep breath, and an inexplicable chill rose from the soles of my feet and rushed straight to my head. I felt like something was watching us, an invisible force looming over us, suffocating me. It was a premonition, an ominous premonition. Victor, what on earth are you planning? I clenched my fists and looked firmly into the depths of the abyss of memory. There are unknown areas and challenges we must face. The heart of the abyss. Here we come. Hopefully we can come back alive. I felt my heart beating violently, and an inexplicable sense of fear gripped me tightly. It's not just a fear of the unknown. It's a fear of Victor. He is like a ghost lurking in the darkness. You never know when and how he will appear. I feel like we are walking step by step towards a huge trap, a carefully designed trap, and we are the prey in the trap. This feeling became stronger and stronger, like an invisible rope tightly strangling my throat and making it impossible for me to breathe. What is it? What is it that makes me so uneasy? I tried hard to grasp the source of that uneasiness, but I couldn't. It is like a wisp of smoke, vague and yet lingering. This feeling gives me chills. The damp air was filled with the smell of decay, and the abyss of memory was more disgusting than I had imagined. There were countless bizarre fragments floating around like broken dreams or dying stars, flashing strange lights. We walked, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, with a sticky, silt-like substance under our feet. Every step felt like stepping on rotten meat, which was creepy. Damn, this place is more disgusting than a sewer, Lucas complained, covering his nose. He has always been particular about his work, and this kind of environment is simply torture for him. Where the hell is that lunatic Victor hiding? I frowned and didn't answer. Victor and his clones were as slippery as loaches. We chased them for so long but didn't catch a single hair. I continued to release Whisper of the Dead, trying to find clues from these scattered fragments of memory. Some fragmented images flashed through my mind. The laughter of children at birthday parties, the crying of relatives at funerals, the sweet whispers between lovers. These are the memories of the residents of the small town. They wander in this abyss, like ghosts, telling of their past joys, sorrows, and anger. Suddenly, I caught a picture. A figure in a white coat, with his back to me, standing in front of a device that was flashing a faint blue light. Although I couldn't see the face clearly, I was almost certain that it was Victor. This way. I pointed in a direction where there was a passage hidden behind memory fragments, exuding a disturbing atmosphere. The passage was narrow and eerie, and the walls were covered with strange symbols, like some kind of ancient writing. The stench of decay thickened in the air, and my stomach began to churn. I have a bad feeling. Anna clenched the dagger in her hand, her voice trembling slightly. Lucas raised the searchlight in his hand and illuminated the depths of the passage. There were some ancient documents and instruments scattered on a platform similar to an altar. What is this? Lucas carefully opened a document. The words on it were distorted and obscure, like some lost language. He studied it for a while, and his expression became more and more ugly. The final stage of the Memory Eternal Life plan, he muttered to himself. To fuse the collective consciousness of the town's residents and gain eternal power. Madman. A complete madman. My heart sank at Lucas' words. Victor actually wants to devour the memory of the entire town. If he succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. Just then, a creepy roar came from deep in the passage. Then, a group of humanoid creatures emerged from the darkness. They have pale skin, hollow eyes, and stiff movements, like puppets being manipulated. Memory puppets, Anna exclaimed. Be careful, they are very powerful. We immediately started fighting. These puppets have a single attack method, but they are extremely powerful and numerous. We soon found ourselves in a bitter struggle. During the battle, I discovered a strange phenomenon. The actions of these puppets did not seem to be completely autonomous, and there was a subtle synchronization between their movements, as if they were controlled by a center. We must find the control center, I shouted to others while dodging the puppets' attacks. We can only get out of this predicament if we cut off Victor's control over them. The battle continues. We fight and retreat, searching for the control center. I released Whisper of the Dead again, trying to find clues in the chaotic memory fragments. Suddenly, I felt a powerful spiritual fluctuation coming from the end of the passage, where something seemed to be hidden. There, I pointed to the end of the passage, feeling an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in my heart. After some effort, I finally found a center. It was a sphere that was shining with faint blue light, suspended in midair, with countless tiny energy threads wrapped around it, connecting to those memory puppets. I felt a powerful spiritual force emanating from the sphere, like a giant spider, controlling its army of puppets. I took a deep breath and reached out to the sphere. A cold energy instantly surged into my body, and countless noisy voices rang in my mind. Those were the memories of the residents of the small town. They came like a tide, and almost drowned me. I concentrated my mind and released Whisper of the Dead. Sweat slid down my temples and dripped onto the cold ground, making a slight tapping sound. This sound was infinitely amplified in the silent passage, like knocking on my tense nerves. The central control mechanism had been destroyed by me, and those zombie-like puppets finally stopped their mechanical actions and scattered all over the ground like broken dolls, lifeless. There was an eerie quietness in the air, like the oppression before a storm, making it hard to breathe. From the puppets' remaining memory fragments, we pieced together where Victor and his clones went. The end of the tunnel. It seemed too easy. So easy that it made me uneasy.
Victor, that cunning guy, like a fox. Will he let us find him so easily?
As I moved forward along the passage, my Whisper of the Dead ability was always kept activated, trying to capture any abnormal energy fluctuations. The walls on both sides of the passage were engraved with strange runes, flickering faintly in the dim light, like a pair of prying eyes, watching our every move. I always feel like there's something lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike. Finally, we came to the end of the passage. However, what appeared before us was not Victor and his clones, but an energy barrier flashing with strange light. This barrier is like an insurmountable gap lying between us and Victor. The energy flowing on the barrier was like tiny poisonous snakes, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Damn it, Lilith cursed softly. She tried to attack the barrier with the dagger in her hand, but the dagger seemed to have touched an indestructible barrier, making a harsh friction sound, but leaving no trace. I reached out my hand and tentatively touched the barrier. A powerful energy instantly bounced back, and I felt a burning pain in my fingertips. I quickly withdrew my hand and looked closely at the barrier. The light on the barrier was not evenly distributed, but instead showed a strange pulsation, as if it was breathing, or as if it was gathering strength. "This is the last line of defense set up by Victor," I said in a deep voice. He had long expected that we would find this place. "Then what should we do?" John's voice was filled with anxiety. "This barrier looks impossible to break through." I was silent for a moment, thinking quickly about countermeasures in my mind. Since Victor has set up this barrier, there must be a way to break it. There was no way he would trap himself to death here. My eyes fell on the flickering lights on the barrier again. and an inexplicable sense of familiarity came over me. These lights, I seemed to have seen them somewhere. I closed my eyes and tried hard to recall, and those fragmented memories surged in my mind. Suddenly, I seemed to have grasped some key information, and opened my eyes abruptly.
I think I know. I pointed at the light on the barrier and said, "The frequency of these lights is very similar to the energy fluctuations of the center."
You mean... Lilith seemed to have thought of something. Victor used the energy of the central nervous system to build this barrier.
That's right, I nodded affirmatively. If we can find the node that controls the barrier's energy, maybe we can shut it down.
My idea was recognized by everyone, and we began to observe the barrier carefully, looking for possible energy nodes. As time passed, the tension in the air became more and more intense. I felt an invisible pressure enveloping us, as if a pair of invisible eyes were watching our every move in secret. This barrier is not only the last line of defense set up by Victor, but also a psychological warfare that tests our patience and willpower. I know that we must find a way to crack it as soon as possible. Otherwise, what awaits us will be unknown dangers, and the uneasiness in my heart has become stronger and stronger as time goes by, as if something is about to happen, but I can't predict what it is. Sweat slid down my temples, gathered into a full bead of sweat on my chin, and finally shattered on the dusty ground with a pop. The energy barrier disappeared, but an even more suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. Victor and his clone stood before us, like two cold sculptures, exuding a creepy malice. While Lucas was analyzing the barrier's energy structure, I used Whisper of the Dead to search for clues around. The remaining fragments of memory flooded into my mind like a tide. Pain, fear, despair. These negative emotions intertwined together and almost swallowed me up. I saw that the townspeople were controlled by some force. Their consciousness was extracted and gathered into a powerful energy, which eventually formed this insurmountable barrier. The method of breaking the barrier is easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. We need to awaken the consciousness of the townspeople and transform their power into a reverse energy wave. It's like walking on a tightrope. If you're not careful, you'll fall into the abyss. Fortunately, we succeeded, but the real challenge has just begun. Victor and the clones moved. They were incredibly fast, and they were in front of us in almost an instant. I felt a powerful force coming towards me, and my body instinctively leaned back, barely avoiding the attack. Be careful. They can manipulate time. Leah's voice sounded in my ears, with a hint of urgency. Time manipulation. My heart shuddered. No wonder they were so fast. It turned out they were distorting time. The battle instantly became intense. Victor and the clones worked in perfect harmony. Their attacks came like a torrential rain, leaving us with almost no chance to breathe. I tried to concentrate and used Whisper of the Dead to read their memories and find their weaknesses, but their memories are like a fog, full of confusion and distortion, making it difficult for me to capture useful information. Adrian's frost power temporarily held Victor back, while Leah's fire fought with the clones. Lucas provided support from the rear. Although his energy waves could not cause fatal damage to Victor and the clones, they could effectively disrupt their action. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. I know that we can't panic and must find their weaknesses in order to win this battle. Victor and the clones seemed to sense my intentions, and their attacks became more violent, as if they were trying to prevent me from reading their memories. I gritted my teeth, endured the impact of the memory fragments, and tried to find a clue in the chaotic memory. Suddenly, I caught a clear fragment of memory. It was a dark space, and a lonely figure was curled up in the corner, shivering. That was Victor's memory from childhood. He was locked in a closed room and suffered inhuman torture, fear, despair, helplessness. These negative emotions repeatedly appear in his memory, like sharp knives, piercing my nerves. Is this his weakness? I had an idea, and tried to read his memory again. This time I focused on that childhood memory and tried to dig deeper into the details. As I dug deeper, I discovered that Victor's memory wasn't completely muddled. Behind those chaotic fragments of memory, there is a deep fear hidden. This fear does not come from external threats, but from the emptiness and loneliness deep in his heart. The situation with Clones is completely different. His memories were more chaotic, filled with violence and killing. He was like an emotionless machine, only knowing how to carry out Victor's orders. It suddenly occurred to me that Victor and the clone were not entirely identical. Victor had a full personality and emotions, while the clone was more like an empty shell. Could this be the breakthrough? Just as I was thinking, Victor suddenly roared. His strength surged instantly, shattering Adrian's frost power. Leia was also in a tough battle. The clone's attacks became more and more fierce, and she was almost unable to hold on. I realized that we had to find a solution quickly or we would all die here. I concentrated again and tried to read Victor's memory. This time I focused on the fear in his heart. I wanted to know what frightened him so much. In the fierce battle, I finally found Victor's weakness. It turned out that I still remember Victor's last look. It was not anger, nor fear, but a kind of relief. It was like breaking free from some kind of restraint and returning to peace. When his huge body fell to the ground with a bang, I even felt a sense of inexplicable sadness. The suffocating feeling of oppression surrounding him also dissipated, and was replaced by the tremor of the abyss of memory beginning to collapse, like a sign of the end of the world. We don't have time to feel sentimental. Escaping is the most important thing. The horn of retreat sounded in my heart, and I called others and ran towards the exit. Behind me, fragments of memory poured down like a rainstorm, and the distorted space was like a torn piece of paper, making a teeth-grinding cracking sound. I didn't dare look back, and could only run as fast as I could. My heart was beating so wildly in my chest that it seemed like it was going to break through my ribs. The moment I returned to the real world, I felt like a drowning person finally breathing fresh air. The town is still the same small town. As the sun sets, the streets are deserted, and it seems as if nothing had ever happened. But I know that some things have changed forever. The residents woke up one after another. They looked around in confusion, with no memory of what had just happened. I looked at their confused eyes and suddenly felt an intense fatigue, as if I had run a marathon and my body was drained. We succeeded. Lily walked over to me and gently held my hand. Her hand was warm and soft, which relaxed my tense nerves a little. Yes, it worked, I repeated in a low voice, but it felt like these words came from someone else's mouth, without any sense of reality. Over the next few days, the town gradually returned to its former tranquility. People have begun to rebuild their homes and repair houses and streets damaged by the fighting. I tried to blend into this tranquility and tried to forget everything that happened in the abyss of memory. But those scenes seemed to be engraved in my mind and could not be erased. Victor's eyes, the collapse of memory fragments, and that mysterious power. I started having frequent nightmares. In my dreams, I always returned to the abyss of memory, trapped in endless darkness, with Victor's dying whispers echoing in my ears. After waking up, I often felt a sense of inexplicable fear, as if something was lurking in the darkness, watching me. My whisper of the dead ability also started to get weird. Before I could only hear the whispers of the dead, but now I began to hear some other voices. The sounds were vague, as if they were coming from far away, yet they also seemed to be ringing directly in my mind. Sometimes they sound like the wind, sometimes like crying, and sometimes like the growl of some wild beast. I tried to understand these sounds, but they were like a fog that left me confused. I began to wonder if I had been affected by something in the abyss of memory, causing my abilities to mutate. It feels like walking on a tightrope with a bottomless abyss beneath your feet, and you will fall if you are not careful. I felt more uneasy than ever before, as if something was about to happen and I had no idea what it was. This fear of the unknown was even more suffocating than facing Victor. I began to observe the people and things around me consciously or unconsciously, trying to find some clues. Beneath the calm surface of the town, there seems to be some undercurrent. I always feel like someone is watching me secretly, but I can't find any evidence. This feeling became stronger and stronger, like a tiny thorn piercing my heart that I could not ignore. I started to become anxious, irritable, and even a little neurotic. Lily noticed the change in me and asked me what was wrong with concern, but I didn't know how to explain it. I am afraid. I am afraid of this unknown fear, and I am even more afraid that I will lose control and become a monster. I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails dug deep into my flesh, but I didn't feel any pain. As night falls, I stand at the window and look at the night view of the town. The lights of thousands of homes are warm and peaceful, but they cannot dispel the haze in my heart. I felt a chill rising from the soles of my feet and spreading throughout my body. My hand involuntarily touched my chest, where my heart was beating restlessly, as if foreshadowing some kind of storm was about to come. The cold wind blew the fallen leaves, hitting my face like the cold fingers of the dead. Back in Oaktown, everything seemed so familiar, yet so strange. I stood in front of my door, but didn't dare to push it open. I am afraid that the person in the mirror is no longer myself. Ever since I came back from the abyss of memory, I haven't been normal anymore. This damn Whisper of the Dead ability is no longer just a bridge to communicate with the undead, but more like a trash can filled with malice, constantly spewing out strange and chaotic memory fragments. My mind was filled with fragmented images, burning houses, distorted faces, and a low voice, as if from the depths of hell, constantly whispering in my ears, speaking a language I couldn't understand. My hands began to tremble uncontrollably, as if countless ants were crawling under my skin. It felt terrible, like something was trying to get out of my body.
Evan, are you okay? Lucas's worried voice brought me back to reality from my confused thoughts.
I took a deep breath and tried to control my trembling body. It's not good, Lucas. I feel like I'm going crazy. We sat in front of the fireplace, the flickering firelight reflecting Lucas's solemn expression. I described my symptoms to him in detail. The jumbled memories, the lingering whispers. This must be related to Victor's memory immortality plan, Lucas said thoughtfully, and the energy generated when the memory abyss collapsed. We were all exposed to that energy at the time. My heart sank. Victor, that madman, even though he has disappeared, his shadow still hangs over us. We must find a solution. I clenched my fists. Otherwise, not only will I become a monster, but the entire Oaktown may be in crisis again. Lucas nodded. I know an ancient legend that there is a ritual that can purify polluted souls, but this ritual is very dangerous and requires finding a wizard who is proficient in soul magic. Wizard, I muttered to myself, and a vague figure emerged in my mind, a strange woman called Black Crow, who lived deep in the dark forest. I decided to use Whisper of the Dead again, delving deep into my chaotic memories to find the source of this mysterious power. I know this is very dangerous, like walking on the edge of a knife. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. I closed my eyes, concentrated, and allowed the power of Whisper of the Dead to pull me into the depths of my memory. At first, there were just some blurry images, but as I went deeper, they gradually became clearer. I saw a blood-red sky. The ground was cracked and burning with raging fire. I saw countless twisted souls wailing in the flames, their voices combining into a creepy chorus. Suddenly, a huge black tentacle stretched out from the flames, wrapped around my body, and dragged me into deeper darkness. I felt as if my soul was being torn apart, and the intense pain almost made me faint. I struggled desperately, using all my willpower to resist this dark force. I must stay awake and find the source of this power. I saw a face hidden in the darkness. The face was pale, and distorted. His eyes were burning with dark green flames, and there was a strange smile at the corners of his mouth. That face, I seemed to have seen it somewhere. A powerful mental attack hit me. My consciousness began to blur, and everything in front of me began to distort and deform. I feel like I'm about to be swallowed up. Just when I was about to give up, a faint voice sounded in my ears. The voice was familiar, yet strange, as if it was calling my name. I tried to open my eyes, and the scene before me began to dissipate, and the darkness gradually faded away. I came back to reality, covered in cold sweat and breathing rapidly. Lucas looked at me worriedly. "Evan, what did you see?" I shook my head, trying to calm myself down. I saw a terrifying thing, a being hidden in the darkness. I felt it was beside us, watching us. My hunch tells me this is just the beginning. Even more terrible things are waiting for us. Sweat soaked my clothes. The mental struggle was far more brutal than the physical one, suppressing that dark consciousness. I struggled to the surface as if from drowning, gasping for breath, greedily breathing in the air. Everything around seemed so unreal, shaking and blurry, like an oil painting soaked in water. My power and my curse all come from here, from that dark corner deep in my memory. I won, at least for now, but the taste of this victory is as bitter as chewing wax. Leah, her pale face and trembling lips, were like a sharp thorn piercing my heart. She curled up in the corner, holding her chest in pain. Her intermittent moans were like a blunt knife cutting my nerves one by one. I staggered over to her, knelt down, and pulled her into my arms. Her body was as cold as a piece of jade, as if it would shatter into countless pieces in the next second. "Leah, Leah." My voice was trembling so badly that even I felt unfamiliar with it. She opened her eyes slightly. Her eyes were blurred and distracted, as if she was looking at me through a thick fog. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end only a faint sigh came out. "Damn it. What did I do?" He suppressed the dark consciousness, but let Leah bear it all. Is this some kind of exchange? Some kind of balance? My heart sank, and a strong sense of self-blame and fear overwhelmed me like a tide. "Victor," Jack's voice was low and hoarse, with suppressed anger. This must have been his plan. He knew this would happen. His words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting my chaotic thoughts. "Victor, that sinister and cunning guy, has been using us, manipulating us, using us as pawns and playing with us in his hands. What is his real goal? What does the curse on Leah have to do with him?" I held Leah's hand tightly. Her hand was so cold that it had no warmth at all, as if it had lost its vitality. I felt a chill running from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, and an ominous premonition enveloped me. We must find a way to rescue Leah. I gritted my teeth and squeezed out these words. But where should we start? Anna's voice was full of anxiety and helplessness. We fell into silence, and the air was filled with despair. Leah's curse is like a time bomb that could explode at any time and blow us all to pieces. I tried to calm myself down and forced myself to think. Victor, he must have left some clues, something we have overlooked. I closed my eyes and tried to recall everything about Victor. Every detail, every word, every look. Suddenly, an image flashed through my mind. Victor once mentioned an ancient legend, a legend about a family blood curse. He said at the time that only by finding the legendary Fountain of Life could the curse be completely lifted. Fountain of Life. What is it? Where is it? I suddenly opened my eyes, and a flame of hope ignited in my heart. But it was quickly extinguished by the cold reality. Legend is just a legend. Does it really exist? Even if it exists, how do we find it? I looked at Jack and Anna. Their faces were also filled with confusion and anxiety. I know that what we are facing will be a more difficult challenge. A challenge of racing against time. Leah's breathing became weaker and weaker, and her life was slipping away bit by bit. I must find a way to rescue her as soon as possible. Otherwise, I dare not think any further. I stood up, took a deep breath, and looked into the distance with a determined gaze. "Let us go," I said, "and seek the fountain of life. We must find it. We cannot give up even if there is only a glimmer of hope. This is not just for Leah, but for ourselves, to end this nightmarish curse." And I have a vague feeling in my heart that this so-called fountain of life may be more complicated and confusing than we imagined. Behind it, there may be a bigger secret and a deeper darkness. The air in the library was as heavy as a pool of stagnant water. Dust was flying in the dim light, and I felt like I was suffocating. These ancient documents had curled parchment and smudged ink, and the texts written on them were like hieroglyphics. I couldn't understand a single word. Leia's face is pale, her eyes are dark, and the blood curse on her is getting deeper and deeper. We don't have much time left. Is there no other way? I rubbed my hair in frustration, feeling my hopes slipping away bit by bit. At this moment, Sophia seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and excitedly pointed to a passage in the document. "Look, it mentions Irene Black, Helen's illegitimate daughter. It is said that she inherited the power of Helen's bloodline, and mastered the ancient ritual to lift the curse." Irene Black. The name cut through my thoughts like a bolt of lightning, bringing a faint light. We immediately started asking around for Irene's whereabouts. The residents of the town were very secretive about this name, as if mentioning her would bring bad luck. After many twists and turns, we finally found her in a dilapidated hut. Irene is a thin woman, but her eyes are surprisingly firm. She had deep facial features similar to Helen's, but the traces of time had carved deep grooves on her face. She listened to our request quietly, then slowly spoke. "I can help Leah, but this ritual will cost me my life." Leah shook her head violently, tears welling up in her eyes. "No, I can't let you sacrifice for me." I also felt heartbroken. Irene didn't know us at all, but she was willing to pay such a huge price for Leah. This makes me feel extremely heavy, but helpless. This is the only way. Irene's voice was terrifyingly calm. "My life has long been bound by the curse. Being able to use it to exchange for another person's freedom is also a kind of relief." After everyone's persuasion, Leah finally accepted this cruel reality painfully. We began to prepare the materials needed for the ceremony, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly solemn. I secretly glanced at Leah. Her face was full of despair and pain. My heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and I couldn't breathe. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps broke the silence in the room. My heart sank, and an ominous premonition came over me. The door was slammed open, and a group of men in black rushed in. They were holding sharp blades and had fierce eyes. They were the men sent by Victor. "Stop them! We can't let them destroy the ceremony," I shouted, drawing my dagger and rushing forward. A fierce battle broke out instantly. These men in black were much stronger than those we had encountered before. Their moves were ruthless, and their cooperation was tacit. We were soon caught in a tough battle. I feel my strength is rapidly depleting, and the wounds on my body are increasing. But I can't fall down. I must protect Leah, protect Irene, and protect this last glimmer of hope. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Are we doomed to fail? Is it true that Leah's fate cannot be changed? Will all our efforts go to waste? No, I won't give in. I will never give up. I gritted my teeth and swung the dagger in my hand with all my might. Every movement I made was filled with anger and desperation, and every attack I made was carried out with the determination to fight to the death. I felt like a trapped animal, struggling in despair and teetering on the brink of death. I vaguely heard Leah's cries, Irene singing, and the sinister laughter of the man in black. These sounds intertwined together like a symphony of hell, echoing in my ears, deafening. Where will this battle go? Can we still see the sun tomorrow? Irene's body gradually became cold. like a piece of fine porcelain that had lost its inner luster. Her face looked peaceful, as if she was just asleep, but I knew that she would never be able to open her eyes again, and would never be able to infect us with her warm smile again. My chest felt like it was clogged with a ball of water-soaked cotton, and even breathing was painful and sluggish. I held Leah's hand tightly, and her body temperature came through my palm, so real, so vivid. It was all earned by Irene with her life. Tears glistened in Leah's eyes, and she bit her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud. She knew better than anyone what Irene's sacrifice meant. It was not just a life, but also the deep friendship between them. I felt her hands trembling, and my heart trembled with them. We silently buried Irene's body in a quiet woods on the back hill of the town, where the sun was shining, birds were singing, and flowers were blooming. It was her favorite place in her life. I hope she can find peace there, away from the disputes and pain of this world. Just as we were still immersed in the grief of losing Irene, a sudden piece of news broke the depressing silence.
Mr. Evan, it's bad. There's news from the prison. Thomas Hall is about to die. The guard who delivered the message was panting. His face was pale, and he spoke intermittently.
Thomas Hall, the former mayor who was framed and imprisoned by Victor, is an upright and kind old man. I have always suspected that Victor imprisoned him not only because of a power struggle, but also because he knew some of Victor's secrets. My heart sank suddenly, and an ominous feeling came over me. Why at this time?
Why did it happen after Irene's death? Is there any connection between these two?
Get the horses ready immediately. We're going to the prison now. I almost shouted, with a hint of panic in my tone that I didn't even notice. Leah also woke up from her grief. Her eyes became firm and sharp. Evan, we have to hurry. Maybe Thomas Hall knows some key information that can bring down Victor. I nodded, my heart filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Time seemed to stand still, and every second seemed as long as a century. We spurred our horses and galloped towards the prison. The scenery along the way was rapidly receding, and Thomas Hall's weather-beaten face kept flashing in my mind. His cloudy eyes seemed to hide some important secrets. Why did Victor imprison him?
What does he know?
Why is his life in danger at this critical juncture? All of this is like a huge mystery, hanging over my heart and making me feel suffocated. Could it be that Victor noticed something? He was afraid that Thomas Hall would reveal his secret to us. So, this thought flashed through my mind like a bolt of lightning and made me shudder. Cold sweat broke out on my palms, and my fingers holding the reins turned slightly white from excessive force. I kept urging the horse under me, wishing I could fly to the prison immediately. Time, now every minute and every second, is extremely precious. I felt Leah's eyes on me, and I knew that she, like me, was worried about the safety of Thomas Hall, and even more worried about whether we could arrive in time and get those crucial clues from him. The wind whistled past, as if whispering some ominous omen. The sky gradually darkened. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the whole world was shrouded in gloom. I felt more and more uneasy, and an inexplicable sense of fear gripped my heart tightly. I seemed to see Thomas Hall lying in the cold cell, dying, his lips moving slightly as if he wanted to say something, but was too weak to make any sound. I gritted my teeth and prayed silently in my heart, hoping that we could catch up, hoping that we could get the hidden truth from him, hoping that we could. The sound of horse hooves echoed on the empty road, becoming more and more rapid and heavier, as if foreshadowing some impending doom. We were getting closer and closer to the prison, so close that I could almost smell the damp, decaying odor. Finally, the prison gate appeared in our sight. The towering walls and gloomy buildings looked particularly terrifying under the cover of night. My heart was beating violently, and an indescribable feeling of oppression made it almost impossible for me to breathe. We dismounted, and the guard came up to us. His face was pale. "Mr. Evan, you You are finally here. His voice trembled with a hint of despair. My heart sank, and I felt that the worst might have happened. The prison air was filled with the sickening smell of disinfectant and rust. Thomas Hall, the once mighty family lawyer, is now just a bag of skin and bones, lying on a hospital bed, barely breathing. His cloudy eyes stared at me, as if he was grasping at the last straw. Victor, he needs Leah. Thomas's voice was hoarse like a broken bellows. Bloodline, air. His words were like thunder, exploding in the silent ward.
Leah, the girl I risked my life to protect, is actually the key to Victor's eternal memory plan.
A chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, and I felt like my blood was about to freeze. We gathered around the bed, asking questions one after another, and Thomas revealed the truth in bits and pieces, piecing together a horrifying plan. Victor, this madman, actually tried to transfer his consciousness into Leah's body to achieve immortality. He will perform the ritual on the night of the blood moon. Thomas said the last sentence. His eyes slowly closed, and he completely lost his life. Night of the blood moon. There's less than a week left. We must stop Victor before then, or the consequences will be disastrous. I forced myself to calm down and began to analyze Victor's next move. The most likely place for him to hide is his family's old manor, which has a complete underground laboratory and defense system. We must act now. I looked at my companions and said firmly, Leah's safety is the top priority. We must build an iron wall around her. Everyone nodded, with a determined light in their eyes. We developed a battle plan, assigned tasks, and everyone knew their responsibilities. Just as we were getting ready to set off, I suddenly felt dizzy and everything in front of me became blurry. My brain felt like it was being torn apart, and the intense pain made me groan. Evan, what's wrong with you? Leah's concerned voice sounded in my ears, but I felt so far away, as if there was a thick layer of glass between us. I tried hard to control my body, but found that I was simply powerless. A strange force is eroding my consciousness. My memory, my emotions, and my thoughts are all being devoured bit by bit. I realized what was happening. My clone, the monster created by Victor, is awakening. He has the same abilities and memories as me, but he is more ruthless, more insane and evil. He wants to take over my body and control everything about me. No. I struggled, trying to make a sound, but could only make unclear whimpers. Scenes flashed before my eyes. My childhood, my training, my mission, my love. These precious memories, at this moment, became sharp blades that tortured me. The clone's voice sounded in my mind, full of ridicule and disdain. Give up, Evan. You've already lost. Your body and your soul will belong to me. I felt desperate and scared, yet full of reluctance. I can't lose. I can't let this monster control my body and hurt the people I love. I tried my best, mobilized the last bit of strength in my body, and started a fierce battle for consciousness with the clone. In my mind, two consciousnesses were colliding and tearing each other apart wildly, like two ferocious beasts fighting a desperate battle. I felt my body being torn apart and my consciousness collapsing. Darkness. Endless darkness. The smoke of the battlefield of consciousness cleared, and I regained control of my body. The intrusive, cold, and unfamiliar consciousness gradually receded like the tide, leaving behind only deep fatigue and lingering fear. I opened my eyes and saw Anne's anxious face. The worry and relief in her eyes mixed together, which made me feel warm.
Evan, you're finally back. She held my hand tightly, as if she was afraid that I would disappear again.
I forced a smile and wanted to say something, but found my throat was very dry. I tried to move my body, but it felt as heavy as if I were filled with lead. This body, my body, feels so strange and so weak at this moment. Evan, are you okay? John's voice came from the side. He held my other shoulder and looked at me with concern. I took a deep breath, trying to keep myself awake. I'm fine, just a little tired. I knew I couldn't fall down. The town still needed me, and Anne and John needed me too. Although I won this battle for consciousness, it also almost exhausted all my energy. The clone, the monster created by Victor, shares the same memories, the same emotions, and even the same beliefs as me, which makes this battle extremely difficult. It was like the dark side of me, constantly tempting me and trying to make me give in. I closed my eyes and tried hard to recall what had just happened. That battle had no smoke and no blood, but was more brutal than any real battle. It happens deep inside my consciousness, a place I can neither see nor touch. There I engaged in a silent battle with the clone for control of my body. I resisted its invasion with all my might, with my determination to protect the town and with my love for Anne and John. And finally, I succeeded. However, I knew this was only a temporary victory. Victor, the madman hiding in the dark, he is the real enemy. The clone was just a pawn in his hand, a pawn used to test me. I opened my eyes and saw that everyone around me was busy, getting ready to go out and look for Victor. There was a hint of anxiety and uneasiness on their faces, and I knew that they felt the threat posed by Victor just like I did. We must find Victor as soon as possible. I forced myself to stand up, my voice a little hoarse.
Evan, your current condition?
Anne looked at me worriedly.
I'm fine.
I interrupted her. I know where Victor is. In fact, I don't know where Victor is hiding exactly, but I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that he is not far from us, watching us silently, waiting for the best opportunity to give us a fatal blow. As we searched along the edge of the town, there was an eerie silence in the air like the calm before a storm. I felt more and more uneasy, and an inexplicable sense of fear wrapped around me tightly, making it almost impossible for me to breathe. Suddenly, I felt a powerful energy fluctuation coming from a distance. The energy fluctuation was so strong and so strange that it made my scalp tingle, my heart sank, and an ominous feeling came over me. I raised my head and looked in the direction where the energy fluctuations came from. There, the originally clear sky became gloomy and depressing, as if something terrible was brewing. My instinct told me that was Victor. He was there, and he was ready to fight back. This powerful energy wave was like an invisible hand, tightly strangling my throat and making me feel suffocated. I realized that we were about to face an unprecedented crisis, a crisis concerning the survival of the town, and we seemed so small and powerless in the face of this coming storm. A deep feeling of powerlessness surged into my heart like a tide, making me feel desperate. Sweat dripped down my forehead, blurring my vision. I was trapped in my own body, like a butterfly entangled in spider silk, struggling in vain.
Damn clones!
He actually took advantage of my weakness to counterattack and took away control of my body. I could feel him squandering my power, and it was like watching a poor imitator perform a slapstick act on stage, and being powerless to stop him. Outside, Leah, Lucas, Adrian, Marcus, Sophia, they must be desperately resisting my attack. They must be thinking, "Evan, are you crazy?" I heard Leah's voice, and even through the obstruction of this body, I could hear the anxiety and worry in her tone. She must be directing everyone, trying to find the clone's weaknesses. "Leah, my Leah, you must be careful." I shouted silently, but could only watch as I swung my fist at them with destructive power. The clone had the same strength as I did, but his use of it was crude, like a toddler wielding a giant's weapon. This gives me a glimmer of hope. Lucas's voice also came over. He mentioned the memory tampering device, and the clone's lack of proficiency in controlling their abilities. Yes, that's it. This is his weakness. I have to pass this message on. I tried hard to concentrate, and tried to break through the blockade of the clones. Even if there was only a tiny gap, it would be enough. I began to recall those cases that had once troubled me, those dangerous moments, and those difficulties I had overcome. I need strength. I need faith. I need to find myself again. I seemed to be back in that rainy night, in that small town shrouded in the shadow of a serial killer. I was alone, chasing the murderer through the fog. Fear, despair, and loneliness came like a tide, and almost swallowed me. But I didn't give up. I gritted my teeth, persevered, and eventually brought the murderer to justice. I went back to the kidnapping scene, and the victim was the daughter of a mayor. The kidnappers were cunning and cruel, and set up many traps. Time passed by minute, and the girl's life was in danger. The pressure, anxiety, and responsibility are overwhelming me, but I did not back down. I analyzed the situation calmly, unraveled the mystery, and finally found the girl and rescued her safely. Memories flashed through my mind again and again like clips from a movie. These hardships I once experienced have now become the source of my strength. I realized that the reason I was able to overcome difficulties time and time again was because of the belief in my heart and my determination to never give up. Now the challenge is even greater, as I am trapped in my own body, fighting for control with an evil replica. But that doesn't make me give in. I firmly believe that as long as the faith in my heart remains, I will be able to defeat him and take back everything that belongs to me. The battle outside was still going on, and I felt that my strength was gradually weakening. His movements began to become slow, and his attacks began to lose their accuracy. I know that Leia and the others must have found a way to deal with it, and they are gradually weakening the power of the clones. And I am also accumulating strength, waiting for the moment to counterattack. I felt that the clone's control was loosening, and my consciousness was gradually awakening. I know that the moment of decisive battle is coming. The moment consciousness returned, it was as if a drowning person finally breathed fresh air, and the world emerged clearly from the chaotic red fog. I, Evan, am back again, with control of my body firmly in my own hands. The fear of being deprived and manipulated gradually subsided, replaced by weakness and deep fatigue after surviving a disaster. I looked around and saw my friends gathered around me, worry and concern written all over their faces. Lilith's eyes were glistening with tears. John clenched his fists and Sophia stared at the ground thoughtfully. There was a faint smell of burning in the air after the clones dissipated, as if something had been completely burned, which was unsettling. "Are you okay, Evan?" Lilith's voice trembled a little. I forced a smile. "It's okay. It's all over." "Is it really over?" A hint of doubt arose in my heart. Will Victor, the man behind the scenes, really give up his plan so easily? Creating an almost perfect clone took up a huge amount of his energy and resources, just to test our strength. I looked around. The ruined streets and the devastated battlefield were all reminders of the life and death struggle we had just experienced. This victory came too suddenly and too easily, which gave me a sense of unreality. Just then, Sophia suddenly screamed. She bent down and picked up a piece of paper that was pressed under the rubble. The edge of the paper was a little damaged, but the words on it were still clearly visible. "What is this?" John came closer. Sophia unfolded the note, frowning. "It looks like an address, with a few strange symbols on it." I took the note and looked at it carefully. The address pointed to a place on the outskirts of the city, and I vaguely remembered that it seemed to be an abandoned warehouse. And those symbols, I have never seen them before. They are like some kind of code or some kind of mark, giving off a strange aura. My heart sank suddenly, and a chill ran from the soles of my feet to my head. Did Victor leave this there on purpose?
A trap?
Or a clue? Could this be a trap set by Victor? Lilith asked worriedly. "It's possible," John nodded. "He is very cunning. We must be careful." My eyes fell on the note again. Those strange symbols seemed to be mocking my ignorance, and also seemed to be silently calling me, luring me towards an unknown abyss. A strong sense of foreboding enveloped me. I felt like I was standing at a crossroads with two roads in front of me, one leading to light and the other leading to darkness, and this note is the key to determining my fate. My instinct tells me that Victor won't give up easily. This battle is far from over, perhaps. This is just the beginning. This note may be a bait left by Victor intentionally, or it may be the key to our victory. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. Fear and anxiety cannot solve the problem. Only by facing it bravely can you find the truth. Let's go and take a look, I said firmly. Lilith and John looked at me in surprise. Evan, are you sure? Lilith asked. This is too dangerous. I know. I looked them in the eye. But we can't just sit there and wait. If this is a clue left by Victor, we have to find out. Only then can we truly stop him. There was unquestionable firmness in my tone, as well as a hint of gambler's determination. I know this may be a trap, an abyss that is deep enough to lead us to eternal damnation, but I also know that we have no choice. Sophia silently folded the note and put it in her pocket. There was no fear in her eyes, only the same determination as mine. Let's go, she said. It's a blessing, not a disaster. It's a disaster, and we can't avoid it. As the sun sets, the sky gradually darkens. We set off towards the address marked on the note, with heavy steps and a solemn atmosphere. An inexplicable sense of tension suppressed everyone's nerves, as if the air was filled with a breath of danger. As night fell, we arrived at the outskirts of the city. In the distance, a dark silhouette stood in the night, like a dormant monster, quietly waiting for our arrival. That was the place marked on the note, an abandoned warehouse. The air in the warehouse was stagnant and cold, with a pungent smell of mold, like the breath of death lingering in the nostrils. The rusty iron racks were piled with dilapidated wooden boxes. Unknown debris was scattered on the ground, and everything was shrouded in a dim light, which was creepy. We moved forward cautiously, and the sound of our footsteps echoed in the empty warehouse, like knocking on tense nerves. I took a deep breath, concentrated, and tried to activate Whisper of the Dead. The air around me seemed to suddenly become sticky, and countless tiny sounds flooded into my mind, interweaving into a noisy buzz. I tried to make out what was coming out, trying to capture some useful information, but most of it was meaningless fragments. The squeaking of mice, the sound of metal rubbing, and groans of pain. I suddenly opened my eyes and looked in the direction where the sound came from. It was a corner filled with clutter, and the shadows were so thick that they seemed to swallow everything. I walked over, pushed aside the wooden boxes and rags that were blocking the way, and found a body that had long since rotted away. It curled up on the ground, its skeleton clearly visible, and its tattered clothes hinted at its former identity, a dock worker. I closed my eyes again, and placed my hand on the corpse's forehead. Whisper of the Dead was activated again, and this time I heard his last words. Curse. Can't escape. Curse? Could it be the blood curse of Leah's family? At this moment, Anna let out a cry of surprise. I looked in the direction of the voice and saw that she was holding a thick, leather-bound diary. Written in faded ink on the cover of the diary were the words, Eileen Black. We gathered together and looked through the diary by the light of flashlight. The owner of the diary, Irene, used beautiful handwriting to record her life, her loves and hates, as well as her fear and research on the blood curse. As the pages turn, a shocking secret gradually comes to light. Irene is actually Helen's illegitimate daughter. What is even more shocking is that the diary records that the blood curse of Leah's family was not innate, but was imposed by humans, and the one who cast the spell was Victor. My heart was shocked. Why did Victor do this? The diary mentioned that Victor had been conducting a study called Memory Immortality. He tried to transfer his memory and consciousness into other people's bodies in some way in order to achieve immortality. And the blood curse seems to be the key to his realization of this plan. Just as we were immersed in the contents of the diary, the door of the warehouse was suddenly kicked open. A tall figure stood at the door. We couldn't see his face clearly because of the light, but we were all very familiar with that cold aura. It's Victor. It seems that you have discovered my little secret. Victor's voice was full of sarcasm, but it's too late. Once the blood curse is imposed, it cannot be lifted. All your efforts are in vain. We ignored his provocation and quickly formed our battle formation, ready to fight. Anna held the diary tightly in her arms, her eyes determined. Even if we can't lift it, we will fight to the end. The air was filled with tension and a fierce battle was about to break out. Just then, a cold wind suddenly blew in the warehouse. The temperature dropped sharply, and we felt an inexplicable chill. A translucent figure slowly appeared in front of us. The figure became clearer and clearer, and finally, we could see her face clearly. Is that Erin? I felt a powerful force approaching, a force far beyond our cognition. My heart was beating wildly, and a premonition told me that what happened next would completely change everything. The fragments of Erin's soul, like fireflies, flickered for the last time, and then disappeared completely. The air at the ceremony seemed to be frozen, and there was an horrifying silence. I knelt on the ground, my hand still in the posture of casting a spell with the cold aura of magic still lingering on my fingertips. Erin is really gone, for us. For this damn blood curse. My heart felt hollowed out, empty, and I couldn't even hear an echo. Looking up, I saw Leah slumped on the ground, her face pale and her eyes empty. Evan and the others were also silent, their faces filled with fatigue and sadness. Did we win? But the price is so painful. The blood curse has been temporarily cut off, but this victory makes me feel extremely heavy. Leah, I called softly, but she didn't respond. She just stared blankly ahead. I walked over and helped her up. We succeeded. Leah's eyes finally focused on me. Her lips trembled, and her voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Erin, I knew what she wanted to say, and I held her hand tightly. She will rest in peace. She made her choice. We all know that this is only a short-lived calm. Victor, that madman, he won't stop. Cutting off the blood curse was undoubtedly a slap in the face. I can almost imagine his anger and madness at this moment. What should we do next? Evan's voice broke the silence, with a hint of confusion in his tone. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. We need to be prepared. Victor's revenge will come soon, and it will be more violent than ever before. We found a safe place to rest temporarily. Leah was in a very bad state. She shut herself off and didn't talk to anyone. I understand her pain. Losing a friend, let alone a friend who sacrificed himself for you, is a blow enough to devastate a person. At night, I sat alone by the window, looking at the night sky outside. The stars are twinkling, but they don't make me feel peaceful at all. Irene's figure kept appearing in my mind, her gentle smile and determined eyes. I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails dug deep into my flesh, but I felt no pain. Victor, just wait. I will make you pay the price. We spent the next few days preparing for the coming storm, gathering intelligence, arranging defenses, strengthening training. Everyone was on edge, and the air was filled with tension. I have a feeling that this battle will be more brutal than any other before. Victor will no longer have any reservations, and will do everything he has to take revenge on us, and we have no way out. I began to study the records about the blood curse found in ancient books, trying to find a way to completely lift the curse. Ancient books record that the source of the blood curse is a sealed ancient demon, and Victor took advantage of the power of this demon. If we can find a way to seal the devil, maybe we still have a glimmer of hope. However, the records about sealing demons in ancient books are incomplete, with only some scattered fragments. I tried hard to piece the fragments together, trying to find clues. Time passed day by day, but Victor did not move. This eerie calm made me feel even more uneasy. It's like the calm before the storm. The calmer it is, the more violent the coming storm will be. I have a strong feeling that something is happening quietly, but we know nothing about this. This unknown fear, like an invisible hand, tightly strangled my throat. and made it impossible for me to breathe. We are like being trapped in a huge spider web, and Victor, the spider hiding in the darkness, is patiently waiting for us to walk towards the trap he has carefully laid. We know that cutting off the blood curse is only a temporary measure, and the real battle has just begun. The shadow of the curse has temporarily faded, but the air is still filled with lingering fear. I know this is just the calm before the storm. Victor, the demon who manipulates time, will not let us go easily. His twisted smile and bloodthirsty eyes seem to be engraved in my mind and cannot be erased. Evan and Lucas locked themselves in the study, burying themselves in a pile of ancient books and notes left by Victor. Their faces were solemn and their brows were furrowed as they tried to find the secret of Victor's manipulation of the power of time from clues. I would occasionally bring in some food, but they would just take a few quick bites and then continue with their research. I understand that they are under tremendous pressure, and cracking the time magic is the key to stopping Victor. Leah led the town's guards to strengthen patrols. She became more silent, because what Victor coveted was the special blood flowing in her body. Whenever it's late at night and everyone is asleep, I can hear her tossing and turning. It's a kind of suppressed pain and also a silent struggle. In order to break the deadlock, we decided to take the initiative. Victor has some small strongholds outside the town. We plan to destroy one of them first. This will test our strength and we may find some useful clues. The raid took place at midnight. We sneaked into the stronghold and quickly eliminated the guards according to the pre-planned route. Evan and Lucas were responsible for breaking the magic traps. Leah was in charge of vigilance, and I was in charge of searching for intelligence. The whole process was tense and exciting, and my heart almost beat out of my chest. Every slight noise makes me nervous. In the base, we found some information about Victor's memory eternity plan. It turned out that he wanted to collect everyone's memories, merge them together, and create an eternal memory world. He needs to use the power of Leia's bloodline and some other special items to start the ceremony at a specific time and place. And this place turned out to be the central square of the town. When I saw this information, my blood almost froze. The central square is the center of the town and where we live. If Victor initiated the ceremony there, the consequences would be disastrous. We must stop him at all costs. After returning to the base, we immediately began to analyze the intelligence we had collected, trying to find loopholes in Victor's plan. Evan and Lucas were deducing the laws of time magic. Leah was studying how to fight the blood curse, and I was repeatedly marking the terrain of the central square on the map, looking for the best ambush site. Time passed by minute, and the air was filled with tension. We all know that this is a race against time. We must find a way to stop Victor before he starts the ritual. We discussed various possibilities, developed multiple battle plans, and conducted repeated simulations. We strive for perfection in every detail, because we know that any negligence may lead to a complete loss. I looked at my exhausted companions, my heart filled with worry. This battle is much more difficult than we imagined. Victor is not only powerful, but also cunning. We must be more cautious to win this battle. Outside the window, the night was getting darker and darker, and the cold wind was whistling against the windows, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. I know that dawn is about to come, and we are about to face the final decisive battle. However, just as we were preparing to formulate a detailed battle plan, Victor took action ahead of time. My heartbeat was deafening, like the beating of a drum, hitting my tense nerves again and again. Victor, this madman, he actually took action in advance. The heated discussion in the conference room came to an abrupt end, replaced by screams and chaotic footsteps coming from outside the window. Through the glass, I saw the streets of the small town. Time seemed to be distorted. Pedestrians repeated the same movements, like puppets, and vehicles were spinning in place. Everything was like a malfunctioning movie. Fear gripped my heart like an icy tentacle. Victor's ability to manipulate time is far more powerful than we thought. What exactly does he want to do? I tried to calm myself down, took a deep breath, and tried to sort out my confused thoughts. However, more terrifying things are yet to come. The door of the conference room was pushed open suddenly, and Daniel Wu stood at the door. His eyes were empty, and his face was expressionless, like a walking corpse. I knew immediately that he was being controlled by Victor. Daniel Wu, our most powerful warrior, has now become our enemy. A deep feeling of powerlessness came over me, and I felt as if I was in a huge whirlpool, unable to escape. Daniel, I called tentatively, my voice trembling violently. He did not respond, but slowly raised his hand, with a dazzling white light condensing in his palm. I am very familiar with that light. It is the power of time, but at this moment it is filled with the breath of destruction. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Are we going to fail like this? Is Victor's conspiracy about to succeed? What will be the fate of the town? I didn't dare to think about it anymore and forced myself to concentrate and think of a solution. However, my mind went blank and fear and despair almost swallowed me. We all know Daniel Wu's power. In his heyday, even if we joined forces, we might not be his match. What's more, now he is controlled by Victor and has the ability to manipulate time.
Evan, what should we do? Emily's voice was a little tearful, and her face was pale.
I gritted my teeth and forced myself to stay calm. Now is not the time to be afraid. I must think of a way out. I looked around and saw that everyone else in the meeting room also had a terrified look on their faces. They looked at me with hope, expecting me to lead them out of the predicament. Don't panic, everyone. I tried to keep myself calm and said in as firm a tone as possible, we will definitely find a way. However, my heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Victor seems to have found a way to break the blood curse, which means he can use the power of time without restraint, and we are helpless. Just then, I noticed that the white light in Daniel Wu's hand flickered and seemed a little unstable. Wasn't Victor's control over him complete? This is an opportunity, perhaps our only hope. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, thinking quickly of countermeasures in my mind. We need a plan, one that can buy time and give us a chance to fight back. My eyes fell on a device in the corner of the conference room. It was a small time jammer we made when we were studying the power of time. Although it was not very powerful, it might be able to be used to interfere with Daniel Wu's power. A glimmer of hope ignited in my heart. But this is just the beginning, and we still have a long way to go. What exactly is Victor's conspiracy? Why does he want to control Daniel Wu? What kind of secrets are hidden behind all this? A strong sense of uneasiness surged in my heart, like the calm before the storm, suffocating. I felt an inexplicable chill, a premonition, an ominous premonition. Sweat dripped down my temples, stinging my eyes. Daniel Wu, once a gentle scholar, is now like an enraged beast, with bloodshot eyes and deadly moves. The antique dagger in his hand reflected a frightening cold light under the dim light. I endured the pain all over my body, and my brain was working fast. Daniel is not a bad guy. He is controlled by that madman Victor. Evan, have you thought of a solution? Lucas's voice sounded in my ears with a barely perceptible tremor. I know he is also holding on. We are all holding on. Daniel is being controlled by Victor, most likely through some kind of memory tampering. Lucas continued. The memory tampering device I designed earlier might be able to unlock the control. My heart skipped a beat. Yes, memory tampering. Victor has always been obsessed with manipulating memories, and he must have tampered with Daniel's memory. But how do we get close to him? Sophia's voice was filled with despair. Daniel Wu's fighting power is amazing at the moment, and we can't get close to him at all. Adrian, Marcus, you two are responsible for attracting Daniel Wu's attention. I made a quick decision. Lucas, Sophia, and I will take the opportunity to get close to him. Adrian and Marcus agreed without hesitation. They knew it was the only way. Be careful, Lucas suddenly shouted, bringing me back to reality from my thoughts. Daniel Wu's dagger almost brushed past my cheek. The cold blade brought up a gust of cold wind, making my back feel cold. The three of us took advantage of the surrounding obstacles and carefully approached Daniel Wu. Every movement must be calculated precisely, and every breath must be held. If you are not careful, you will be discovered by Daniel Wu. Whisper of the dead, I growled, activating my special ability. The air around me seemed to freeze, and a cold breath instantly surrounded me. I could feel countless fragments of memories of the dead flooding into my mind like a tide. I tried hard to find clues related to Victor among these fragments, not letting go of any clues. A blurry picture appeared in my mind. A dark room, Victor standing behind Daniel Wu, holding a device that flashed with strange light. Found it, I shouted in my heart. But at the same time I felt deeply uneasy. What Victor did to Daniel Wu was far more complicated than I had imagined. Not only did he tamper with Daniel's memory, he also seemed to have implanted something terrible. Daniel Wu suddenly let out a roar, and his attacks became more frantic and faster. Adrian and Marcus could hardly hold on any longer.
I have to speed up.
I tried hard to piece together the chaotic fragments of memory in my mind, trying to find the key to Victor's control over Daniel Wu. As time passed, my mental strength was almost exhausted, and the scene in front of me began to become blurry. Suddenly, I felt a severe headache, as if something was about to explode from my brain. I gritted my teeth, endured the pain, and continued searching for memory fragments. Just when I was about to give up, a clear picture finally appeared in my mind. Victor implanted something like a chip into the back of Daniel Wu's neck. Back of the neck. Chip, I shouted. Lucas and Sophia understood what I meant immediately. The three of us approached Daniel Wu more carefully, dodging his increasingly fierce attacks. My heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was going to jump out of my chest. We finally came behind Daniel Wu, and Lucas's hand had reached out to the memory tampering device. The indicator light on the tamper device flashed a ghostly green light, like the eyes of some evil creature. Lucas's fingers trembled slightly as he finally pressed the start button. A look of pain flashed across Daniel Wu's face, and then he looked around blankly. Where am I?" he muttered to himself, his voice as hoarse as a rusty gear. My heart was in my throat. Success? Is it really successful? I looked at Lucas. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. "Daniel, do you still remember Victor?" I asked tentatively, afraid of irritating him. He frowned, painful memories flooding into his mind. He held his head in pain, and recounted incoherently the experience of being controlled by Victor and forced to do things against his will. His regret and self-blame were like a sharp knife, piercing my heart. But at the same time, a warm current surged through my body. We did it. We literally rescued him from Victor's clutches. Daniel Wu took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became firm. "I want to make up for my mistakes," he said firmly. "I want to help you stop Victor. This is undoubtedly a huge turning point. We were originally isolated and helpless, but now we have a powerful helper, and he knows Victor much better than we do. Victor. He seems to be preparing for the final ceremony in the old church in the town." Daniel Wu hesitated, but I'm not sure about the specific situation there. He may have set a trap there. Old church. This name lingers in my mind. In my impression, the ancient building has always been shrouded in a mysterious veil, as if hiding an unknown secret. And now it has become the center of Victor's conspiracy. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness came over me. The old church. Is that really the key location to stop Victor? Or is it an elaborate trap waiting for us to fall into it? As night fell, the streets of the town were empty, and the street lamps emitted a dim light, stretching our shadows out. There was an eerie silence in the air, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for the coming storm. Our group moved towards the old church, our steps heavy and slow. Daniel Wu walked in front. He had a serious expression on his face, and kept looking back, as if he was on guard against something. Lucas held the instrument tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. I stared intently at the darkness ahead, trying hard to see the danger hidden in it. The outline of the old church gradually became clear. The towering spire, mottled walls, and broken stained glass windows looked particularly eerie in the night. The trees around the church rustled in the breeze, as if they were whimpering, adding to the eerie atmosphere. I felt my breathing become rapid, and my palms began to sweat. The old church. It is like a giant beast lurking in the darkness, quietly waiting for our arrival. We stopped at the door of the church. Daniel Wu took a deep breath, and slowly pushed open the heavy wooden door. Squeak! The harsh sound of the door opening broke the tranquility of the night, and seemed to open the door to hell. A cold breath hit me in the face, and I couldn't help but shiver. The interior of the church was pitch black, and only the faint moonlight shining through the broken stained glass windows allowed one to barely make out some vague outlines. The air was filled with a sickening smell of dampness and decay. I tightened my grip on the weapon and tried to stay calm. I know that we have entered uncharted territory, and a fierce battle is about to begin. But we have no choice. In order to stop Victor's conspiracy and save the world, we must bravely face the darkness before us. The door of the old church has been opened, and we have no way out. The church spire pierced the grey sky like a rusty blade. The wind whistled through the broken windows, making a whimpering sound that made the hairs on my back stand up. Daniel Wu said that Victor was last seen here, in this abandoned Gothic church, which was as eerie as the bloody mouth of a giant beast, ready to devour everything at any time. Evan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, a look of pain appearing on his pale face. The ability of Whisper of the Dead allows him to sense the remaining soul fragments, but this ability is also a torture for him, like forcing open a door to hell and peeking into secrets that should not be peeped into. "Did you find anything?" Lucas asked in a low voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings sharply, like a vigilant cheetah. Evan opened his eyes and his expression became even uglier. Many suffering souls are trapped here." He paused, his voice trembling, as if they were bound by some force, unable to free themselves. A chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, and I subconsciously tightened the gun in my hand. What exactly happened in this church? The light inside the church was dim, and the air was filled with dust and mold. The walls were engraved with strange symbols which looked like some ancient writing or some mysterious totem. There were some metal devices scattered on the ground, flashing strange lights. These symbols. Lucas squatted down and carefully observed the symbols on the ground. I seem to have seen them somewhere. He frowned, as if trying hard to recall something. Suddenly he looked up and said, "I remember now. This is the symbol of ancient alchemy. It is exactly the same as the symbol of the Memory Eternal Life plan recorded in Victor's notes. Memory lives forever," I muttered to myself, an ominous feeling coming over me. What on earth does Victor want to do? These devices, Lucas pointed at the metal devices on the ground. They should be some kind of energy converters. Victor may want to use some special energy to start his ritual. Before he could finish his words, the church door slammed shut with a deafening sound. The walls around began to move, and black holes appeared on the ground, like entrances to hell. Damn it. We were ambushed. Daniel Wu cursed and quickly pulled out his gun. Almost at the same time, countless sharp arrows shot out from the cracks in the wall, flying towards us with sharp sounds of breaking through the air. We quickly dispersed, avoiding the deadly attack. The space inside the church was not large, and we soon became passive. "Lucas, think of a way," I shouted while dodging the flying arrows. Lucas's face was solemn. He quickly observed the surrounding environment, looking for a way to crack the mechanism. The triggering mechanism of these mechanisms should be related to the symbols on the ground. He shouted while dodging. We need to find the correct sequence of symbols to shut down the mechanisms. We dodged the attacks while looking for clues to the symbols. Sharp arrows, poison gas, fire, all kinds of traps appeared one after another, making us run for our lives. I felt my heartbeat getting faster, and my breathing getting faster. Fear was like an icy hand, tightly gripping my throat, making it almost impossible for me to breathe. Can we really get out of here alive? Just when I was about to despair, I saw Adrian groping for something furtively in the corner. His movements were so covert that I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't happened to be looking in that direction. "Adrian, what are you doing?" I asked loudly. He seemed startled, turned his head suddenly, and a trace of panic flashed across his face.
Nothing. He stammered. "I just want to see if there is anything I can use for defense." His eyes flickered and he was obviously lying. I became even more confused. What was he hiding? At this moment I saw a tiny crack appear on the wall behind him. The humid air, with a sickening musty smell, rushed into my nasal cavity through the narrow passage, so sticky that it seemed like it was going to solidify in my lungs. Adrian took the lead, the beam of the flashlight in his hand jumping on the damp stone wall, reflecting the mottled moss and unknown stains. My heart was pounding, and my palms holding the dagger were sweating. The basement of the church, what secrets is Victor hiding here? At the end of the passage is a heavy iron door, rusty, like a wound forgotten by time. Adrian pushed hard, and the door slowly opened with a teeth-grinding squeak. An even stronger smell of mold and blood hit me in the face, almost suffocating me. The space in the basement was much larger than I had imagined, with a high dome and dim oil lamps dotted on the walls, casting eerie light and shadows. In the center, a huge circular platform occupied most of the space. It was engraved with intricate runes, exuding an ominous aura, and Victor, standing in the middle of the platform with his back to us, looked particularly eerie in his black robe under the swaying lights. "Welcome, my friends." Victor turned slowly with a creepy smile on his face. "It seems you have finally found this place. I am really ecstatic." His tone was full of sarcasm, and every word was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, licking my nerves. My instinct told me that we had walked into a well-laid trap. "Victor, your crazy behavior must stop," Adrian roared, his voice echoing in the basement. "Stop." Victor let out a sharp laugh. "I am about to gain immortality. This is the greatest moment in human history, and you should feel honored to be able to witness it." He opened his arms as if embracing some divine power. The rooms on the platform began to emit a faint blue light, and the entire basement was shrouded in this eerie light. I felt dizzy, and an inexplicable fear rose from the bottom of my heart. "Be careful," Lilith suddenly shouted. Almost at the same time as she finished her words, countless lasers suddenly shot out from the surrounding walls, interweaving into a web of death and attacking us. We dodged in a panic, but the space in the basement was limited, and the speed of the laser was incredibly fast, so we were soon put in a passive position. "Damn it, what's going on?" I asked loudly while dodging the laser. "This is Victor's defense system." Adrian's voice came from not far away. "We must find a way to shut it down." "Defense system?" I looked around, trying to find anything I could use. The walls, the ground, the dome. Everything seemed so solid and flawless. Are we really going to die here? Victor stood in the middle of the platform, looking at our miserable appearance coldly, with a mocking expression on his face. My breathing became more and more rapid, and sweat soaked my clothes. The feeling of despair began to spread, like an invisible hand tightly strangling my throat. Just then I noticed an unremarkable device on the edge of the platform.
It flashed a faint red light and seemed to be connected to the entire defense system. Could it be that this is the key? A glimmer of hope ignited in my heart, but at the same time, a stronger sense of uneasiness also surged in my heart. The device looked so fragile that it seemed as if it would break at the slightest touch. If I get it wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. As time goes by, the laser network becomes denser and denser, leaving us less and less space. I have to make a choice.
I took a deep breath and looked at the device with a determined gaze. Success or failure depends on this one move.
My hand slowly reaches towards the device. What secrets are hidden in this basement? How to break this defense system? Victor, what exactly is his eternal memory plan? And can we escape from this world? Everything is shrouded in a fog, waiting to be revealed. Sweat slid down my forehead, splashing tiny drops of water on the cold ground in the basement. Victor, the man who haunted us like a ghost, was now standing in front of us, with a creepy smile on his face, as if he was sure of victory. And we, trapped in this gloomy basement, facing him in that almost impenetrable defense system, are like prey entangled in a spider web, desperately waiting for the final judgment. This is the end for you, Evan. Victor's voice was like a whisper from hell. You thought you could stop me. You are naive. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. Now is not the time to despair. We must find a glimmer of hope. I looked around and saw my companions, Adrian, Marcus, Leah, and Daniel Wu, all of whom had tension and uneasiness written all over their faces, but there was still an unyielding fire burning in their eyes. Lucas, you said before that Victor's power to manipulate time requires an energy source, right? I looked at Lucas, the most knowledgeable among us, and our last hope. Lucas nodded, his voice trembling a little. Yes, according to the information I found in the church, Victor needs a powerful energy source to maintain his abilities. I think the core device in the basement is likely to be this energy source. Core device. A flash of inspiration came to my mind. If we can destroy the core device and cut off Victor's energy supply, perhaps we can turn the tide of the battle.
Okay, let's do this, I said firmly. Adrian, Marcus, you are responsible for attracting Victor's attention. And Leah, Daniel Wu and I will destroy the core device.
Once the plan was made, we took action immediately.
Adrian and Marcus rushed towards Victor, their brave and fearless figures like two lightning bolts, tearing through the darkness of the basement.
Victor obviously didn't expect us to take the initiative to attack. He was slightly stunned, then sneered and greeted Adrian and Marcus. Leah, Daniel Wu and I took the opportunity to run towards the core device. The core device is located deep in the basement and is protected by layers of defense systems, laser beams, flamethrowers, automatic machine guns, and all kinds of deadly traps followed one after another. We were like dancing on the edge of a knife, and every step was full of danger. Daniel Wu demonstrated his amazing hacking skills. He quickly cracked the password of the defense system and opened a path for us to the core device. Leah was responsible for covering us. She fired every bullet with precision, destroying the defense robots that tried to approach us one by one. As we got closer and closer to the core device, my heart beat faster and faster. I could feel that victory was just around the corner, but at the same time, an inexplicable sense of uneasiness began to spread in my heart. Victor was too quiet, almost unnaturally quiet. Will he really be pinned down by Adrian and Marcus? Or is he planning some conspiracy? My hunch was soon confirmed. Just as we were about to reach the core device, the air around us suddenly became heavy, and a suffocating feeling of oppression enveloped us. I turned around suddenly and saw Victor standing there, his eyes flashing with strange light, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more sinister. He slowly raised his hands, and the time around him seemed to begin to distort. An indescribable feeling of fear instantly swept through my whole body. I knew something terrible was about to happen. The moment time resumed flowing, the world was like a scroll that was suddenly pulled apart. full of disturbing distortions. I felt dizzy, and my stomach was churning. Victor, that madman, he actually stopped time. If it weren't for Evan's whisper of the dead, we would probably still be frozen in his weird smile, at the mercy of others. I shook my head, trying to wake myself up. The others were not much better. They all looked pale and staggered to their feet. But we had no time to hesitate. The core device was right in front of us, flashing an ominous red light like a beating heart, the source of Victor's power. "Do it!" Lilith's shout broke the brief silence. The dagger in her hand flashed a cold light and pierced straight into the core of the device. Others also reacted one after another, and all kinds of attacks, including magic, bullets, and swords, poured out like a violent storm, hitting the core device hard. The device made a buzzing sound as it was overwhelmed, and the red light flickered more and more violently, before finally exploding with a bang, emitting countless tiny arcs of electricity that struggled in the air like dying fireflies before eventually going out. An expression of disbelief appeared on Victor's face. He staggered back a few steps, covering his chest, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "No, impossible. My masterpiece. He's like a wounded beast." We rushed forward and launched a final attack on him with all our might. The pace of close combat is breathtakingly fast. Although Victor's power has weakened, it should not be underestimated. He waved his hands, manipulating the remaining power of time and distorting the space around him. I dodged an energy blade that almost brushed my nose, my heart pounding. The shadow of death loomed over us, and I felt the sweat running down my temples and soaking my collar. I saw a deep wound on John's shoulder, with blood gushing out. Lilith was knocked away by an invisible force, fell heavily to the ground, and groaned in pain. Even Evan, who was always calm, had beads of sweat on his forehead, and his face was frighteningly pale, as if he would fall down at any time. Each of us tried our best, but Victor still resisted stubbornly, with crazy flames burning in his eyes, like a star that was about to be destroyed, emitting its last light. Just when I thought victory was imminent, a strong feeling of uneasiness came over me. My gut told me something was going to happen, and it was bad. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Victor's face. A creepy smile, as if he had foreseen our ending. "Do you think this is the end? You are so naive." He raised a hand and pointed toward the sky. I looked in the direction of his finger, and saw a huge vortex appear in the sky, flashing dazzling white light. A suffocating energy wave emanated from the vortex, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. My mind went blank. An unprecedented feeling of fear gripped my heart, and I felt like my breathing had stopped. "This energy is too strong. We can't resist it at all." Victor's voice echoed in the air with a hint of crazy pride. "This is my backup plan. Judgment Day. You will all pay the price for your stupidity." I saw other people also showing horrified expressions. They were trapped, with nowhere to escape. That powerful energy wave, like a huge white hand, descended from the sky and pressed down on us fiercely. I closed my eyes, waiting for the final judgment. Countless images flashed through my mind. My family, my friends, my dreams. All of these will vanish into thin air. I was knocked over by a huge force, and my back hit the ground heavily, and my internal organs seemed to be displaced. The roar of the explosion was still ringing in my ears, and dust and rubble obscured my vision. I struggled to get up, wiped the blood off my face, and the world in front of me gradually became clear. Victor stood in the center of the energy wave, like an evil god with a chilling smile on his face. "It's over, Evan," he said in a deep voice. "Your resistance is meaningless." "Evan," Lucas's voice came from not far away, and he got up from the ground while coughing. "Are you okay?" I asked.
"I'm not dead yet," Lucas spat out a mouthful of blood, "but this energy wave is too strong."
"We have to find a way to crack it," I said, "or it's all over." Lucas's eyes flickered, and he seemed to have thought of something. "The church and the basement," he muttered to himself. I immediately understood what he meant. In the church, we found Victor's notes on his research on energy, and in the basement, we saw the huge core device. There must be some connection between the two. The energy wave has a limited duration, Lucas said, and its energy source should be related to the core device. You mean? My heartbeat began to speed up. We can take advantage of the gap when the energy wave weakens and attack the core device again. Yes, Lucas. We told others about the plan.
Adrian and Marcus volunteered to get Victor's attention and buy us some time.
Leah, Daniel Wu, and I were responsible for raiding the core device. Be careful, Evan. Leah looked at me worriedly. You must come back alive. I nodded at her without saying anything. I know this will be a life and death battle, but we have no way out. The energy waves begin to weaken in intensity, which is our signal to act. Adrian and Marcus rushed towards Victor. Their figures seemed extremely small in the afterglow of the energy wave, yet extremely heroic. Now, I shouted, and rushed towards the core device with Leah and Daniel Wu. The defenses were still operational, and laser beams and artillery fire continued to blast around us. We were like 3 nimble cheetahs, moving through the hail of bullets, and every dodge was extremely thrilling. My heart was beating wildly, and adrenaline was pumping through my body. I know that we are getting closer and closer to the core device, but it is also getting more and more dangerous. Daniel Wu's shoulder was hit by the laser beam, and he let out a muffled groan. Leah's legs were also scratched by shrapnel, and blood flowed down her trouser legs. Hold on, I yelled. We're almost there. The core device is right in front of you. It emits a faint blue light, like a huge heart, beating with an evil pulse. We are only a few steps away from it. At this moment there was a sudden distortion in the air, and a strong sense of oppression instantly enveloped us. An ominous premonition came over me. I raised my head abruptly, and my pupils suddenly contracted. Victor's figure flashed like a torn lightning, and suddenly appeared in front of us. There was an almost crazy excitement on his face, and his eyes were flashing with a strange light. You'll never succeed, he roared, his voice echoing in the empty laboratory, as harsh as the friction of metal. My heart sank. Victor is the pinnacle of the Memory Immortality Project, and his abilities far exceed our previous expectations. But now the arrow is on the string, and it has to be shot. I took a deep breath, and forced myself to calm down.
Evan Bell, you can't be afraid. You have to lead your team to complete this mission.
Whisper of the Dead. I growled and activated my ability. Victor's image began to distort in my eyes, and countless broken fragments of memory fluttered towards my consciousness like moths. I felt dizzy, and all kinds of sounds, images and emotions hit my brain. I tried hard to filter out useful information from them. Finally, I discovered a pattern. Every time Victor teleported, there would be a short period of weakness, and his energy fluctuations would show a noticeable decrease. Leah, Daniel, now, I shouted, raising the energy gun in my hand and aiming at the position where Victor would appear. Leah's ice blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and Daniel Wu's mechanical arm was ready to go. The moment Victor teleported again, our attacks broke out at the same time. Victor obviously didn't expect us to take advantage of his weakness. He groaned, staggered back, and a trace of pain flashed across his face. We didn't give him a chance to breathe and launched another fierce attack. We finally broke through his blockade and reached the core device. The core device is a huge spherical structure, with complex energy patterns flashing on its surface, like a beating heart. We know that this is the core of the Memory Immortality Plan, and the target we must destroy. The battle was more intense than we imagined. The core device's defense system is extremely powerful, with energy beams, force field shields, and automatic turrets attacking us wave after wave. We fought and retreated, looking for weaknesses in the device. Daniel Wu's robotic arm continued to crack the code of the defense system. Leia's ice blade accurately destroyed key energy nodes, and I used Whisper of the Dead to interfere with the control system of the device. As time passed, we got more and more scars and our energy was gradually exhausted. But we didn't give up. We knew we had to succeed. Finally, after a combined attack, the core device emitted a deafening roar, and a huge crack appeared on the surface. We did it. We destroyed part of the core device. However, just as we were cheering for victory, the light shining through the cracks stunned us for a moment. It was a kind of light that had never been seen before, pure and bright, yet with a hint of strangeness. We approached the crack cautiously and looked inside the device. There, suspended, was a crystal. It is not big, only the size of a fist, and is shaped like a perfect octahedron. It is transparent and emits a soft light. It quietly floats in the center of the core device, like a sleeping heart. An inexplicable feeling came over me, and I felt a chill, as if something was watching us. This crystal, what is it? What does it have to do with the Eternal Memory Project? I looked at Leah and Daniel Wu. Their faces were also full of confusion and anxiety. We all know that the appearance of this crystal means that things are far from over, and may even be more complicated and dangerous than we imagined. We stood in front of the crack in the core device, looking at the mysterious crystal, our hearts filled with fear and curiosity about the unknown. There was an eerie silence in the air, like the calm before a storm. What secrets does this crystal hide? Inside the core device, the air was stagnant, carrying a cold metallic smell. The crystal is suspended in the center of the device, emitting a faint blue light like a beating heart, or like an eye spying on our secrets. I stared at it, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in my heart, as if something had been overlooked by us.
What the hell is this thing? Evan's voice broke the silence.
Lucas approached the crystal carefully. Wearing special gloves, he gently touched the surface of the crystal. There are symbols on it, very similar to those we found in the church. My heart skipped a beat. The church, the blood sacrifice, and those strange symbols, everything seemed to point to a horrifying truth. I walked quickly to Lucas and looked at the symbols carefully. They are detailed and complex, like some ancient writing or some mysterious totem. I felt my mind racing, trying to connect these symbols to everything I knew. Victor, his eternal memory plan, and the blood curse, I muttered to myself. Suddenly, a terrible idea exploded in my mind. Could it be that this crystal is the key to connecting all of this? Others also realized this, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. If my guess is correct, then destroying this crystal might be able to completely stop Victor's crazy plan. We must find a way to destroy it, Evan said in a firm tone, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. However, just as we were about to study how to destroy the crystal, a strong sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire space. I turned around sharply and saw Victor standing at the entrance with an almost crazy smile on his face. "Do you think you can stop me?" "Stupid," Victor roared, and a powerful energy wave burst out from him. We were instantly pushed back a few steps by this force. "Damn it, he's coming," Lucas growled and quickly assumed a fighting stance. A fierce battle broke out instantly. Victor manipulates the power of time, making us feel that our movements have become unusually slow, as if we were stuck in a quagmire. His attack came like a violent storm. We could only defend ourselves with difficulty, and had no power to fight back. I felt my body getting heavier and heavier, and it became difficult to breathe. Victor is more powerful than before, and we are no match for him. Are we really going to fail? Just when I was about to despair, I suddenly felt a cold breath rising from the bottom of my heart. It was a kind of power that I had never felt before. It was like an undercurrent surging in my body, as if trying to break through some kind of restraint. Some fragmentary images flashed through my mind, and some vague sounds echoed in my ears. Whispers of the dead. A voice sounded in my mind, The voice was ethereal and strange, as if it came from another world. I felt my body begin to change, a powerful force awakening within me. Black cracks appeared in front of my eyes. Those cracks spread like a spider web, shrouding the entire space in darkness. Victor seemed to have noticed my change as well, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He stopped attacking and looked at me warily. "You, what are you?" Victor asked tremblingly. I didn't answer him. My consciousness gradually blurred, as if I was being pulled by a powerful force and falling towards an unknown realm. I felt like I was sinking into a dark abyss. Countless whispers echoed in my ears, telling ancient secrets and foreshadowing the coming disaster. Sweat slid down my temples, dripped onto the cold ground, and instantly evaporated into a thin white mist. I was gasping for breath, my chest heaving violently like an old engine that was about to be scrapped. Victor, the madman, was finally subdued by us. His whisper of the dead, the terrifying power that could control the undead, was now fading along with his unconscious body. I could feel a strange vibration in the air, like a taut string that could break at any time. Although my whisper of the dead is far less powerful than Victor's, it can keenly capture this subtle change. This feeling is uneasy, extremely uneasy. We followed the plan and took out the crystal, emitting faint blue light from the core device. It is smaller than I thought, and surprisingly heavy in my hand, like a solidified star, emitting cold energy. This energy feels familiar, and yet strange to me, as if I have seen it in a dream before, but I can't grasp the specific details. The moment the crystal was in hand, the basement began to vibrate. At first there was only a slight tremor, as if some giant beast had turned over in the earth. Then, the vibration became more and more intense. The pipes above my head began to make a teeth-grinding friction sound, and fine dust and gravel fell down. My heart sank, and an ominous premonition came over me. This vibration was not an ordinary landslide, but more like some kind of response, some kind of ancient power that was awakened. "Evan, what's going on?" Emily's voice was trembling, and she held my arm tightly. I took a deep breath and tried to keep myself calm. "I don't know, but this is definitely not a good sign." I swept my eyes over the crowd, and everyone's face was filled with panic and anxiety. Captain Johnson tried to remain calm and shouted, "Don't panic. We have obtained the crystal. Now we must leave here as soon as possible." I knew he was right. It would only be more dangerous if I stayed here. But where can we go if we leave here? We knew nothing about this crystal, let alone what to do with it. What if it's like a time bomb that could explode at any time? My whisper of the dead sent out another wave, this time stronger and clearer than before. I felt dizzy, as if something was trying to invade my consciousness. I shook my head vigorously, trying to get rid of the feeling. "Evan, what's wrong with you?" Emily asked with concern. I'm fine. I forced a smile, but it felt uglier than crying. I didn't dare tell them how I felt just now, for fear of causing greater panic. The shaking in the basement continued, and became more intense. The lights above my head began to flicker, making a crackling sound of electricity, and they could go out at any time. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, making it difficult to breathe. I have a strong feeling that we are caught up in a bigger conspiracy, a disaster far beyond our imagination. This crystal is not only the source of Victor's power, it is more like a key to open the door to hell. We must find a way to deal with the crystals as soon as possible. Otherwise, I dare not think about it any further, because I know that there is really not much time left for us. That thing lurking in the darkness is about to be awakened. It is like a long dormant beast, slowly opening its blood-red eyes, staring at us, greedily, waiting for the best time to devour us. There was a suffocating feeling of oppression in the air, as if an invisible hand was tightly strangling my throat, making it impossible for me to breathe. My heart was beating so violently that it seemed like it would jump out of my chest at any second. I held the crystal tightly in my hand, feeling its cold energy, my heart filled with fear and confusion. What secrets does this tiny crystal hold? Where will it lead us? The answer may be hidden in this increasingly violent vibration. The basement shook violently, and dust and debris fell like raindrops, choking me and making it almost impossible to breathe. The pipe above my head made a teeth-grinding, twisting sound, as if it would break at any second. I know we don't have much time left. Victor, this madman, actually chose to attack again at this time. There was a mad light in his eyes, like a beast cornered, desperate to get the crystal back. I gripped the weapon tightly in my hand, feeling the sweat on my palm. I know this is the final battle, and I must give it my all. Evan, be careful. Leah's shout brought me back to my senses. Victor swung the energy blade in his hand and pounced on me. I dodged sideways and attacked with my backhand, but he blocked it. His power is stronger than before, this damn crystal. Lucas, what's wrong? I asked anxiously while fending off Victor's attack. The energy field is fluctuating, and the collapse of the basement is affecting its stability. Lucas's voice came from not far away, with a hint of tension. We must speed up.
According to Lucas's previous research, crystals need to be in a specific energy field to be safely destroyed.
And now the basement is about to collapse, and the energy field is constantly changing, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of our task. But we have no choice but to seize this fleeting opportunity. We developed a daring plan to use the energy fluctuations generated by the collapse of the basement to create an energy field suitable for destroying crystals. I know it's risky, but it's our only hope.
Adrian, Marcus, cover us!
I yelled. Adrian and Marcus rushed forward immediately, using their powerful firepower to attract Victor's attention. Leah, Daniel, Wu, Lucas, and I began to build a temporary energy field using the collapsed rocks and devices around us. Every falling rock and every explosion made my heart skip a beat. We are like dancing on the edge of a knife, and if we are not careful, we will be doomed. I felt my heartbeat getting faster and my breathing getting faster. Beads of sweat appeared on Daniel Wu's forehead, but his hands did not stop moving at all. He controlled the instrument precisely and adjusted the frequency of the energy field. Leah assisted him, her eyes firm and calm. Lucas kept calculating the data, his brows furrowed, and he muttered to himself. I knew he was under tremendous pressure, but he didn't back down at all. Each of us is doing our best to strive for the same goal. A huge rock fell from above my head. I subconsciously reached out to block it, but was pushed away by a force.
It's Leah.
She stood in front of me, and the stones hit her hard. Leah, I exclaimed and quickly helped her up. I'm fine, she said weakly. Hurry, continue. My heart was filled with guilt and worry, but I knew that now was not the time to be sentimental. I had to finish the job, for Leah, for everyone. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. I looked at the flickering energy field in front of me, and an inexplicable premonition surged in my heart. This premonition makes me feel uneasy, yet full of anticipation. As time passed, the shaking in the basement became more and more intense. We know that we don't have much time left. Suddenly, Lucas raised his head sharply.
All right,
he shouted excitedly. The energy field has stabilized. I raised my head and looked at the energy field flashing with strange light in front of me. My heart was full of hope, but also a hint of indescribable fear. I knew that the real test had just begun. Sweat soaked my collar and the muscles in my arms were still trembling slightly from the fight just now.
Victor, the once gentle scholar, now collapsed on the ground with empty eyes, like a puppet with his soul taken away.
He failed, and his plan of immortality of memory ultimately came to nothing. I looked at the crystal that had turned into powder, and an indescribable feeling of fatigue came over me.
Is this nightmare finally coming to an end?
We have to get out of here. Evan's voice broke the brief silence. He helped me up and said in a hurry, "This place is going to collapse." I looked around. The basement walls were covered in cracks. Debris was constantly falling, and the air was filled with choking dust. The load-bearing beam above my head made a teeth-grinding creaking sound, as if it would break at any second. An ominous feeling loomed over me. Can we really escape? Lilith supported the injured John, her face pale and her eyes full of fear. We all paid a huge price in the battle just now. John's legs were hit by Victor's energy wave, and now he can only walk with difficulty. Although I had no obvious injuries, my physical strength was severely overdrawn. This way, Evan pointed to a small door not far away, which was the exit we hadn't noticed before. Hope, is it there? We supported each other and moved towards the small door with difficulty. Every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife. The falling rocks overhead became more and more frequent, and the ground began to shake violently. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. Faster, faster, Evan's urging voice echoed in my ears, but my legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Fear, like an invisible giant hand, tightly grasped my throat, making it almost impossible for me to breathe. I forced myself not to look at the falling rubble or listen to the heart-pounding cracking sounds coming from above my head. There was only one thought in my mind: escape and survive. Finally, we arrived at the small door. Evan pushed the door open with force, and a gust of moist air hit him in the face. I saw stairs leading to the ground and saw a faint light. The hope of life seems to be right in front of us. However, just as I was about to step onto the stairs, I felt the ground beneath my feet suddenly sink. There was a loud bang above our heads, and then more rubble poured down, completely burying our path to hope of life. My heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Could it be that we can't escape the arrangement of fate after all? Could it be that this crisis in the town will end with our sacrifice? I felt dizzy and everything in front of me became blurry. I heard Evan and Lilith scream, but I was too weak to respond. I felt like I was falling into a bottomless abyss, dark, cold, and hopeless. In this final moment, the peaceful and tranquil scene of the small town emerged in my mind. Those familiar faces emerged, and Victor's face full of madness emerged. Did he really fail, or was this just part of his plan? An inexplicable fear spread from the depths of my heart, tightly wrapped around me, making it impossible for me to breathe. This fear is not only the fear of death, but also the fear of the unknown, the fear of the truth. This fear, like a poisonous snake, quietly sneaked into my nightmare and dragged me into deeper darkness. The air in the basement was so choking that I could hardly breathe, and the dust was like a thick shroud, covering everything. There was a constant flow of debris falling from overhead, making a heart-pounding thud. I glanced at Victor, who was lying on the ground. His strength had dissipated, but there was still a mad light in his eyes. He was like a trapped beast, and even though he was dying, he could still attack and hurt people at any time. We have to leave immediately. We can't hold out here much longer. I shouted at everyone, my voice very hoarse. Lucas was indeed the calmest analyst in the team. He quickly scanned the crumbling environment around him and pointed to a dark hole in the corner of the wall. There, an ancient ventilation duct that may lead to the outside world. Hope, like a fragile straw, sways in the abyss of despair. We have no choice but to seize it. The road to the ventilation duct is more difficult than imagined. Every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife, and the rocks above our heads seemed like they would fall down at any time and bury us alive. My heart was beating so hard it almost burst out of my chest. Ah, Leah screamed. A fallen rock grazed her arm, and blood instantly dyed her sleeve red. My heart tightened and I wanted to go over to help her, but I heard a fighting sound behind me. Victor, he's not dead yet. I looked back and saw Adrian and Marcus struggling with Victor. They tried their best to stop Victor's crazy counterattack. Although Victor no longer has any strength, his crazy energy is still chilling. Evan, go. Leave us alone. Marcus shouted at the top of his lungs, his face covered in blood, and he couldn't tell whether it was his own or Victor's. I gritted my teeth, knowing that now was not the time to hesitate. Adrian and Marcus used their lives to buy us time, and we cannot let them down. Leah, Lucas, Sophia, Daniel, let's go. I pulled Leah up and continued to run towards the ventilation duct with the others. Each step felt so heavy. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, and my lungs were burning with pain. I didn't dare look back. I was afraid to see the moment Adrian and Marcus fell. Finally, we reached the ventilation duct. It was just a narrow opening, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, surrounded by crumbling rocks. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. Now is not the time to be afraid. We must escape. I was the first one to get into the pipe. It was pitch black inside, with only cold air and a suffocating smell of dust. I don't know where this pipeline leads to, nor do I know what awaits us ahead. My hands groped in the darkness. The walls of the pipe were rough and cold, like the internal organs of some giant beast. I felt an inexplicable fear, like an icy hand tightly gripping my throat. Is this really a way to escape, or is it the beginning of another nightmare? I didn't dare to think any further, and could only crawl forward desperately, looking for that faint ray of light in the darkness. Behind me, Leah's voice came, with a tremor. "Evan, where are you?" I tried to suppress my fear and responded, "I'm here. Follow me." My voice echoed in the narrow pipe with a strange echo, as if it came from another world. This dark tube, like an unknown maze, is swallowing us and our hopes. I felt something watching me in the darkness, cold and evil. What is that? My heart beat faster and faster, and fear surged into my heart like a tide. The cold wind poured into my lungs, bringing with it the chill of early spring, but it couldn't cool down the adrenaline surging in my body. We did it.
We escaped from that damn place.
I gasped for breath, supported my hands on my knees, and felt exhausted after surviving the disaster. It was dark outside the church. Only a few dim streetlights weakly illuminated the surrounding open space, casting long, twisted shadows.
Victor?
I stood up and looked around, but I didn't see Victor. Where's Victor? My voice echoed in the empty field, but no one responded. A feeling of uneasiness began to creep into me. We escaped together. He couldn't have fallen behind. Unless... Have you seen Victor? I looked at the others, and their faces were also full of confusion and worry.
Lily shook her head. I was the last one out, and I didn't see him following behind.
John and Kate also said they had not seen him. Where is Victor? Could it be that he didn't escape? The thought made my heart tighten. No, it's impossible. He is so agile. It's impossible. I tried to calm myself down and began to recall the last scene in the basement. In the chaos, I was the first to get into the ventilation duct, followed by John, then Kate and Lily, and Victor was the last one to come. Wait, I remember hearing a muffled sound, like something collapsing, followed by Victor's exclamation. Could it be that he was hit by falling rocks? I felt a chill running from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. No, he wouldn't do that so easily. Suddenly, I felt something strange, something eerily familiar. It felt like Clone Evan was nearby. My heartbeat suddenly quickened and my hair stood on end. I can't be wrong about this feeling. I turned abruptly, my eyes scanning the darkness around me, like a hawk. The open space, the trees, the shadow of the church, every corner made me feel uneasy. What's wrong, Evan? Lily noticed that something was wrong with me and asked with concern. I took a deep breath and tried to suppress the fear in my heart. I feel something is wrong. Something's wrong. What's wrong? John also became nervous. I can't explain this feeling. It's like a premonition, a warning from the depths of my soul. Clone Evan, what is he doing here? Did he escape too? Or has he been waiting for us outside all this time? Countless thoughts flashed through my mind, and each one made me shudder. Victor's disappearance, the scent of the clone Evan. Is there any connection between the two? I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails almost dug into my flesh. I had to stay calm and figure out what was going on. Victor, where are you? Clone Evan, what do you want to do now? The night wind was growing colder, making the leaves rustle like the whispers of ghosts. The church's bell tower looked particularly eerie in the night, like a huge monster staring at us quietly. I felt my breathing becoming more and more rapid, and my heart was about to jump out of my chest. The air around seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. I felt a strong sense of uneasiness, and I had a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. My eyes were fixed on a shadow at the church door, where something seemed to be moving. I held my breath and tried hard to see what it was. At this moment, a strong sense of malice burst out from the shadow and hit my chest hard like a substance. I saw a vague figure from the shadows slowly walk out. What kind of ghost was crawling out of the shadow of the church? When that figure completely stepped into the moonlight, all the blood in my body froze into ice. It was a face exactly the same as mine, except that there was a centipede-like scar under his left eye, which was twitching with his crazy laughter. Old man, I finally got you. The clone's voice was like sandpaper rubbing against metal. He raised his hand to loosen his tie, revealing a birthmark on his collarbone that looked exactly like mine. Victor, that idiot, hid in the abyss of memory like a turtle. But my eternal memory plan is just about to bear fruit. Behind me, I heard the sound of Leah pulling the bolt of her gun. Sophia's camera was shaking, but the lens was still pointed at the clone. But my attention was caught by another figure walking out of the side door of the church. Elijah White, the younger brother of Victor's deceased wife. The old gentleman who always leaned on a carved cane at charity parties and spoke in a voice like the wind blowing through reeds. At this moment he was slowly unbuttoning his cuffs, revealing the purple tattoo on his arm. Evan, do you think the bullets in the murder case 20 years ago were fired at your house randomly? Elijah's voice was no longer hoarse, but instead had a metallic resonance. Your mother is the key to the abyss of memory. Victor, that fool, only wants to use corpses to nourish his soul, but I want to use the brains of living people as fuel. The clone suddenly turned his head. His pupils shrank into pinpoints. Old man, you said I was a perfect vessel. Perfect, Elijah sneered, slamming his cane on the bluestone slab, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. You are just a substandard product made by mixing Evan's genes with Victor's madness. If it weren't for him, he raised his chin towards me. Every time he used Whisper of the Dead, memory fragments would be leaked all over the world. Where would I find so many raw materials? Lucas suddenly tugged at the corner of my clothes. The former neuroscientist's eyes were dark blue, and he held a half-disassembled memory tampering device and lowered his voice. The clone's vital signs are unstable. We suppressed him with an electromagnetic pulse last time, and now his energy reserves are at most. Elijah is lying. He needs the clones as human shields, and the clones need Elijah's skills. I stared at the clone's face twisted with anger, and suddenly raised my voice. Elijah wants the ultimate energy source of the memory abyss. You are just the bait he used to lure me in. When he gets the memory fragments in your brain, the first thing he will burn is your cloned body. Bullshit. The clone's fingertips oozed black energy, licking Elijah like a venomous snake's tongue. He promised to let me replace you and become the real Evan Hastings. Elijah's cane suddenly emitted a blinding blue light, piercing through the clone's left shoulder. Replace. You haven't even experienced 1/10 of his pain. His pupils turned a strange grayish white. Wake up, you second-rate product. Go dig out his brain. I want to watch you swallow his memory alive. The clone laughed while covering his bleeding wound, but the black energy was surging more and more fiercely. Do you think I will listen to you? He turned his head and looked at me. Come on, old man.
Use your whisper of the dead.
Let's see who turns into a mummy first, or I crush your throat first. Leah's bullet flew past the clone's ear. Adrian and Marcus flanked him from both sides. The former swung a tactical knife at the clone's wrist, while the latter swept his leg at his knee. I took the opportunity to pull Lucas towards Elijah, and Sophia covered the rear with the pepper spray. Daniel Wu's fist had already hit Elijah's crutch. The crutch that looked like wood actually made a crisp sound of metal colliding. Use this. Lucas shoved the memory tampering device into my hand. Turn it to high-frequency oscillation mode. It can interfere with his brainwaves. My hands were shaking as I gripped the device. The last time I used Whisper of the Dead to read the victim's memory. It only took me 10 minutes, but I had 2 more white hairs in the mirror. Now if I activate both the ability and the device at the same time. The clone's roar made the church's stained windows buzz. He grabbed Adrian's neck and threw him towards the clock tower. Marcus's tactical flashlight hit the back of his neck, only splashing a few sparks. Leah's baton locked his arm, but he swung it back, and the whole person hit the wooden wall of the confessional with a heart-pounding, cracking sound.
Evan, Leah coughed up blood and dug her fingers into the floor. Use your power.
I cracked my back teeth, with my fingertips pressed on my temple. The familiar burning sensation spread through my nerves throughout my body. I saw the convenience store clerk, whose throat was slit 3 months ago, my mother lying in a pool of blood 20 years ago, and the body of an unknown woman dumped at the dock yesterday. These fragments were like sharp glass shards, piercing into the clone's brain along my optic nerve. The clone suddenly covered his eyes and screamed. His black energy began to distort, sometimes turning into his mother's wedding dress, and sometimes turning into the culture chamber in Victor's laboratory. The blue light of Elijah's cane suddenly became brighter, and I caught a glimpse of the bandage on his wrist oozing dark red. The old man was holding on. Now, Lucas yelled. Sophia's camera flash flashed at Elijah, and Daniel Wu's fist hit him hard in the chest. I raised the memory tampering device, and the high-frequency sound waves were like an invisible knife, cutting through the disguise on Elijah's face. His skin was peeling off, revealing the mechanical prosthesis covered with blood vessels underneath. You think you won? Elijah's voice began to overlap. Look at your hero. I turned around suddenly. The clone's wounds were healing, and his eyes turned the same grayish-white as Elijah's. Countless human faces emerged in the black energy. Those were the faces of all the victims of Grey Harbor Town in the past 20 years. It's time to end it. The clone approached step by step, and the ground cracked with every step. Old man, I will live forever with your memory, and you, he put his fingertips on my forehead, will become the most exciting madness in my mind. A sharp pain exploded from the top of my head. I saw Leia shouting my name. I saw Lucas smashing the device panel. I saw Elijah backing away with his hands covering his heart, a blue liquid oozing out of his mechanical chest cavity. It was not blood, but some kind of energy I had never seen before. At the last moment before my consciousness faded, I heard Elijah's whisper, the key to the abyss of memory. It's time to wake up. And deeper down there was a voice clearer than any whisper of the dead. It was my mother's voice coming from the fire scene. 20 years ago. Evan, don't believe what they say about eternal life. The living must keep the light for the dead. My fingers unconsciously dug into the clone's wrist. Something was wriggling beneath the skin there. A fragment of memory. Evidence of my life, which I had scattered inside him when I used Whisper of the Dead. The severe pain felt like a red-hot steel needle stabbing around in the skull. I fell curled up on the cracked ground, with flesh torn from the clone's wrist embedded in my fingernails. The thing was still squirming, like a brain slice soaked in formalin, with a disgusting blue-gray color. Evan, grab my hand. Leah's voice pierced through the tinnitus, and her police badge hit the wall in the chaos, making a tiny metallic vibration. I looked up and saw her half kneeling under the collapsed ceiling. The shoulder strap of her police uniform was torn, revealing the light golden skin underneath. That was the family mark that she always covered with concealer, and at this moment it was the same dark blue as Elijah's mechanical chest. The shadow of the clone loomed. His wounds had healed. Even the scorch marks left by Lucas's memory tampering device were gone. There were more faces rolling in his grey eyeballs, and I recognized one of them as the homeless man found in the abandoned factory last week, and the other as the proprietress of a convenience store who was shot dead. Both were victims of the serial murders in the past 3 months. "You don't have much time left, old man." He squatted down, his fingertips pressed against my Adam's apple, exactly where I always cut myself when I shaved when I was young. "When Victor is resurrected, I will boil these broken memories of yours into medicine and pour it down the throats of every resident in Grey Harbor. They will beg me on their knees to make them immortal monsters too." His fingertips began to feel hot. I suddenly remembered Margaret Blake, Helen's sister. I had seen her once in the abyss of memory 3 months ago. At that time, her soul was like a crumpled old newspaper. Now this vague soul fluctuation. "Catch that light." It was Margaret's voice. I suddenly closed my eyes and tried to capture it in the way of whispers of the dead. Not the image of the deceased's death, but something lighter, like the vibration of wind blowing through wind chimes. Deep in my consciousness, I saw her. She was wearing the floral dress she wore in 1999. The information said she died in a car accident that winter. Her hair was stained with snow that did not belong to this era, and she was reaching out to me. "Victor died 20 years ago." Her voice was mixed with the noise of electricity. "This is a memory projection, which is maintained by devouring the memories of the dead. Elijah and your clone are going to make him real, using a soul contract." "Soul contract?" I gasped, the clone's fingertips already burning my skin. "Where?" "Underground of the old library." Margaret's figure began to blur. "Tell them quickly, Evan, that the living must keep the light for the dead." "Leah!" I screamed and rushed towards her. The clone's hands tore the clothes off my back, but at this moment, all I could see was the flickering light on her badge. "To the old library. The soul contract is underground." Leah's pupils suddenly contracted. She dragged me into the bunker next to her. Lucas's device suddenly made a shrill buzzing sound. The guy was hitting Elijah's mechanical chest with a wrench, and the blue liquid sprayed on his glasses. The old man is right. I saw in Victor's diary that the old library was an anchor for the townspeople's collective memory. Adrian Victor, the villain's son who always had a gloomy face, suddenly rushed out from the shadows, holding an old revolver in his hand. I recognized it. It was his mother's legacy. "My father's laboratory is on the 3rd floor underground." His voice was filled with tears. "My mother said before she died that there was—" The clone's laughter interrupted him. That voice was so similar to mine, like the echo of speaking into a mirror. "Do you think you can make it before the contract takes effect?" He waved his hand, and black mist suddenly seeped out of the cracks in the ground. "Look at your hands." I lowered my head. The skin on the back of the hands is aging at a rate visible to the naked eye, and wrinkles are covering the knuckles like spider webs. "This is a side effect of Whisper of the Dead, but it's 10 times faster than before." Leia's condition was even worse. Her family mark was melting, revealing purple veins beneath her pale golden skin. The immortality of memory requires the vitality of the living as fuel. Elijah finally spoke. He covered his mechanical chest with his hands, and blue liquid dripped through his fingers, drawing strange symbols on the ground. "Thank you, Miss Hastings, and Sheriff Crawford. Your souls will be the perfect sacrifice." "Fuck the sacrifice." Lucas roared and smashed the device into the center of the symbol. Amid the loud sound of metal colliding, I dragged Aaliyah towards the exit, and Adrian and Daniel Wu followed closely behind, holding Margaret's soul. She could only exist in the form of a light spot now. The clone's attack flew past my ear. The wall paint rustled into Leah's hair, I smelled her usual orange blossom perfume, and suddenly remembered the look in her eyes when she squatted in front of the dissection table last week and said death is not the end. The wooden doors of the old library collapsed behind us. Moonlight filtered in through the broken stained glass windows, shining on the dusty Bible. In the dust floated fingerprints from 20 years ago. I recognized they were my mother's, as she always came to borrow mystery novels on Wednesday afternoons.
The underground entrance is in the ancient books area. Margaret's light suddenly flashed violently. Hurry!
The contract will take effect in 7 minutes. The floor of the ancient books area is movable. As Leah pried open the boards with her baton, I saw a spiral staircase winding down below, its walls carved with the same symbols as on Elijah's mechanical chest. The clone's laughter came from above. Take your time, dear Evan. When you arrive, I will save you a front row seat. The third underground floor is more spacious than expected. In the center stood a stone altar, carved with the same designs I'd seen on the bodies of the victims, crossbones and inverted hourglass, and the outline of a map of Greyhaven. Elijah stood in front of the altar. The dark blue liquid in the mechanical chest cavity was flowing into the groove in the center of the altar, through the pipe, and the clone was pinching Sophia Chen's neck. When did that girl follow in? The camera fell to the ground with the lens still facing us. The soul contract requires 7 souls. Elijah's voice was like a rusty gear. The tramp, the boss lady, Sophia's sister Rose, and you, Sheriff Crawford. Your family mark is naturally suitable to be a key. Leah suddenly froze. I then noticed that her family mark was glowing, the pale gold turning into a dazzling white. So you knew it all along. Her voice was as light as a sigh. So you chose me as sheriff and brought me here. Smart girl. Elijah raised his hand, and the liquid in the altar groove began to boil. Now complete your mission. The clone let go of Sophia, and she fell into my arms. I saw Leah backing away, the badge on her chest shining silver. Evan, she suddenly turned and smiled at me, with a tenderness I had never seen before. Remember what I said on my first day in town. Death is not the end, but the living must keep the light for the dead. Leah, I wanted to rush over, but was knocked to the ground by the clone's energy wave. More faces appeared in his eyes, one of which was my mother, reaching out to me in the sea of fire. Leah's police badge fell to the ground. She stepped on the edge of the altar, the white light of the family mark entwined with the dark blue liquid. Fuck your eternal life. She roared and jumped into the groove. The blast blew me away. When I got up, the altar had cracked, and dark blue liquid scurried toward the ceiling like a snake, then fell down with a plop and turned into ordinary water. Leah was gone, leaving only her police badge, gleaming faintly amid the mess. The clone let out a heart-wrenching scream. His skin began to peel off, revealing flesh and blood like mine underneath, and the faces in the grey eyeballs disappeared one by one. Elijah's mechanical chest exploded, and blue liquid sprayed on the wall, forming a vortex-shaped hole. That was the entrance to the abyss of memory, which I had seen in my mother's memory. This is impossible. The clone stumbled back. How dare she? Because she's alive. I picked up Leah's badge and put it in the inside pocket of my coat, where there was an old photo of my mother. The pain of aging suddenly disappeared, replaced by a biting cold, and you are just a pile of rotten memories. Margaret's light suddenly became brighter. She floated to the front of the vortex, turned around and smiled at me. Go and have a look, Evan. There are truths in the abyss of memory that you haven't seen yet. As I walked into the whirlpool, I heard Sophia yelling my name. I heard Lucas swearing, and I heard Adrian crying. And deeper still, there was a voice clearer than any whisper of the dead. Leah's voice scented with orange blossom, saying, "Hold the light for me, Evan." When I opened my eyes again, morning light filtered through the stained glass windows of the old library. There were no cracks on the floor, no blue liquid, only Leah's police badge, lying quietly in the dust. I picked up the badge and saw a line of small words engraved on the back. To the light of Greyhaven, Leah Crawford. On the new tombstone in the town cemetery, the photo of Leah is wearing a police uniform and smiling as smartly as when they first met. I placed the police badge in front of the monument, and the wind blew the white hair on my forehead. In these 3 months I aged 20 years. We'll hold it together, I said to the tombstone, my voice as hoarse as a rusty door hinge. Sirens sounded in the distance. I looked up and saw the clone standing at the entrance to the memory abyss. His face was exactly the same as mine when I was young, and he was smiling at me. The game has just begun, Evan, he said, his voice mixed with the sound of the wind. Do you think that breaking the contract can prevent eternal life? Look around you. I looked around. The homeless man on the street corner greeted me. The convenience store owner was cleaning the windows and Sophia's camera was flashing. Everything was the same as it had been 3 months ago, like a videotape being rewound. And deep in my memory, I hear my mother's voice, Leah's, Margaret's, and the whispers of all the dead, merging into a warm sea. I touched the old photos in my inner pocket and looked at Leah's tombstone. The living should always take a few more steps for the dead, I said to the wind and turned to walk in the direction where the sirens came from. The clone's laughter was still ringing in my ears, but this time I wasn't afraid anymore. I squatted in front of Leah's tombstone and ran my fingertips over the words engraved on it. She chose the truth. The stonemason who carved the stele had great skills, and the strokes were so deep that they could be embedded in the cracks of my fingernails. The wind brought the smell of rust into my nose, just like the smell of rust in my mother's pool of blood that I smelled on that rainy night 20 years ago when I was huddled in the closet. Evan. The voice came from behind the tombstone and I didn't look back. It was the same sound when Leah was shot 3 months ago, mixed with blood foam and brushing against my ears. But now the sound was too soft. As soft as a feather floating in the fog. Is that you? I reached for my waist, where my service gun should have been, but now there was only a wrinkled old photo. The 12-year-old me and my mother standing at the Grey Harbor Pier, her blue skirt puffed up by the wind, like a cloud about to fly. It's Margaret. The voice came closer, with a damp and cold tone. In the midst of the abyss of memory lies Elijah's vital point. I turned around suddenly. The locust tree behind the tombstone swayed in the wind, and a translucent shadow floated among the branches. It was Margaret Blake, Helen's sister. When she died, she was locked in the laboratory by Victor. Now her soul is still wearing the blood-stained white coat, and there is a charred burn mark on her collarbone, exactly the same position as the bullet hole in Leah's chest. They reset their memory. I pulled at my wrinkled shirt and my Adam's apple moved. The lady boss of the convenience store asked me if I wanted hot coffee again, and the homeless man was still the same old Joe who was always missing a little finger. Collier's tombstone is still there, Margaret, which means... it means someone is tampering with collective memory, but missing the most painful wound. Her fingertips passed through the back of my hand, as if passing through a cloud of fog. The clone is walking with your face, and Elijah is hiding in the deepest part of the abyss. To stop them, we have to go to the memory abyss to find the 1978 experimental notes written by Victor that year, which were sandwiched in the translation of Orpheus and Eurydice. I fished out my pocket watch. On the inside of the watch cover was Leah's ID photo, and I had touched the edge of the photo until it became hairy. The hands of the watch went back faster, and with each turn, I got more wrinkles on the back of my neck. How long will it take to gather people? Half an hour. Margaret's shadow began to fade. Adrian is repairing the communicator in the church basement. Lucas is carrying a memory tampering device, and Sophia is looking through old photos in the old newspaper office. The death of her sister Rose is closely related to Elijah. The wind suddenly got stronger. I grabbed the police badge in front of the monument and stuffed it into my inner pocket. The metal edge dug into my ribs. It was this kind of wind that blew the pastor's Bible loudly at my father's funeral 20 years ago. At that time, I thought the most painful thing in life was losing one's parents. Now, I understand that the most painful thing is to see the name of your lover carved into stone, and you have to remember her death over and over again. Half an hour later, we were huddled in the basement of the old warehouse. Adrian Victor, the son of a philanthropist who always polished his cufflinks, was now slicing his palm with a dagger, blood dripping onto the cement floor, revealing the entrance pattern to the abyss of memory. My father made a blood pact on the wall. He pulled off his tie and wrapped it around the wound, his knuckles turning white. But he didn't teach me that a son's blood is hotter than a father's. Lucas pushed up his glasses. 6 different colored test tubes were inserted into the pocket of his white coat. The energy fluctuations in the memory abyss and the soul contract have the same origin. He shook the detector in his hand, and a faint blue light flickered on the screen. If we can find the remaining anchor point of the contract, we may be able to cut off the clone's energy supply. What he is using now is the soul fragment of your mother that Victor stole back then. Sophia Chen's camera was hanging around her neck. The lens cap was unfastened, revealing the black ribbon wrapped inside. That was what Ross wore on the day of the accident. I checked the records of the underground clinic. She opened the notebook, and the pages were covered with secretly filmed surveillance screenshots. Elijah went to the dock warehouse last Wednesday and met a man in a gray windbreaker. The man's profile was exactly the same as you when you were 20 years old. I touched the stubble on my chin. I looked like a weathered old wood in the mirror, and the wrinkles at the corners of my eyes could kill mosquitoes. Split into 2 groups, I patted Adrian's shoulder. You and Marcus guard the entrance and make sure the passage is not cut off. The rest follow me into the abyss. The entrance to the abyss of memory is at the deepest part of the basement, and it is a breathing wall. As I got closer, I heard countless whispers. My mother's lullaby, Leah's voice reading the autopsy report at the crime scene, Margaret's screams as she was electrocuted. My temples were throbbing, a sign that Whisper of the Dead was about to be activated. Don't believe whatever you see next. I turned around and said to Lucas. His Adam's apple moved, and he nodded. Sophia switched the camera to video mode, and the red light on the lens looked like a vigilant eye. Daniel Wu touched the tactical knife at his waist, which was a coming-of-age gift from his sister Rachel. The fog rolled in around us. The fog here is different from that in Grey Harbor Town. The fog with the smell of rust is real fog, while the fog here is sweet. So sweet that it is greasy, like memories soaked in formaldehyde. Be careful. Lucas suddenly grabbed my arm. In the fog ahead, Leah was standing under a streetlight, her police uniform neatly arranged, waving her car keys in her hand. Evan, let's go get a burger. You said you would treat me to double cheese. My throat tightened. She did say that late at night 3 months ago, we just solved a missing girl case. There were raindrops on her eyelashes, and she smiled and said she was hungry. I reached into my pocket, where I still had the ungiven ring. I'd spent 3 hours at the jewelry store picking it out the day before she was shot. That's an illusion. Sophia's voice was like a basin of cold water. Leah's tombstone is still in the cemetery. The ones here are all fake. She raised her camera, and the flash pierced the fog. The illusion instantly twisted into a ball of black fluff. They are targeting our weaknesses. Daniel Wu's knife was half an inch out of its sheath, with mist condensing on the blade. I saw Rachel, and she was saying, "Brother, I'm hurt. Stay true to yourself." I gripped the badge tightly, the metal hurting my palm. The whispers of the dead are real, but what they want us to see is fake. From deep within the fog came the sound of iron chains dragging on the ground. Lucas's detector screamed wildly, and the blue light on the screen condensed into a dazzling spot of light. "Memory trap," he yelled, and the scene in front of me suddenly flipped. The 12-year-old me huddled in the closet. My father's screams could be heard through the crack in the door. My mother's pearl necklace rolled to my feet, stained with blood. I heard the sound of the key being inserted into the keyhole, It was the man in the black windbreaker. He killed my parents. Now his face was exactly the same as the clone.
Evan, Sophia's hand pinched my wrist and I gasped in pain. Look at me. Her pupils reflected my face. A wrinkled face. This is not 1998, it's 2023. You are a former FBI profiler. You have the ability. You have companions.
I was breathing heavily, my nails digging deep marks on the concrete wall. The illusion faded, and Lucas knelt on the ground with blood oozing from his forehead. His illusion was the explosion of the laboratory, and his favorite student was trapped under the rubble. Daniel Wu's knife was stuck in the ground, and the blade was trembling, and his illusion was Rachel's eyes when she was shot. Exactly the same as Leah's. Keep going. I pulled off the corner of my shirt to wipe my face. Sweat mixed with tears that I didn't know if they were real or imaginary. The more dangerous the trap, the closer we are to our goal. The detector's scream suddenly changed its pitch. Lucas rushed over, pushed aside the rubble on the ground, and revealed a copper box embedded in a crevice in the rock. The lid of the box was rusted, so I pried it open with the edge of my police badge. Inside was a leather-bound notebook with VM embossed on the cover. The abbreviation for Victor Marlowe. March 15th, 1978. I opened my notebook. The ink had faded, but the words were still legible. The soul contract needs the obsession of a living person as an anchor. Evan Hastings' mother, Elizabeth, was obsessed with protecting her son. This energy was enough to support 100 years of memory projection. The power of the clone came from the fragments of Elizabeth's obsession. In other words, Sophia's voice trembled. To cut off the clone's energy, you have to. We need to put Elizabeth's obsession to rest. I closed my notebook and ran my fingertips over the words protect her son. Her son is still alive, so it's time to let go of her obsession. Suddenly, the detector exploded with a blinding white light. The ground began to shake, and a familiar laugh came from the fog. It was the clone, with the clear sound of my youth mixed with the hoarseness of Elijah White. Having fun, old man, the voice said, almost as if it were right beside my ear. You think you can win by finding the notebook? Look at your feet. I lowered my head. The gravel on the ground was melting and turning into a black liquid, like boiling asphalt. In the distant mist, two shadows were approaching. One was my face, and the other was Elijah White. His eyes were glowing with a faint green light, like two will-o'-the-wisp lights. Lucas grabbed the notes and stuffed them into his backpack, while Daniel Wu pointed his knife at Misty. Sophia's camera was snapping away like crazy, flashing all the time. I touched the old photo in my inner pocket. My mother's blue skirt was stretched out in the photo, as if it was about to fly. It's time to end it, I said to the fog, my voice no longer hoarse. The wind blew the white hair on my forehead. This time, what I heard was not the whispers of the dead, but the heartbeats of the living. Adrian shouted, "Hold on," in the communicator at the entrance. Lucas was adjusting the frequency of the detector, and Sophia was equipping the camera with batteries. The clone's laughter was getting closer. I clutched my badge and turned toward the fog. This time, I was no longer the boy hiding in the closet. This time, I am Evan Hastings, and I will take a few more steps for all the dead. The black liquid on the ground had already reached my ankles, and was sticky like rotten tar. I could smell a mixture of rust and burnt hair, exactly the same smell I smelled that night 20 years ago when I curled up in the closet. The clone's laughter hit the twisted space wall, shattered into pieces, and pierced into the eardrum. Old man, do you think you can overthrow me with this group of rabble? Look at yourself. He suddenly emerged from the mist. He had the same grey eyes and high cheekbones as me, but there was a hideous scar on the left corner of his eye. You can't even stand steadily, right? I clutched the badge so tightly that the metal edge hurt my palm. Aging is like a bowl of wet cotton stuck in your throat, and every breath requires an effort. But when I saw Adrian rushing forward with his homemade stun gun, and when Marcus took out the silver dagger engraved with the family crest from his waist, The cotton in my throat suddenly felt burned through. They were trying to stop Victor's madness, to seek justice for Ross, for Rachel, and for all those who died in the abyss of memory.
Energy fluctuations are intensifying. Lucas's voice exploded from the communicator. He squatted at the edge of the black liquid, the detector in his hand flickering red light wildly. The remaining energy of the soul contract and the replication source of the clone are hedging. This damn place is going to collapse. When he looked up, cold sweat had already seeped from his forehead. But we can use this hedging to create an energy vortex and roll them in.
How long will it take? I shouted at the top of my lungs. The clone's fist had already smashed into Adrian's shield, and the piercing whistling of metal deformation was ear-piercing. 7 minutes. Lucas threw the backpack to Sophia. Xiao Chen, wrap the spare coil around that twisted stone pillar. Daniel, you guard the energy core. That old man Elijah will definitely come to sabotage it. Elijah's green eyes suddenly lit up in the mist, like two will-o'-the-wisp lights flickering in the wind. He leaned on an obsidian cane, and with every step he took, the black liquid under his feet would produce strange purple spots. Mr. Hastings, do you think you can stop fate? The soul of Grey Harbor has long taken root in my wife's memory. When the whirlpool swallows you, all the secrets will be forever sunk in the abyss. His voice was like rusty gears grinding, including the last look your mother gave you. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. The stormy night 20 years ago suddenly flashed back in front of my eyes. When my mother stuffed me into the closet, her blue skirt brushed my face, and her hands were shaking, but she still gently touched the top of my head. Her last words were not, "Don't be afraid," but "Remember my eyes." And what Elijah was referring to now were the watery blue eyes I saw through the crack in the closet when she turned around. Evan! Sophia's scream brought me back to reality. The tip of Elijah's cane had already touched the protective net of the energy core, and purple electric current was crawling along the metal net towards Lucas's device. I staggered forward, the whisper of the dead's ability exploding in my temple like a fire. This was the third time I had used this ability within an hour, and the cost of aging would directly eat away at 10 years of my life, but I couldn't care less at the moment. Elijah's memory fragments flooded in like a tide. He stood in the morgue saying to a corpse covered with a white cloth, "Sister, I will use their souls to build a palace for you." He was in the laboratory, dripping purple potion into the nutrient solution of the cloning chamber. The clearest image was when he held his mother's wrist and forced her to press her fingerprint on the soul contract, and the 5 bloody scratches left by his mother's nails on the back of his hand, on the right wrist covered by the cuff. "Daniel," I gasped. "Stab him in the right wrist." The knife flashed. Daniel's dagger, accurately opened Elijah's sleeve, and the tip of the knife pierced into the old scar. Elijah howled like a wounded animal, and his cane fell to the ground with a clang. As he covered his wrist and stepped back, the purple light of the energy core suddenly dimmed by 2 degrees. Lucas's detector beeped. "The core is stable. 3 minutes left." The clone's laughter suddenly changed its tone. His grip on Adrian's neck loosened, and he turned to look in our direction. Adrian took the opportunity to kneel him in the waist. Marcus's silver dagger cut his arm, and light golden blood splashed in the black liquid, emitting puffs of green smoke. "You think you can trap me?" The clone wiped the blood off his face, and dark red mist rolled in his gray eyes. "I am a perfect replica, even his abilities," he suddenly pointed at me, "are 10 times stronger than his. The device is complete." Lucas's roar drowned out everything else. I saw the coil on the stone pillar begin to rotate. A high-frequency humming sounded in the air, and small whirlpools appeared on the surface of the black liquid, like countless breathing mouths. Elijah suddenly laughed crazily. Too late. The energy of the soul contract has been bound to the abyss. His words were cut off by the suction of the vortex, and he was swept towards the center of the stone pillar. The clone's pupils contracted violently. He tried to grab the stone wall next to him, but the black liquid had already spread to his knees, sticking his legs tightly. "No," He roared and pounced on me, his nails almost digging into my throat. I am the one who should survive. I gritted my teeth and held up the badge. The ability of the dead to whisper completely erupted at this moment, and all the people who died in Grey Harbor spoke in my ears at the same time. The click sound of Ross pressing the shutter of the camera for the last time, Rachel's whimpering when her mouth was covered, and the trembling ending of my mother shouting, "Go away," outside the closet. These sounds condensed into a sharp thorn and pierced directly into the clone's consciousness. His body suddenly stiffened, and the black and red mist in his grey eyes began to dissipate. The suction of the vortex suddenly increased. The clone and Elijah screamed at the same time and were sucked into the rotating ball of light. The clone's skin began to peel off, revealing the half-mechanical, half-flesh tissue underneath. Elijah's green eyes lost their luster and turned a cloudy grayish white. When the ball of light exploded with a boom, I saw their figures like two crumpled pieces of paper, torn into pieces and disappeared into the depths of the abyss. Successful. Sophia held onto the stone pillar and gasped for breath, the camera still hanging around her neck, the lens cap having fallen off at some point. Lucas's detector finally returned to green. Energy connection severed. But he looked up and saw the foggy sky was cracking, revealing the purple clouds rolling below. The memory abyss is about to collapse. The black liquid suddenly began to boil, and pale faces emerged from the bubbles. They were the souls trapped here. Margaret's figure emerged from the bubble, her long hair fluttering like flames, and her voice was as gentle as the wind. "Evan, come with me. I know an escape route, but you need to hold hands." She pointed to the stone wall on the left, where a narrow crack appeared at some point. "Hurry, it will be too late." Adrian staggered and grabbed my hand. Marcus and Daniel protected Sophia on the left and right, and Lucas carried the backpack containing the notebooks. As we followed Margaret toward the crack, I heard Elijah's laughter suddenly emerge from the black liquid behind us, soft but clear. They thought they had won, but the program has been activated. The nightmare of Grey Harbor has just begun. A biting cold wind blew out from the cracks. I looked back one last time and saw a glowing chip floating on the surface of the black liquid, slowly rotating with the vortex. That was the thing Elijah had just pressed on the energy core. "Go!" Margaret's voice was filled with urgency. "If you don't leave now, you will be trapped here forever." I squeezed Adrian's hand and stepped into the crack. There was a loud bang behind me, and the abyss of memory began to collapse. But before the darkness completely enveloped my vision, I heard another sound. Not the whisper of the dead, but a heartbeat, very light, yet powerful, like a buried seed that is breaking through the soil. The wind in the cracks was like icicles drilling into the bones. I held Adrian's wrist with my right hand and could feel his pulse beating like a drum. This kid was only 20 years old, and his palms were full of cold sweat. Margaret's soul was floating in front, and her light blue outline was scratched by the stone wall and became bright and dark. When she turned around, I saw a charred crack where her left eye was, which was the mark left by the erosion of the black liquid just now. "Bend over," Lucas suddenly yelled. I subconsciously lowered my head, and the stone chips above my head fell down with a clatter, hitting Marcus's tactical vest with a clanging sound. Victor's illegitimate son turned sideways and used his broad back to block the rubble for Sophia. The girl's hand holding the camera was shaking, and the lens cap had fallen somewhere long ago, but she was still taking pictures, and the flash exploded into glaring white spots in the darkness. "The channel structure is collapsing." Lucas shook up his backpack, which contained his tattered memory tampering device. "The shockwave from the energy core explosion is transmitting here, and the intensity of the shockwave increases by 20% every 3 minutes. He pushed his glasses that were crooked on his nose, and the lenses cracked into spider webs. "The soul trap should be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, black mist suddenly seeped out from the stone wall in front. Adrian shone his tactical flashlight over there, and the black mist curled up as if it had life. Then, with a sizzling sound, a depression in the shape of a human face was corroded on the stone wall. It was Elijah, the crazy doctor, who was brainwashed by Victor, who was grinning at this moment with black gums. Separate. Margaret's voice suddenly became sharp. They will pick on the weakest. She pointed to the left, where the stone wall glowed with a faint blue light. Follow the blue light. Adrian pulled me towards the blue light, and Marcus followed behind, protecting Sophia. Daniel Wu was on my right. He was Rachel's younger brother. He was working as a stock clerk in the community supermarket last month, but now he was holding an electric baton he had stolen from Victor's laboratory, and his knuckles were turning white. The first wave of energy came without warning. The entire stone wall suddenly made a buzzing sound. My eardrums felt like they were being hit with a hammer, and sparks exploded in front of my eyes. Adrian stumbled against the wall, and the flashlight rolled into the darkness. Marcus cursed and reached out to grab Sophia. The girl was covering her ears, and the camera fell to the ground with a bang, and the lens shattered into pieces. Hold your breath. Lucas's voice came from behind. I took a deep breath, but it was too late. Something cold came into my nasal cavity and went straight to the top of my head like a slippery snake. That was a fragment of memory that I was too familiar with. The emotions of the deceased before their death always carried this kind of bone-chilling coldness, but this time it was different. It was not the memory of one person, but hundreds of voices shouting, "Save me! Don't come over! Where is Mommy? Bite the tip of your tongue!" Margaret's soul suddenly pounced on me, and when it passed through my chest, I smelled the smell of rust. That was her favorite rose perfume when she was alive, mixed with the smell of blood. I bit down hard. The pain tore apart the tangled memories, and my vision became clear again. Daniel. Sophia's scream pierced through the tinnitus. I turned around and saw Daniel half kneeling on the ground, the clothes on his back melting. It wasn't a fabric that melted, but his skin, which was like wax roasted at high temperature, revealing the bluish-gray veins underneath. The black mist flowed down the back of his neck into his body. His pupils dilated into two black holes, and a whimper that was not human came out of his mouth. Soul trap. Lucas rushed over and pulled out a metal device from his backpack. This is a memory stabilizer. Quick. It's too late. I grabbed Daniel's wrist. His skin was incredibly hot, like a piece of red-hot iron. The power of Whisper of the Dead surges in my veins, and I can hear the crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other. Every time I use this ability, my lifespan is like an hourglass turning back. But I can't care about that now. I closed my eyes and let the darkness flow in. This time I didn't see a death scene, but instead a chaotic sea of light. Countless chains were floating in the sea of light, and a name was engraved on each chain. Helen Blake, Rachel Wu, Adrian's mother. Daniel Wu was tied to the end of the last chain, and was being dragged into deeper darkness. The rule is cause and effect. Margaret's voice rang out in the sea of light. The trap used his most guilty memory. He missed his sister's funeral, right when I opened my eyes. Daniel's tears were hitting the ground. His Adam's apple moved, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Rachel, when she left, I was working the night shift at the convenience store. I promised to see her off for the last time." "It's not your fault," I yelled, squeezing his hand until it almost broke the bone. "The trap is magnifying your guilt. It wants you to blame yourself." I turned to Lucas. Use the memory stabilizer on the back of his neck. Lucas's hands were shaking, but his movements were as steady as a machine. The moment the metal device touched the back of Daniel's neck, the black mist let out a shrill scream and dissipated like a punctured balloon. Daniel collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving violently, and the skin on his back was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, not returning to its original state, but turning grayish-white, like an erased blackboard. Go. Margaret's soul suddenly became transparent. The passage can't hold out for 3 minutes. We almost crawled forward. The shaking of the stone wall became more and more violent, and half a brick fell from the top of the head from time to time, hitting the ground and splashing sparks. Adrian picked up the flashlight and swept the beam across the front, illuminating a narrow stone door. The lintel was engraved with the rose window pattern of the Grey Harbour Town Church, which was a place I often visited in my childhood. "Push," Marcus yelled. The 6 of us squeezed in front of the door, using all our strength. The stone door creaked unpleasantly, and a ray of sunlight leaked in through the gap. I suddenly remembered that when I was a child, I would hide from the rain and come out from the church cellar like this, and see the sunlight shining through the rain. Boom. There was a loud earth-shaking noise behind me. I was pushed and stumbled out the door, falling on a patch of mossy gravel. Adrian pressed on top of me and groaned. Sophia was lying beside him, with grass clippings in her hair, but she was still smiling. She rarely smiled when she was alive, always like a hedgehog with its spines erect. It feels so good to be alive. Lucas sat on the ground holding his backpack. Blood was seeping from the cracks on the lenses, and he didn't know whether it was his or someone else's. Margaret's spirit floated above us, her outline fainter than before, like a piece of paper about to be blown away by the wind. "Go to church." Her voice was as light as a sigh. "The process that Elijah initiated is a soul contract. He uses the memories of the entire town as a sacrifice to revive. Resurrect who?" I stood up on my knees, the old injury on my lower back throbbing with pain. Every movement of this almost 50-year-old body reminded me how heavy the price of the whispers of the dead is. Margaret's eyes suddenly fixed behind me. I turned around and saw the main street of Grey Harbour. The convenience store that should have had a "Today's Special" sign now had a "Summer Sale 1993" sign. The fire hydrant on the corner was spraying water, and the puddles reflected the mailbox from 20 years ago. Sophia suddenly grabbed my arm, her fingers shaking. "Eva, I can't remember what Ross looked like, my sister, her face." "Memory confusion sets in," Margaret said. "Soul contracts require the memories of the living to fill the void of the dead. And Victor, he was not in the contract at all." Her voice was getting weaker and weaker. "Evan, you have to understand. The murder case 20 years ago. Victor Marlowe is already dead. What is trapping us now is his lingering memory." The wind blew scraps of paper through the streets. I picked up a piece. It was a yellowed newspaper. The headline on the front page was "Huigang Town Philanthropist Dies in Accidental Fall." The date was May 17th, 1993. Exactly 3 days before my family was wiped out. Adrian leaned over to take a look and gasped. This is a copy of my father's death certificate." Margaret's soul began to dissipate, and her last words were mixed in the wind. "Find the anchor point of the memory projection." That's what he refused to let go of. His last obsession. The sunlight suddenly became blinding. I squinted and saw the church spire glowing in the distance. There is something waiting for me there. Not a living person, not a dead person, but a memory that refuses to rest. And I know that the real nightmare has just begun. I stared at the date on the newspaper, May 17th, 1993. The ink glowed coldly under my fingertips. Adrian's breath swept across the back of his neck. "My father, he died 3 days before your family was wiped out." The wind lifted the hem of his suit, revealing the pistol on his waist. It was the pistol Leah forced on him this morning, saying that the son of a philanthropist should learn some self-protection. Now that I think about it, we have all been fooled by our memory. Margaret's words were still ringing in my ears. Victor Marlowe is an empty shell, trapped in the obsession of 20 years ago, and it is this lingering memory that is truly manipulating the serial murders and creating soul contracts. To make matters worse, the clone Evan was being incubated in the underground clinic. Lucas's monitoring showed that the vital signs in the incubator were more vigorous than mine, and he had even learned to sneer in my voice. The memory confusion is getting worse. Leah's voice came from the intercom with an electric noise. I looked up and saw the convenience store sign across the street flashing between 7-Eleven and Grey Harbor Grocery Store. It was an old store that closed down in night. A girl in school uniform ran out of the store. I recognized her as Amy, the high school student who drowned 3 months ago, but the badge on her school uniform collar read Grey Harbor High School, class of 1992. She was supposed to transfer to Chicago in Adrian suddenly grabbed my arm and said, "Look at the sky." There was a half moon in the cumulonimbus cloud, but it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What's even more strange is that there are countless points of light floating in the gaps between the clouds, like fireflies blown away by the wind. Those are the memory fragments that Margaret mentioned, and the memories of the living are being extracted to fill the vacancies of the dead. We stumbled into the police station basement and saw Lucas's lab was as bright as day. The old man was cursing at the holographic projection. Countless intertwined red lines were floating in the blue light net. The structure of the soul contract is more complicated than I thought. Victor's memory is absorbing the memory energy of the living. Just like. It's like using our consciousness as cement to build a grave for the ghosts of 20 years ago. He pushed his glasses that had cracked into 3 pieces. To destroy it, we must find the core anchor point. The obsession that Margaret mentioned should be the memory that Victor is most unwilling to let go of. Church steeple, I blurted out. As Margaret faded this morning, I saw the stained glass in the old church glowing, as if someone had lit candles inside. 20 years ago, I often went there to take shelter from the rain, and the old priest always gave me hot cocoa. Later, in the winter of 1993, he was found dead in the confessional. The police said it was a heart attack. Now that I think about it, maybe that wasn't a coincidence. Leah suddenly held my hand. Her palms were calloused from the forensic scalpel, but now they were incredibly hot. I've checked the family archives. Every generation of Crawford women has an anchor point that allows them to actively intervene in soul contracts. She lifted her sleeves, and the blue-gray lines on her wrists crawled toward her elbows like tree roots. That was the mark I had seen on the victims of serial murders. Margaret said that the contract needs to be filled with the memory of a living person. And I am the most suitable filler. No, my throat tightened. Last week she was teasing me about how my shirt was wrinkled like a crime scene, and now she's risking her life. Listen, she held my face and rubbed the new wrinkles at the corners of my eyes with her fingertips. Using Whisper of the Dead accelerated my aging, and now I looked like a 50-year-old alcoholic. The energy circuit of the soul contract must have a living person as a switch. Lucas said that as long as I take the initiative to cut off the connection, the entire system will overload and collapse. She smiled, and the fine lines at the end of her eyes sparkled. And I may know Victor's obsession better than you do. The holographic projection suddenly burst into a shrill cry. Lucas slammed the console. The clone is awake. He is destroying the protective layer of the underground clinic, and will reach the surface in 5 minutes. Split up. Leah turned and grabbed her tactical vest. Adrian and Marcus go to the east to lure away the clones. Sophia and Daniel guard the perimeter of the church to prevent the memory reinforcements. Evan and I go to the core anchor point. She put on her bulletproof plate. Her movements as smooth as fixing a corpse on a dissection table. Remember, the clone has your abilities, but he doesn't have our memory. The church's rose window glowed purple in the twilight. I kicked open the rusty wooden door, and the smell of mold mixed with sandalwood hit me in the face. The cross on the altar was tilted to one side, and on the base was a yellowed photo. Victor Marlowe was wearing a groom's suit, with a blonde woman wearing a pearl necklace beside him, and on the back was written, 1989 6/15. My beloved wife Helen. It's Helen, Leah said softly. I thought of the female corpse in the morgue that had been frozen for 20 years. The report read, heart failure, time of death, May 15th, 1993. 2 days earlier than Victor's fall. It turns out that his obsession is to keep the memory of his deceased wife alive forever, and he is willing to use the memories of everyone in the town as nourishment for this purpose. There was a sound of machinery running under the altar. We lifted the carpet and revealed an iron cover with a rusty combination lock with Helen engraved on it. Leah entered the date 1989-06-115, and the lock clicked open. The ladder leads to a secret underground room, with photos of Helen covering the walls, from her infancy to her wedding. The last photo shows her lying on a hospital bed, with Victor holding her hand. In the background is a memory device similar to the one in Lucas's laboratory. The core of the soul contract is here. Leah pointed to the glass jar in the center of the secret room. A glowing mist floated in the dark purple liquid. That's Victor's memory. He used Helen's brain tissue as an anchor point, constantly absorbing the memories of living people to maintain her existence. The alarm suddenly blew. My temples were throbbing, a sign that Whisper of the Dead was starting. Countless images flooded into his mind. The clone Evan crushed Adrian's gun. Marcus was thrown against the wall. Sophia's camera lens cracked into a spider web. Daniel's fist hit the clone's face, but it seemed to hit the air. The clearest was the clone's sneer. You think you can use memory as a weapon? I even remember the feeling of your last kiss to Leah. He's interfering with us. Leah grabbed my wrist, her nails almost digging into the flesh. Quick, put this in the memory tank. She handed me a silver device, which was a memory disruptor that Lucas made overnight. When I start the self-destruct program, you press the switch to double destroy it. Leah, listen. She suddenly kissed him, with the smell of mint candy and gunpowder. I've seen your memory. When you were 12 years old, you hid in the closet, looking at the tip of the leather shoes of the murderer who killed your family. You thought it was Victor, but it was actually his memory. The real murderer is a living person controlled by the memory. She stepped back 2 steps, pulled open her collar, revealing the family mark between her collarbones. The blue-gray lines were shining. Now I want to be that living person. The lights in the secret room began to flicker. Leah walked towards the memory tank, and the moment her fingertips touched the glass, the purple liquid rolled violently. Her body began to become transparent, like mist blown away by the wind. But her voice was terribly clear. Evan, remember, true justice is not revenge, but preventing more people from becoming ghosts in our memories. I flipped the jammer switch. A silver light exploded, and the memory tank let out a shrill scream. Before Leah's figure completely disappeared, I saw her smile, overlapping with Helen in the photo. It turns out that the anchor point of the Crawford family is to use life as a key to sever the morbid bond between the living and the dead. The ground shook violently. By the time I climbed out of the church, it was already daybreak. Signs of memory confusion disappeared. The convenience store sign was fixed to 7-Eleven, and Amy's school uniform collar badge said. Adrian sat on the steps, his shirt soaked in blood, but still smiling. That monster was dispersed by the memory reset. Marcus dug Sophia's camera out of the rubble, and the memory card was miraculously intact. Daniel rubbed his shoulders, and his knuckles were stained with the clone's blood. That was real blood, not a memory projection. When we went to the hospital to treat my wounds, I noticed that I looked 10 years younger in the mirror. Lucas said that when the soul contract collapsed, it absorbed some of the aging energy in reverse, which was a surprise, but there were gaps in my memory. The last half sentence Leah said, the specific expression in Helen's photo in the secret room of the church, the clone's last look, all seemed to have been erased by an eraser. 3 days later, I stood in front of the newly erected tombstone. The tombstone is engraved with Leah Crawford, 1989-2023. She chose the truth, and next to it is a bouquet of white roses given by Adrian, who said it was Helen's favorite flower when she was alive. As the wind swept through the cemetery, I heard the whispers of the dead, They were not the memories of the dead, but something deeper. The game is not over yet.
In the ruins of the underground clinic, Elijah White's experimental log was turned to the latest page, with the following words scribbled in his handwriting. Memory projection technology is feasible, and the clones have independent consciousness. The next step is to find a new anchor point. The secret of Grey Harbor has just surfaced.
In the abandoned factory outside the town, the clone Evan stood in front of the broken window, looking at the Grey Harbor town in the morning light. His reflection overlapped with mine, and the corners of his mouth curled up in the same sneer as mine. The wind lifted his coat, revealing Helen's name embroidered on the inside, exactly the same embroidery as on the lining of Victor's suit. The whispers of the dead continue. This time, what I heard was not the fear of dying, but something more dangerous: anticipation. The whole book is finished. The treasure house is about to close, but the next puzzle is waiting. If it moves you, please gently like, subscribe, and pass on this piece. Sleep well, dear wanderer.